Hey, good morning, everyone.
Hi, Rick.
Hi, Rick.
Hi.
Phil, Sebastian, Ruben. Um, it's late for you, right, Ruben? It's what, about 9 p.m.?
Yeah, exactly 9 p.m.
You've already had a long day, and now you're going to have another 8 hours. All right. Well, how's everybody doing this morning? I know it's kind of tough to talk in these remote sessions. Yeah. So it's like Sebastian and Ruben. Let's see, who else would be? We told is closing in on the end of his day as well at 3 o'clock.
That's right.
And here, Calvin and I are starting up on the West Coast at 6 in the morning. And then the majority of you are either Central or Eastern time in the States. So anyway, we've got a nice diverse spread of time zones. So let's see, I see Brian, I see Ruben, Calvin, Barry, we told Sebastian, and Tabitha. And I think, let me just check here. I think we've got everybody. So we might as well go ahead and get started. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Share. Don't need to see that. And let me just bring up the agenda for what we're going to cover today. And let's see here. Okay. And so, this is where we're heading for today. We've basically covered, day 1 and 2 content. We got through workflows for both incident and service requests yesterday. So what we're going to do today then is we're going to get into service admin. We're going to, basically start looking at a lot of things administrative. We're going to look at the admin folder. We're going to start looking at things in there, getting oriented with, where things are located, and then we'll pull up, some specific topics. Now, what I've got listed here are, looking at the profile and, getting a good understanding of how to set up, system permissions for individual users. Account creation, I'm not sure we have to spend too much time on that. We've covered that pretty well. I might just take a slide to go over, what the required minimums are just real quick. And then we'll get into looking at the reference data, the reference tables, at least just identify where they're at as far as, where they're at and potentially what some of them are used for. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on that. There are a lot of tables, and what I primarily more interested in doing is making sure you understand how to get information on those tables, where you can find references to what those tables do. And then, we will spend, a fair amount of time in form design because, that's where you're going to, as an administrator, be spending a fair amount of your time. Rearranging forms, putting form layers in place, whenever you introduce a new process or maybe you want to modify or improve an existing one. And we'll then look very carefully at filters and views. Along with filters and views, we'll look at parent queries and we'll see how we can basically set up queries to be able to return result sets or record sets of information that we're interested in, and how we would modify these items in conjunction with the forms to be able to show whatever data that we're really interested in seeing. And also in terms of that, if we need to add additional fields, how we would go about doing that, how we would add custom fields to our schema. And then we'll talk about reports a little bit. We'll see how we can generate them. Basically, reports are a kind of a set or a portfolio of filters and views. And so we'll go through filters and views to see how to construct those. And then reports are basically just, a collection of those things. And we'll see how we can run reports, how we can create them, how we can run them, how we can schedule them to be run automatically, things like that. And then, finally, we'll get into, some setup areas like the studios, Search Studio, Command Studio, just so we understand that. And then towards the end, we'll look at asset management, that process, and see, the items that basically we want to look at there. We've already had an exercise in adding assets using an integration model. And that's a big part of getting your asset data populated, is knowing how to do that with an integration model. But then what do you do with the assets? What can you do with the assets after they're in your system? Or how can you add new assets once you've seeded your assets, initially with that bulk import? How can you add incremental assets going forward? So we'll look at all the wizards that are associated with that process, and then any other questions you might have about that. So we got a lot to cover. I think we'll have a full day, and I just, before we dive in, I just wanted to get started with asking in the very first bullet here, are there any questions about anything that we've covered so far? Anything that you might want a little bit of clarification on before we move forward into service administration? Okay, very good. Yeah, I just want to throw that out there just in case maybe we have something like that. Okay, so let me do this. So the first thing I want to do, let's take a look at our VMs, and we'll look at the admin folder. And I just want to give a quick, overview orientation of what's in here, just so everybody's, at least seen this at least once and had it explained. Now, as we go through these items, I certainly want to correlate, these items to where you can find documentation on them. And so, one of the things you can do when you're in a particular area, like I'll just drill down into, licenses. If you want to know more, about these items, some of these, I'm looking here, some of these have context sensitive help. And there we go. When we see, this tooltips or tools ellipsis, we can come in here and go to help and get, this will take us to the wiki and to the page specifically that talks about this, so content sensitive. Now, some of these items, I didn't see that, right? But what I can point out is that if we go to the wiki, so I'm going to bring up the wiki on a different tab, and let's see, just type in a wiki Easy Vista. Okay, one thing I want to point out is that while you can search for items, or you can drill down in here, I want to point out that here's another little tip. Go to the site map, and then you've got some, some shortcuts that you can use to get to specific areas. Like, for instance, the administration guide. If I click on this, then, I'm presented with a lot of the areas that we're going to cover this morning. So if you're interested in knowing a little bit more about filters and views, or parent queries, or these things that we're going to talk about today, just know that you can get to the server or the service manager administration guide. You can search, but an easier way is just to use the sitemap and just click on that. Now, from the home page, I believe you can do that here. Let's just see if that'll take us. See if I click here, well, then I get a little bit of navigation. Okay, this takes us to the same place. Okay. All right, so I just want to point that out. We've got that. We've got that for administration. We've got it for the user guide as well. So when we start talking about assets, we'll look at this area here. Okay, but so focusing on this, let's take a look. And so we'll just go down from the top. So license management. So really the only thing that you would be doing here is you would be applying a new license to your system. That's done, when you first have your platform set up. If you do acquire a new license, you just come in here and just copy and paste in the license text here, and that would upgrade your license. So just to know that that's where you would do that. That's it's important. This is telling us here what kind of license we have applied to this system. Okay. Next thing here, access management. We've looked at this a little bit. We've gone into employees. We're going to talk about user profiles here next. And so I'll save that for when we get there. We've looked at domains. I mean, setting up a domain. We've got the whole company domain, of course, creating a new domain. You can do that. When you create one, then you're going to be asked a series of questions about whether or not you want to create a particular filter for a domain. And you have these 4 different types of filter constraints that you can apply. So this is where you would administer domains. Once you have one already established, you can come up here, of course, to the wizard and manage that or edit or update an existing domain. One thing I would caution is that never delete, or I wouldn't even edit the whole company domain. Leave that be as it is, because if you do delete this guy, then you're going to have to put a call into support to have them restore that for you. So you do have the option to do that here, and only because the profile allows for that. And this is one of the things we're going to talk about whenever we start talking about profiles, how to set up profiles such that you'll avoid certain things like deleting records. And we'll talk about that when we get to profiles. So now I did mention here that the employee link here, this is different than the other link that you see down here for employees under directory. That if you look at, when you pull this up and you look at the form, it's actually a different form. So it's a query, and this is a menu pointer to a query, and in this case to a form, a new form or a different form, the admin employee, the dialog called admin employees. And it's different because it has a different set of wizards, and you can have different fields that only the administrators see, and the regular end users don't. They're only going to have access to the directory employee form. So that's why that's there. It's a little different. Okay, so in reports, now just know that this is where we actually build reports. This is the only area where you're going to see the new button for creating new reports. So just keep that in mind. We'll circle back around to reports, and we'll see how we can build and run reports. You can build them here under administration, but then when you do build a report, then you're going to give it a theme, and then when depending upon the theme you give it, then you're going to be able to run your reports from that theme location. You can see here you've got a report query here. This will just show you the reports that are associated with the service operations theme. So any reports written for incident, service requests, problem. And so we'll look at that when we start looking at reports. But just know that you build reports here. You can't build them within their area. Once you have a report created, though, you can modify it within that area. And you can't run the reports from here. You have to run them in their area. Anyway, enough about reports for now. We'll cover that. Trends again are like reports, but it's metrics that are gathered over time. So you're going to see sort of a histogram-like output to show trends, different record counts and such over time. And so this is the area where you would actually create your trends, what it is you're looking for, and then and those can then be used to display information in Service Manager or in your end user portal. Alerts are used basically as triggers. They're used to trigger. You can use alerts by themselves to actually do things. Basically, alert is a scheduled event, and so you can schedule an event to then do something, write some SQL code into the database, or in this case, a lot of times what we use alerts for is to trigger business rules. So you'll create a business rule. The business rule will have a trigger definition, something to the effect that if a particular record is inserted or updated, then trigger this business rule to do whatever the business rule is going to do. And what actually does that insert or update is an alert. So so alerts and business rules are sort of in the same family. They're used together. However, you can use alerts by themselves as well. You've got a purging capability here. So when you're wanting to purge records out of your system, of course, the first thing we would recommend is that you make sure you perform a backup, a SQL backup, which is something that you would do on the system by accessing the interface called myeasyvista.com. And if you're not familiar with that, then you can contact support and they'll walk you through how to use that. If you have any questions about the myeasyvista.com interface, just let me know and I can briefly go over that with you. But that interface in the SaaS environment is where you actually run your SQL backups. In an on-prem environment, of course, you can do that yourselves directly from your SQL server. But the idea is that you want to always back up before you purge, because these purge routines are, they're deleting your transactional data. So you would definitely want to back up things, maybe move your data to a data store for historical reference, something like that. But then here is where you can actually then schedule different types of data deletion routines. It's actually considered safer to do it here than it is to do it directly, in the database, because these routines, also check for relationships and make sure that you're not leaving any orphan records, in the system if you were to go in and delete records directly. So scheduled tasks, you're going to see here there's a lot of different types of things you can schedule. You can schedule reports, tasks, alerts. You can schedule your archives, your purge routines. You can schedule your integrations. When you reference these things here, what you're doing is you're seeing what is scheduled to run at what time. So if you're curious about that, you would come here and see what's scheduled just by selecting one of these guys. and you can, of course, manage what's scheduled from here as well. Import export. This is something that, I probably need to, go over a little bit more thoroughly. I'll just talk about it briefly here. When you're wanting to move configurations from one environment to the next, basically, when I say environment, what I mean is one database to the next. So, your production environment is a database. It consists of your config database and your data database, your transactional data database. And if you're wanting to move, say, you've got a workflow that you've built, and you may say you've built it in Sandbox, and you want that to be moved into production. What you would do is you'd come down here to where it says export workflows, and you'd click on, this here. You'd see all your workflows, and you'd select the one that you'd want to move from one system to the other. What happens, the system creates a nice little file that gets exported, and then you just import it into, the new system, and you've just moved a configuration. If you're moving reports, what's nice about that is if the reports have filters and views, of course they will, filters and views associated with them, and parent query relationships, they all get bundled up and moved together. And that's, what happens when you're exporting, several of these items here. So one of the tricks or techniques that I use is to just use the generic export function. See here that I'm not actually looking at some specific area. I mean, I can come in here and say, I know we've built a workflow, so if I say export workflow, then I'll see the workflows that we have. These are the ones we have in this particular system, because this is my empty database production 50,004 system that we've been working in. And so these are all of the workflows that we've created. Now, what I like to do though is when I'm looking for something, I'll do this. If I've just recently built something and I know that I've changed it, and I've either changed it today, or I can change my filter to just to not filtering at all, and then I can reverse sort on this last update, and then I can see, okay, what items have I touched or configured recently, and then I can find them. Here's all these items that we've been modifying, as of yesterday, and I can see, who modified it, and when it was modified. So I can say, okay, these workflows are the ones that I actually want to move to another system. So I can just highlight them, one or more, and say export them, and then I get a little export archive, with a little zip archive that then I can import into another system. So I would, come to the other system and just come down to the import option here and just import that file. And then my information that I had in one environment is now imported, transferred to another. So this is really handy. You'll be using this quite a lot when you get your systems running, or a lot of you have systems running now. When you're wanting to actually update your production environment, the idea is that you never really work in your production environment. You don't make changes there. You make sure that you have an environment like Sandbox where you can go in and make your changes, test your changes, validate, vet them, all this, and then you can take and apply those changes once you know they're working well to your production environment. So this is certainly a really handy utility here. Okay, next is...
So Rick,
yes, go ahead.
is this a good option for like getting data from production to your Sandbox so that you can work with relevant data or updated data?
Well, so this is going to move configurations.
Okay.
If you want to move data, then what you need to do is basically set up a query. So let's just say, for instance, you want to have a bunch of incidents that you want to move from sandbox or production to sandbox. So you come in here to incidents, and then you look at these, and I'll just go ahead and change this filter to none. And so I've got a number, not too many, but let's just say I had a whole bunch here. Then I could select all of these, and I could export them. I could basically export them from here as a CSV, and then I would import them using an integration model. So you can certainly move transactional data around like that.
Okay.
Typically, a better option would be every now and then you would want to periodically refresh your sandbox with a production copy. So there's actually a procedure that you can perform, or you can request it be performed for you. You just put a request in support. You just let them know that you'd like to synchronize your sandbox environment with your production environment. And in the myzvista.com interface, you have the ability, you can do this or support can do it for you. You can run backups on your environments, and you can also copy one environment to another. So in this case, you'd want to take and copy production to sandbox. Now you have a total mirror image of production in your sandbox environment. And then you just need to do a little bit of, there's a little refresh procedure that you need to apply to sandbox just to change some email addresses and such to make it specific to sandbox. But yeah, then you can have that. That's a quick way to move a lot of information.
Perfect. Because I'm just thinking of sometimes you're testing things in sandbox that never make it to production, and eventually they become so far out of sync. Are you really truly testing if the environments aren't the same anymore?
Yeah. So exactly. So you're going to want to synchronize your environments periodically, because you really want to practice good change control. And so what we mean by that is that you get those environments synchronized, and then you work all of your changes in your sandbox, and then you actually do not make any changes in production unless you've got if you're using change management, you create a CR, and then you specify exactly what files you're actually exporting from sandbox into production, so you can keep track of what changes are applied to production. But even doing that, over time, your two systems might get out of sync just a little bit. Depends on how well you can do change control. So then you can just go ahead and just make a copy over from production into sandbox and resynchronize the sandbox.
Makes sense.
So okay. So then next, let's take a look here. So import, export, integrations we've looked at. I think we're pretty good at that now. A lot of exercise activity around that. Parameters, big topic. I'll come back to that, because if I open this up, you'll see there's a ton of parameters in here. And then if I open it up even more, you'll see there's even more parameters that we could talk about. So it's important for me to at least give an overview of what all this stuff is, but I'm going to circle back around to parameters here once we cover the rest of these. So database management, I think I did at least talk or show this briefly. This allows you to go in to your different databases. Remember, you've got configuration database, a data database, and then a references database. When you look on the back end here, you have the advantage of, in this VM, to actually be able to look at the databases in SQL Server Management Studio, which is something you normally wouldn't be able to do in the SaaS environment. So you can actually see these databases. Well, they're represented here. And so you can use this database management just really to be able to look at the schema. It's read-only. You're not able to actually modify anything from here, but you at least can come in here and then understand what tables you have that you can write reports against, and what their schemas look like, what their columns or fields and all that, how they're set up. So this is just for reference. That's what that's for. User activity. Well, a couple of things here. If you click on this, you can see who's connected to your environment. So on a production system, you might see 20, 30, 40, 50 people connected. And so you'll see when they connected and when they're scheduled to be disconnected, where they connected from, who they are, that kind of thing. And then the other thing you can do, if you look at licensed used, you can actually see how many licenses you're consuming. And you can look at it at a day at a glance, week, month. This should pop up right away. I'm not sure what the VM is doing. But in a regular system, if you come in here, yeah, there it is, then you've got your high water mark. This is where your license count is set. And then you can see how many licenses are actively being used. And then over time, you can see if you have a bunch of people logging in, you'll just see activity like this, a graph that shows you. And so you can see from day to day, week to week, month to month, how close you are getting to the number of licenses you currently have the system set to. And you can make some decisions on whether or not you might need more or not. So license usage. Okay, platform activity. Couple of things here. This one's useful when you're working with support, because you can just come in here and get the version that you have installed, and they're going to always want you to do that. They're going to want to know what current version of software you're running. But then the other thing you can do here is you can actually.
I have a question. If it is
yes, go ahead.
If the EasyVista is not on-premise installation, shouldn't be this the last version, and we should not say to the engineer the version is just it's a software, it's a SaaS, and it's the latest version.
Not exactly, because EasyVista has a policy to not upgrade your SaaS platforms unless the customer puts in a request to do so. They don't automatically, when a new version comes out, they will not automatically upgrade your system.
Is the upgrade a chargeable service?
No, it's not chargeable. They're just waiting for you to just put in a request to upgrade. Only because there are a lot of situations where customers want to be able to test the upgrade against their data before it's actually applied to the production environment. So that's why it's not automatically done.
And there's also probably a lot of customers like ourselves that if there's any kind of changes to the GUI or interface, we want to be able to see what it is, document it, and communicate it out to our users and ticket workers.
Yeah.
And another,
and so,
I
to that
have
end,
another question.
Oh, go ahead.
Regarding the exactly like, so if the GUI on my side, it is changed at one point, the new version will default to the out-of-the-box one, or will be keeping the modification?
So
let's say a list of on my list of contacts I have extra 5 columns. The new version will remove my extra columns and will default to the out-of-the-box listing or not?
No. Whenever you upgrade your software to a new version, that the upgrade is designed not to change your configurations. So your configurations will remain the same. You'll just the core, the underlying code, the business logic is being upgraded. It's basically the application server, EasyVista application server, but we're not changing your data. We're not changing the metadata, that is used to configure your system. None of that gets changed. One thing I did mention earlier is that if you have fields in your database that are custom fields that you've either added normally you would add those through support because you wouldn't be able to do that directly. If those are not added properly, if they don't have the E_ prefix, then they will be overwritten. So that's why it's important anytime you're customizing your schema, whether it's a table or a stored procedure or a field in a table, that you always preface it with E_. Most systems, I know that Salesforce does this as well. They actually have a suffix that you put on your fields, but most systems require that you identify any customizations. That way, when the system gets upgraded, those identifications are not changed. Those customizations, I should say, are not changed. What we do is typically you're going to have provided to you what's called a qualification platform. And I think I went over this, but I'll just go over it briefly again. So your platform basically consists of an application server, a SQL server, and what am I missing here? There's 3 components: application server, SQL server, and a web server, of course. So those 3 components are kind of the base minimum fundamental components. You can have certainly a lot more than that, but for a platform, you're going to have those 3 things. So in the SQL server, you've got your databases. So you've got your production, sandbox, demo databases. In the application server, you have your EasyVista code. And then in the web server, of course, that's where you've configured your interfaces. Now, when you actually upgrade these versions here, you're upgrading the application server. You can be upgrading the database schema, and PHP has to do with the web server. Okay, so you're upgrading these things, but primarily you're upgrading the code in the application server. And so in that platform, when you apply a new version, you're upgrading those things. If you wanted to test that first before you changed your production system, you upgraded your production system, you would do that on a different platform. You would do that on the qualification platform, which consists of the same 3 components: application server, SQL server, and the web server. And so you'd apply the software to that. Then a request would be put in. If you didn't already have data in there, you would copy, just like you do a copy from production to sandbox. You'd request a copy from your production platform's production environment, production database, to your qualification platform's production environment or sandbox environment, what have you. And so then you copy over your metadata configurations as well as all your transactional data into that separate platform. Then you can upgrade that platform, and then you can see if there are any adverse effects or anomalies with the upgraded code to that platform. You see that everything looks okay, everything's running okay, your business rules, your notifications, alerts, all those things are running well. Then you could say, okay, let's go ahead and upgrade our production system. So that's why we provide a separate platform. So you can do that. Okay, moving on. Okay, business rules. Okay, now business rules are used to provide automation into your system. So this is something we could go over a little bit more in depth. you know, we really don't have it on our list for today, but I'd certainly be happy to cover business rules if you guys found that you were interested in wanting to know more about that. But business rules are basically used to either, you know, basically for automation purposes. So you automate notifications, you automate, you know, changes to your data. You know, a typical example would be, say, you know, you have your incident, which gets, you know, progressed through or processed through its life cycle to where you now have the customer needing to provide some sort of approval against the incident. They're approving the solution, and that customer, once they got their solution, they're off, you know, doing their business, and they don't come back to actually do that approval. You can run a business rule that basically says, okay, if I have a customer action, you know, for user approval of, say, a solution that has been given to them, their resolution, they're approving that solution. If they don't approve it within a certain period of time, the business rule will automatically close that action and then move the incident in its process to the next action, which may be a survey, or it may just close the ticket, whatever your workflow, you know, has next in terms of steps. So you can automate that process. You can say, well, we don't really need to worry about customers not closing their actions, because, you know, maybe we give them 3, 4, or 5 days, and if they don't do it, we'll just close it automatically. That's one use. There are many uses for business rules. And so this is where you would configure them, of course. Next, you've got your REST API, and where you would configure these. And so you've got a whole bunch of services out of the box that are here referred to. You know, these are the, you know, service references, URLs. But we don't have any configuration set up, or I'm sure should say connection set up for them out of the box. So you would have to provide some connection credentials to those systems, and then, you know, then from there you would set up the method calls and the resources that you would want to use against them. So this is where you would configure your integrations using, you know, REST API. And then here's where you can manage discussions. And so you can come in and you know, from here you can see what discussions are active and moderate them and do different things with them. And then finally, studios. Command Studio, Search Studio, this is where you would configure, you know, for instance, with Search Studio, what items you want to include in your full text search for Search Studio, what things you want to show, what fields. You'll notice that when you search, you get some information here. You can modify this to show whatever you want to show here. So the studio allows you to configure several things. And again, as well, for the command studio, if you're wanting to set up these commands, this is where you would do it. And we're going to cover these here in a later session, how you would do this stuff. Okay, so let me circle back around then. We've covered everything except for parameters. So then in parameters, of course, think of system-wide parameters. That's, you know, what you're doing here. You're setting up system-wide parameters or default information. So in the system, we'll just start with the top. Auto increment fields, I think we looked at this already. This is where you can configure the format that you're using for your ticketing. So each of these process areas, instance, service request, problem, change, event, purchase order, knowledge, or I should say known error, and then knowledge article as well, and then projects. So you can configure how you want your ticket numbers to look using these arguments. Next, I'm not sure if I'm going to go through each one of these. Let's just touch on some high point areas here. So you've got custom roles. We talked about a little bit. You can actually, in addition to having system roles and domain roles, you can actually come in and create what we call a custom role. So I'll give a peek into one of them, and we're not going to then break this down right now. But if we look at like employee, you can see here that what we're doing is we're setting a context. We're saying, so if an employee matches this SQL statement, then so you would use this role, say, in a workflow, and you would say, okay, for this step, I want to assign it to an employee. And then this SQL statement determines which employee number gets returned to the workflow. So you have this concept of a context, so you can have one or more contexts across different types of tables, and they could all be combined to output a result. Usually it's an ID, it's a record index for, in this case, an employee. And so that's as much I'm going to say about custom roles right now. It's a little bit to configure. It's more of an advanced thing, but it's very handy when you need to use them. Default values, I think we talked about that. Again, we have a lot of these things that need to be configured in the DCTs, those little spreadsheets that I shared earlier. So you can just quickly come in and configure these areas. Now these defaults, you can see here, system-wide versus different processes. These are used when catalogs, for instance, are missing this data, then the system refers to these defaults. If you don't have the defaults configured and you don't have your catalogs configured, then you're going to have a hung process. You're going to have to troubleshoot it. External search engines, it's just that you can configure different URLs to be used. And in this case, these are used in your full text search. So I didn't talk about this or touch on this too much, but you've got full text search here, which you can bring up, and then what I'm referring to here with the external search engines are these here. You can see we've got these configured, and they're configured right here. So you can come in here and configure, say, Google, and put in its search criteria, and then return information that you can then place into a ticket. This particular full text search capability is integrated into incidents, and we didn't really point that out when we had incidents open, but when you click on an incident and open it up here, let's get this ticket open. Come on, VM. Then you'll see here you've got a full text search tab here. And so you can access full text search from here just by clicking on the tab. And you would use this, or a technician would use this when they're trying to do research on the reported incident in this case. And so they can come in here and they can search through several areas. They can search through external sources, as well as they can search internally in EasyVista, and they can look at all the different categories, or a specific category, or just the knowledge base, and then you can further filter your search results by different filter sets here. If you're just wanting to return information based on these options, and then these date ranges as well. So again, this is designed to help you look up information that you have in your system to help you resolve an issue quickly. And when you find a solution, should we search, and I'd have to move over into the demo database to actually have any results in here. But type something in here, you find a handful of results, you go in and inspect them, you find that there's one that applies to your issue, you can just click on it and copy it into the ticket, into its solution area, and that becomes the solution that you use to document the workaround or whatever it is that you're solving. So that is here by design, out of the box by default. This tab is here. You can add additional tab functionality here, and I'll talk more about that when we start talking about form design, but just know that when we're in forms and editing forms, there's this option here called contextual applications, and you can actually select other information that you can have display or referenced by tab over here in your forms. So it just makes for quick access to things like maybe you might create lists, job aids for technicians when they're trying to walk through, say, maybe a password reset procedure. You could have that all listed out, and then they can just go to that page. You could have like a knowledge base tab here, and then they could look up that procedure and then have that list of steps handy. And so it's very useful. Okay. More parameters. So search engines, field constraints, these are used for defining field formats. So you can put a constraint in here, and you can tie it to a particular field, and you can see what kinds of things you can do here. So you can use I'm drawing a blank here. What do you call this again? Gosh darn it. It's
special characters.
Well, I'm thinking of, I don't know why I'm drawing a blank here. It's the irregular expression, yes, regex. Drawing a blank. So you can see here regular expressions you can use to create a format for a field. So you could specify the table and then the field and then the constraint, and then so for instance, if you're wanting to constrain data input for phone numbers to a specific format or email addresses, then you would use these regular expressions for that. And it's quite powerful, to be able to use regular expressions within an application. So, and if you're comfortable with regular expressions, that's great. Then you can use these. If you're not, then you have to take a little bit of a learning course on how to interpret regular expressions. But they're very powerful once you understand how to use them. Okay, so nice to know that the capability is there. We talked a little bit about history management. And this is where you would set up rules to audit changes on fields, in particular records. Indexing documents. Again, setting up indexes for attachments that you would add to the system. LDAP authentication. The recommendation is in the SaaS environment, this is used more mainly for an on-prem install, where you actually define your LDAP authentication authority. We don't use this for SaaS because we have our CMC team, our cloud management team, actually configure the LDAP authentication piece on the back end of the system, and there's advantages to do it that way. So this is not, so just for your reference, this is not used in a SaaS environment, but it is available in case you have an on-prem installation. Mail components, I didn't talk about them other than to say that they exist, but so when you're actually creating notifications and you're putting together, you know, a body context, that you can actually use mail components to modularize that content and then reuse that content over and over and refer to that content in a workflow by referring to the component rather than literally just statically putting that context in the workflow. I'll come back to this if anyone's interested in seeing how this is set up, and then I can show an example on another system where I already have it developed and have it, you know, configured, and I can show how these components work. I'm seeing here I don't have any components in here, but I do have a bunch of components in my demo server. So we can come back to this if anybody's interested in seeing how that gets set up. Same thing for mail templates. I talked about this a little bit yesterday, but templates are you know, like components where you can set up mail templates and then apply them to different wizards or different contexts within tickets, within forms and such. And so you can standardize your template, your notification output. One example would be if you wanted to create a template that say that you know, has questions about what you commonly need to ask a customer whenever they submit a ticket. You can just put all that in a template. Then you can refer to that template when you're sending an email to a customer. Pull that template up. It shows all of the information that you're wanting to ask them, and then you just send it. So you just have it in a template. It just makes it quick and easy. Yeah, other parameters, we'll get back to that. Script, of course, yeah, you can run scripts on the system. You know, you can run external scripts. What do I want to say about this? These are client-side scripts that you're running against particular records. And so you can see here, like if you use this script to run against an asset, you can actually ping the asset by using the information that you're pulling from the asset record and then determine whether or not a particular asset is alive on a system, for instance. So, you know, you can develop scripts that you run in your client. I hope I said client side, not server side. You're running it in your client, and then you know, you're using that for whatever purpose you develop here. Technical support agent, we know what that is. I mean, we configure an agent to actually monitor an email inbox and then process those emails, and for the purposes of creating records in the system, typically incidents and service requests, or you know, it could be events that are processed from alerts that come out of you know, systems to alert against an event, and then we create a ticket on that event. But we can set up one or more monitors to monitor different inboxes to be able to process emails, you know, to be able to do that. And also we're going to need at least one TSA set up to monitor the service desk inbox. So when notifications go out of EasyVista, they go out with the return address of that service desk inbox. And then should those notifications, those emails get replied to, then they come into that box, and then the TSA reads those and then takes and moves that information, those emails, into the tickets that from which those notifications came. So yeah, we need to set up at least one. You can set up one or more of those. Uniqueness has to do with setting up rules against specific tables and records where you do not want record duplication on data entry. So this might be a good candidate for just coming here and saying, okay, what's the content sensitive help associated with this? Unicity, you can come in here and you can, take a look at this. Again, you're basically defining rules to say, okay, if I have an asset tag, like in this case, if I've got an asset tag of a particular number, or an alphanumeric, sequence, and then I try to add a new asset with the very same tag, the system will prohibit that. If you've got an active rule set here to prohibit, that, to keep the records unique. That's what uniqueness is for. Web services, configuring SOAP. If you're comfortable with SOAP, the SOAP API, then you can come in here and set up your WSDL files and set up all your SOAP methods right there. And then lastly, you've got wizard parameters here that you can look at. All the different wizards you have in the system, you can take a look at them. You know how when we see a wizard or a dialog pop up and we want to modify that, normally we modify it on the fly when we're running a ticket, we're processing through a ticket, but you can actually come to those dialogues here directly. And the reason I say that is because sometimes when you configure one of those dialogues that pop up, when you see those little modals and you click on the pencil and then you start configuring the fields behind the modal, you can actually make the modal not appear by turning off the display on all the fields. When you do that, then that modal never pops up again. If you want it to pop up again, you have to come in here and modify it from here and turn off or change those display parameters so the modals will pop up again. That's one of the reasons why you can access your wizards from here. Okay, hope that made sense. Okay, so we've covered all of that, and then the last thing to circle around and cover, and I think I might just point at this area, but not necessarily, well, I'll spend a few minutes on it and then we'll take a break. So you can see here, if you're ever wondering where you would set something in the system, maybe like you're thinking, okay, I know in the system I can probably set a session timeout. So if I've got an inactivity timer, for a session and I want to change it, where would I do that? 99 times out of 100, or whatever the percentage might be, more often than not, if you're looking to set something, a system parameter, it's going to be here. We've got about 100 different parameters we can set. To get to this, I got into it by admin, parameters, other parameters. If you just search from here and you just type in other, you'll go right to it. And you click on other parameters. You come here, and then really you just need to kind of go through each of these and try to understand what they do. Now, again, I would suggest that you go to the context sensitive help and you'll go to other parameters, and then all of these are described and what they do. So it doesn't really make sense for me to cover off all of them, but I can point out a few. Authorize multiple connections. When this is set to true, then that allows an individual to log in multiple times with the same credentials. Okay, and we can actually, if you just highlight the parameter and then click on update, the description or the comment usually gives a pretty good indicator of what this is for. So you can read this one here. Enables several sessions to be open with a given, login and password, a given set of credentials. So you can log in multiple times. And so to that end, you can see if you look under, come back here. And if you come down here, remember under parameters, you could look at user activity, or actually it's not under parameters, but you can look under user activity. So you can see if you have this thing set to true, you will be able to see the same person potentially logged in 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times, that many sessions. Now the question you might have, I know you all have this probably popping into your head, is are these sessions consuming licenses? And the answer is no. The licenses are consumed on a concurrent user basis, and so we're looking at the credential, not the session or the session ID. So one person can log in, heck, 10 times. They could have 10 different browsers up. Now, does that have an impact on performance? Yes. So, do you want to allow this behavior? What I would suggest is that you want to keep this on during your implementation cycle of your, project, where you're trying to get your system ready, up and running, because you're going to have your implementation team members wanting to log in potentially multiple times and to be able to work on different screens at the same time. Once you go live, you might want to consider turning this off. When you turn this off, then what happens is, if a person is logged in and then they fail to log out properly, let's just say they don't click the log out button, the session will stay active if they don't log out properly, if they just close their browser. It will time out because you do have a timeout setting on the sessions, so it'll eventually close. But if you have this set to false, then when they go to log in the next time, the system will say, hey, you've already got a session established. Do you want to log in now, or do you want to continue to, to use that other session? And so what it does is it'll close the other open session, and you'll only have one session open at a time per login credential. So I would say once you go live, you might want to consider setting this to false. Or you could leave it this way and just monitor your performance and monitor your activity and see if it's having an adverse effect by leaving this set to true. So that's one item. There are other, each of these. This here, default profile ID, want to make sure that's set to your end user profile ID, so that way when you're importing new employee records into the system and you're not setting their profile, they're always going to be set to this default. We typically set this to the end user profile. And so then if somebody starts complaining that they can't see anything in Service Manager, you go to their record, their employee record, and see what profile they're set to and say, oh yeah, we need to change you from end user to technician or something like that. Yeah, I'm just kind of looking through here at some of the more interesting ones. Enable auto connect in emails for groups and individuals. This puts an automatic link in your notifications that you can click on to actually, so from an email, you can go right into a ticket. Normally, you don't want to leave that on. You want this on in development, like I say, when you're first standing up your system. But then once your system goes live, you want to turn that off, because you should have designed into your notifications these auto connect links on a custom basis. You don't want them to always show up by default. So something to turn on, turn off. Password constraints, double authentication. This is an important one. This has to do with whether or not you're going to allow external authentication as well as internal authentication. In other words, external meaning like LDAP, Active Directory, whatever your IDM, your identity management system is. If this is set to true, then you're using that, plus you're also allowing EasyVista internal authentication to occur. So if you think about it like this, when somebody wants to authenticate into EasyVista and you've set up, Active Directory to be that, primary authentication authority, then the system sends a request out to your AD server or ADFS to authenticate that login attempt. If for some reason that's not available, then the system will then default or it'll go to the next authentication method, which is internal. This can be useful to leave on in case you want to have kind of like a backdoor login as an administrator. So if your AD system goes down and you need to get into EasyVista for some, just for whatever reason, you can log in with your internal password, the one you set in EasyVista. And so you have two different methods. Some people like to set up multiple accounts and say they set up multiple AD accounts, one being their administrative account, one being just a regular user account. But if the connection to their ADFS goes down, they're not going to be able to log into the system. So yeah, something to think about, something to consider. And then, yeah, we can go through here and look at all the rest of these. But like I said, they're described what these things are in the wiki. A lot of these will be set for you. Like the SSO criteria will be set. If your system's in a SaaS environment, then the CMC will set up your SSO configuration for you, and you'll see all that there. You've got some references here to, I'm looking for it here, but if I don't find it, that's okay, to your service application server. So when you first log in and you see that error message that says error and whatever it says after that, but it's basically the error message is indicating that you don't have a connection with the service application server. So the service manager cannot paint a dashboard because it doesn't know how to get the dashboard because there's no connection criteria. You would configure that here. And I don't really need to find it, but it's configured here. Yeah. I could look for it, but I'm just pointing out that here it is right here. Okay, so you configure it here and see what's missing here are your defaults. So in my particular VM, I have the server URL defined, but then I don't have a specific application defined, as a default dashboard. So that's why, I'm not seeing the dashboard. And I would set my default here, and then, when we go into, user profiles, you'll see how you can set up a user profile dashboard specifically for that profile. So when a user logs in with their profile, they see that dashboard. Anyway, yeah, and there are a lot of other things here. Again, like I would say, if you have any questions about them, you can certainly ask support, or you can ask around. They are all defined on the wiki. But if you're wondering what something does, or if the definition of the wiki, you try it and it's not working, doesn't make sense, then certainly you can get support to help you with that. So a lot of things here. So just know if you're needing to set up system parameters, you're going to probably find them here. Okay, well, I've gone over our first break. So I see here we're 1/4 after the hour. Why don't we go ahead and just we'll take a little bit longer break, maybe 15 minutes. So we'll go ahead and just break until the bottom of the hour, and then from here we'll go into user profiles. Okay. So I'll go ahead and set the timer, and I'll stay online in case anybody has any questions about anything. And we'll start up again in about 15 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everybody. It is now the bottom of the hour. So I'll just wait for just another second here, and then we'll go ahead and get started. Okay, let's just go ahead and jump right in. So what we want to talk about next is user profile management. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get into that area. The way I would do that is by going into the admin folder, of course, from the global menu. And then I'm going into access management and then user profiles. And so, you know, what I'll mention about this is that, you know, typically out of the box, we normally start with about 4 profiles. Those profiles, of course, the number of those can grow in your system over time, you know, depending on your requirements. But normally what we start with was an administrator profile, and then some sort of technician or back office profile, a manager profile, and an end user profile. So we start with those 4, and then of course from there we can develop others. So I'll just go right into admin and we'll take a look at what we've got there. So again, user profiles, their purpose is to define what functionality is enabled or allowed, you know, for anyone associated with the profile. So obviously when we set up a user account, one of the things we do is we set a profile. Should we set it to admin, then we'd see, you know, this kind of capability. Now, we'll just start here across the top, and I'll describe what each of these items are, and it shouldn't take too long. Actually going into each item and then determining whether you want to turn it on or off, that takes a lot longer. That you know, that's an exercise that takes a little bit of effort. But we'll go in here at a high level, and again, I'm not seeing content sensitive help here, but what I would say is that we go into the documentation, we go into the wiki, go to the sitemap, and then if you go into admin, I mean, this is one way to do it. You could just type user profiles, I'm sure you get there. But if you type that and you look under access management, you'll see user profiles here. And then at least you'll have the documentation that will describe each of these areas that we're about ready to, you know, talk about. Okay. Oops. So let me go back here. All right. So across the top, master profiles, menus, save button. So master profiles, what the heck is that? Well, so you can see here a list of profiles. So these are all the profiles we have in the system. Now, what we're seeing here, you know, nothing's checked. If we had a check here, think of this as looking through a pipe from this profile to the profile that's checked. If this profile was checked, then that would mean that anyone logged in to that profile could assign this profile. It's kind of like a inception, sort of like, you know, backwards thinking here. When you check this, this doesn't mean, you know, remember, this is the master profile above this profile. This isn't saying that we're checking these boxes saying that we can assign these profiles from our profile. It's just the opposite. We're saying, you know, if we check any of these, and you can see none of these are checked, so none of these profiles will even see the administrator profile in their list. We would have to check like back office, and then if we logged in as a user that had the back office profile assigned to them, then we would see administrator in their list. And what that's telling us is then they could assign the administration privileges to an account. So the administrator shouldn't have anything checked, was what the point is. Okay. Because you want to be in the administrator account to assign it. Menus I'll come back to. We looked at the menus briefly, and I'm not sure that we need to spend a lot more time here in this because we've already covered this, but I'll come back to this and just make sure we're comprehensive. So coming along the top here then. So basically checkboxes are kind of intuitive. You can read what they say. But there might be some things here that you have a question about. So API, REST API, obviously, if this is enabled, that means that if you're logged in, your user is assigned the admin profile, administrator profile, then you can actually use those credentials from another system that's doing a REST call, and you could get in because you're authorized to use REST. But not only do you enable it here, but then you click on the little gear icon, and then you can see that you can enable granularly down to the method call and the action on the method call. So everything's of course turned on right now, but you can turn everything off for particular profiles and say only allow them to do, say, get functions. So meaning that they could just read data, but they couldn't post, patch, or put, which means they couldn't actually modify any data in our system from REST. So you can control all of this. What methods are accessible and the actions, as I've mentioned. Activate the post, you can't because it's not allowed. So you cannot post. You can put, but you can't post. So the only things that are allowed are what are not grayed out. I guess that's the easiest way to describe that. The functionality is not universal across every method. You can see a lot of these methods you're only able to do gets on, but you can't do anything else. With the one you were mentioning, I guess request ID, only these three actions are configured. Or yeah. Okay, so next is edit views, edit filters. Of course, that has to do with whether or not you can actually edit a view or a filter, and just to kind of focus on that for a second. Filters and views, right? So when you check the box edit view or edit filter, you're basically allowing this to show. If that's unchecked in your profile, then you won't see this. So you'll see all of the filters, but you won't have any way of editing them. And you'll see all the views, but you won't have any way of editing them. Same thing while we're here with the form. So if you come up here if you're looking for an edit option, if you don't see it, it's because your profile has that option unchecked. So let me go back to that profile. And so edit views, edit filters, edit forms is actually this. Edit display presentations. They could have just said forms. It's the same thing. But if you have this checked, that means you can edit forms. Edit help means you can edit, you know, the what am I trying to say here? The content sensitive help. You can edit where that actually goes on the wiki. So a lot of times we uncheck that. We don't want anybody changing any of those. You know, administrators, of course, we just leave all this checked. Enable ticket creation from the search bar. So that would be this. This is the search bar. So if you uncheck that, that would mean that you could search for people, but when you found somebody, you wouldn't see the buttons here that would allow you to create a ticket. So you couldn't create a ticket from there. And you know, I guess there might be, you know, scenarios where you'd want that, but you know, we have that specifically, that functionality specifically enabled so that you can actually create tickets from the search bar. So that's usually always on. The one place where it wouldn't be, I guess, is the user admin profile. User profile, we turn everything off because what we're saying is we don't really even want the user to be able to do anything in the Service Manager. They shouldn't even be logging into the Service Manager, but they do need a profile so that they can log into the self-service portal. But these permissions only apply to Service Manager. Okay, so you know, manage the the print report. This has to do with managing the scheduler. Okay. Okay, now then down this side, if I was to collapse the general here, and I could see here at a high level. So these are all the main areas in Easy Vista. In the old system, the pre-oxygen system, we called them modules. These are the modules. I guess we could still call them modules. So we've got, you know, there are some modules that even though, I mean, you're an administrator, you don't really need to see them. It's like discovery. This is essentially an obsoleted, you know, module. We never configure it. We should probably pull it out of the product, but it remains in there. But you know, if you're never ever going to use it, why have it clutter up your menu? So here, if I just uncheck that, hit save, and then anytime you make a change in the profile, I don't think, you know, reloading will actually read this. Let's see. Yeah, it's still there. What you have to do is you have to end your session and then reestablish your session. At that point, it'll reread the profile on, you know, session entry. So I've turned off this. So if I just go ahead and log out, log back in again, then I won't see it.
Hey, Rick, just a real quick question. Since you led us to discovery, I noticed that the software management was under the discovery. Is there another place that that's handled now within the tool?
Yeah, it's under asset. The software management piece under discovery was actually discovering the software using the discovery mechanisms and agents. But you know, you can discover your software or you can add it in manually. You can discover it from another system and then integrate with that system, and then you can manage it then under assets here.
Understood.
So
all right, yeah. So you get that information from like SECM or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Very good. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay, so then let's see, let me get back to the profile. We can see here that that one dropped off. I'm not even sure why we have a discovery profile, on this VM. We never set up discovery. It's not, it hasn't been worked as a, project. We've kind of walked away from it. We've abandoned that feature, so it hasn't, had any development on it in a number of years. So if we turn it off, then what you'll notice is it doesn't show up in your menu, because remember, in your menu, your global menu, everything that you have enabled here in the profile will show up in your menu automatically. It won't show up in your My menu unless you place it in there, but in the global menu, everything that you have enabled here will show up here. So discovery's off. Now, the other technique that, I might suggest is that until you actually configure a module, or you're in the process of configuring a module, to reduce the clutter, I would just turn it off. Something like service design, a lot of times we don't set this up initially either. Now, you might, as an administrator, just want to have everything turned on so you can have access to everything, but unless you're planning on actually configuring this module, then I would just say turn it off, even on the administrator profile. Certainly you'd want to turn off things like in the manager or technician profile. The technician profile, you're not only going to want to go into the section or the module, you're going to want to turn off specific things and only show other specific things. But anyway, so enabling or disabling modules at the very root level is the way you do that here. I would say service design, the rest of them, I would probably leave on. These two I just turn off. Now,
you can always turn them back on if you need to.
Yeah, you can. And so what it is that you're just reducing, like I said, clutter on things that you're not using. Now, so if you go into general here, you're going to see, for instance, like if I open up general here, I can see my actions, and I see all these actions. Okay, well, I'll just point out that some of these actions are there for legacy purposes. So if you actually migrate from a 2016 system up into Oxygen, and you have an older schema that you're migrating up from, you need these, broken out into the different themes. And so these are there for legacy purposes. And you're going to need those. You're going to need to show those. But if you're just starting with a fresh Oxygen platform, then these really don't apply to you. They'll still work. You can use them, but it's a lot of additional clutter that you don't need. So, I would say on a brand new Oxygen platform, I would come in here and turn these off, because again, I'm mentioning these are legacy, so you don't need them. And I will leave on these, because these, as I mentioned, the old system, you needed to differentiate. You need to separate out operation from transition, but with Oxygen, they can be combined. Okay, so it's something to think about. Again, you can go into each of these areas, and I might just emphasize that as you click on something on the left, you can see that the middle column and the right columns change. So you start with the left, and then you drill down and see when I click on directory, then under directory, I have filters and views that are associated with directory. And so if I was to come over, say another way to do this is to just open up a separate session in a separate browser, and then look at your permissions here, and then compare them with what you're seeing in the second browser. You should be able to see, if you're under directory, you're going to see this none filter and then these views. And so you can control on a profile level whether or not you're going to allow people to see these filters and views. So as an administrator, of course, you're going to leave all this on, but say if you're setting up the technician profile, there might be filters and views here that, you want to just turn off. They're defined in the system. So you've got two options. You can either just delete them out of the system, or you leave them defined because they're useful for certain people, certain functionalities, but they are not relevant for others. So you have the option to, turn them on or off in their profiles. So you have that. You have also the option, like if you go down into an item that has related elements, like incidents. So then you can, when you click on that, you'll see I've got related elements, I've got wizards and presentations. And so the related elements, you can decide whether or not you want to show specific things just by enabling them or disabling them. Okay, you just make that decision based on the content. The wizards, you can control what wizards show up based on profile. So based on how somebody logs in, what profile they're logging in under, they'll see different levels of functionality. One of the things I mentioned is that it might be a good idea. Like if we look, we don't always have the same wizards, right? It depends on the context. So if I come down here to, say, the directory for employees, I know that in there, I click on this, I'm going to see a delete wizard. Now, as an admin, do I want to have access to that wizard? Do I want to avoid maybe accidentally deleting a record? Well, one thought is to create a profile. It could be your administrator profile. You could just call it administrator, and then maybe put the initials of your business or something, or you can say operational administrator, or whatever you want to call it. Just the regular administrator profile. Then you would go in and uncheck all the delete functions, all the delete options in this profile. You would create another profile, maybe call it super admin or root user or something, and you'd have everything turned on. And so then you, as an administrator, you just basically use the standard administrator profile with all the delete options disabled. Then if you ever needed then to go in and delete something, you would just switch to, you wouldn't need another account. You would just go into your account and just switch your profile to super admin or something. And so that's just one way of keeping you from accidentally maybe deleting records that you would rather not delete. So it's a suggestion. So again, enabling, disabling, very straightforward. I guess I'll just explain what representations are. So representations, when we get into form design, we're going to talk about conditional forms. Conditional forms, another name for them in the system, are representations. So what we're seeing here, this is a form. It's called the form of connected user or connected employee. What it is it's a form that shows up when you, as the logged in user, look at your own employee record. When you look at your own employee record, you're going to see a different form than if you were to look at somebody else's record. And when I get into form design, I'll explain, conditional forms and why that is. But just know that that's what these are. When you see representations, it means the conditional forms. When you see display presentation, that just means form. I mean, I guess this is just a translation issue between French culture and English. We would just call it forms and conditional forms, but just know what that means. So you'll see that, in some modules like incidents, there are a lot of conditional forms. You're going to see if you have a ticket that's in closed status, there's a form that shows that's going to be different than your regular incident form. And this form is presented, based on the status of the ticket. The condition, the logic that you apply to show that form, is determines what form you see. So in this case, if a ticket is in completed or closed status, then this form will show instead of the normal form. The normal form, we call it the base form. And then you have these other forms. So you see here incident creation, that's just basically your intake form. So different forms. And then you can see here how we redirect to other forms based on the ticket type. So if you're entering a service request, we redirect to that. And then you have, subtle differences. You have, the form say service request rather than incident, and, other such things. But you can use conditional forms for many different things. One thing to, sort of consider is, if you wanted to make a form read only based on a condition or a status or, some sort of condition that you might apply. Or you might want to make it read write. So let's just say you have a form like an employee form. And if the administrator is actually logged in and your condition to display the conditional form is the logged in user's profile equals administrator, then you're going to show a form with all of the fields unlocked. In other words, they're read writable. But if you want to make them read only, you don't want people modifying the data, then you would set them to read only on the base form. And then on the conditional form, think of it as a layer. The conditional form, you change the field properties to be something else. That's one of the things we're doing with that connected user form. That form allows for more editable options than if you were looking at somebody else's record. So that's what that is. Now, when we look at these items here, what do these mean? Well, you can hover over them. They're tooltips. This one says can insert, meaning you can add a record. So basically a plus, right? If you check this box, it means you're allowing the person that has this profile associated with their login account, with their employee record, they're able to add a record. They're able to add a service request. They're able to add whatever we have checked here. This one here, the pencil usually means edit, and you can see here the tooltip says can update. So you can edit records when this is checked. If you just want to make records read only for people, you just uncheck both of these. And so you might have, certain things like, there could be your directories, your department directories, where you don't want it really to have anybody edit those or even insert new departments. Maybe you have an integration doing that. So you might want to just uncheck both of these and just make your department's data just read only to everyone. And so you might do that in every profile. And typically the admin profile, though, you kind of leave everything on, enabled, because admins may need to go in and make adjustments. Okay, so that's how this works. And you can see you've got your main modules here. When you select, then these are dependent on what you've selected. So now we're seeing, filters specific to employees. If I switch to another section here, then I get a different set of filters and a different set of related items. different set of wizards. If I click here, I can see here, okay, my wizards are different now. Locations. So yeah, and so, you know, this is pretty straightforward, but there are a lot of, it's very granular. There are a lot of things to consider. You can drill down in, you know, in some of these, you can drill down in quite deep, and then you can have every item that you drill down in, you have a different set of grids and related, you know, elements and different set of wizards and forms, conditional form. You'll have to go through each of those and then consider what you want to enable and disable based on a profile. One of the things I recommend is that you create a test user, call it your profile tester, and you might even give it the name admin profile tester. And then you log in as that tester, and that tester has the admin profile associated with them. And you have a different test user called manager and a different called technician, and however many profiles you have. And that way, so when you're setting up your profile for, say, the technician, then you can log in as the technician. You can see how the menu is showing up here. You can see when you've disabled such things that if you go into that area, you're going to see how that looks to the technician. Things should be invisible. They shouldn't be able to see. If you've disabled wizards, they shouldn't be able to see them. So when I'm setting up profiles, I always log in with the test user that's, you know, assigned to that profile, and then I'll make changes here, and then I'll have to, once I make a few changes, I'll save the changes, and then I'll log out and log in with the other session. I'm pointing to my other monitor. You guys can't see that, but I'll have another session, and I'll log back in, and I'll see those changes take effect immediately. And that's the way I do it, just so I can make sure that whatever I change here is doing what I expect it to do. You know, and that my understanding of what these switches do is accurate. Okay. All right. So, well, that's permissions. And then I guess the last thing, we've touched on this somewhat, so I don't have to drill that into it too much more, but menus. So just to sort of review here and reiterate, every profile can have its own menu associated to it. Under My Menu, this is the My Menu. And so as an administrator, you can come in and you can build out a kind of a skeletal structure that you might want everyone that's using that profile to see. What I want to emphasize is that what they're able to see when they click edit is determined by what you check. If you have something checked, then when they go into edit, they're going to be able to see all of those items that you have checked. Those items won't be in their My Menu yet because they haven't been dragged over and put in there, but they can do that under the edit menu themselves. Now, what you can do is you can come into a profile and say, well, yeah, I want everybody to have like a ticket folder, and then I want in there, I want to have actions, I want to have incident service requests, and I may want to have a folder called directory that everybody has for this particular profile that we're editing. And in the directory folder, I want to put in, you know, employees and groups and departments, stuff like that, and already have that set up. So when they log in, they're going to see that's already set up for them there, and further, they can't modify it because since you've come in here as an administrator and modified it, when they click the edit button, remember, they're going to see the little locks, and the little locks mean that, you know, the administrator set these things up and they're not modifiable by the end user. But they could come in and, you know, then, you know, add their own stuff and even add redundant stuff. So, but anyway, so that's the menu editor. Everything that you see here is determined by what you have enabled, as I mentioned. So you can see I've turned off discovery, so it no longer shows up here. I did also turn off service design, but I haven't saved and logged out and logged back in yet, so it's still showing. And of course, then just drilling down and then selecting what you want, and then clicking on it, and then editing what you want to show in the menu, and then saying add menu, and then it comes up over here, and that's how you build out your menu. Okay. There's more to this menu. So let's see. So you've got adding folders, pretty straightforward. Service apps, these are these web applications that you build in the service app server. So in this case, let's see if we have any. Yeah, so I've got some in the service apps server right now. And so I can select any of these, and I can add them to my menu. Okay. I keep closing the menu. I want to just go back. Okay. So selecting this will allow you to see the content, the applications, your web applications that you have in your service apps server, and you add links to them. In the menu, you see here that you've got a home object that allows you to actually select a web app, a dashboard that you want to be your default home dashboard for your menu, your My Menu. So this is how you do this. You just click on home, and then you select the app, typically a dashboard app. So select the dashboard app, and then you'd then put in what page you want it to show. And then you just update your home, and then you're good. Okay. Reports, if you click in here, you're going to be able to see the reports. So here's all the reports that are in the system, and then you can select the report and add it to your menu. So if there's specific reports that you like, immediate quick access to, and you run them all the time, you can just add them, directly to your menu so you can access them. External URLs, pretty self-explanatory, and then this is coming. This is part of the self-help portfolio, and you'll be able to pull in items from self-help when this is active. Okay, I think that's about it. This button here does kind of a factory reset on your menu, so if you want to start over and clear out your menu, you just click this and everything you've added goes away. Okay. I think that's it on profiles. Not much more I can think about talking about for profiles. I think we're good.
Exported from one system to another? Maybe you answered and I was not attentive.
Well, yeah, the quick answer is yes. And so if you go under where it says import export, you'll see that you do have an option to export profiles. So you can come in here and then you see export, and you should be able to find profiles right there. And then you can export them out of one system and import them into another. So very handy, because you get it set up the way you like it, and then you can either share it or just use it in other systems. Then you'll see duplicates. Yeah, so, and so that will happen if you're exporting out of your system and importing back into it. you'll just overwrite what's there. But if you're exporting out of another system and importing into a new system, and those objects don't match internally, those IDs, then what you'll see, you might have the common or the friendly name, the object name, show as, say, a menu name. But then the underlying ID is different. So then what'll happen is you'll see the menu item name twice. They'll represent two different objects. And then you just have to decide which one you want to use and which one you want to delete. Okay, good questions. Okay. I went through this kind of quick up here. I didn't mention this display quick dashboard. That just turns this on or off. It doesn't turn it off completely because the notification and the discussion icons will remain. But if you uncheck this, then these three go away. So that controls that. Yeah, that's the only thing I didn't mention. Okay. All right. Let's move on. So the next thing we have on our list is just real quick look at account creation, and I don't need to spend a lot of time on that. So we're going to go down here, account creation, just review that. And so, oops. What I want to do is just put up a slide here real quick, just as a reminder that when you're creating accounts, you've got login essential information. Dang it, there we go. And then you've got non-login, minimum information, and then optional information. So just to sort of emphasize this, when you're creating a login account, you're going to need a name, right? So you can see who it belongs to. Email address and login ID. Need those. You need to set a profile, and you need to, set a domain. So you need to do those 5 things. The next couple of items need to be set also. The interface language. Your system defaults to a language, so as long as you don't need to change it, it'll default to English if English is your default language. So you don't need to worry about setting that. And then you can also default this. So your notification type defaults to mail. So these two get set for you automatically. You just want to look at them and make sure they're what you want. But these are the ones that you need to make sure you set up when you create an account. And then lastly, you don't need to set a password if you're authenticating to AD, because this is not relevant then, because you're authenticating out to another system. The only reason you'd set a password is if you want to authenticate internally. So really all you need when you have single sign-on set up, or you're just authenticating via LDAP, is just these 5 fields. The rest are optional. So that's pretty much all we need to say about that. Okay. Let's see. Where are we? Okay, so reference data. I'll just touch on these tables and just point out where they are, and maybe talk about a couple of them, what their uses are. I'm pretty sure we can find content-sensitive help to describe them. Reference tables are right here under references. And so you've got these reference tables. Okay, so directories. Now, generally speaking, these all get populated either manually by a CSV import or, dynamically with an integration. When you integrate to Active Directory, you can populate your departments, your employees. You You could even populate your groups. There's a way to do that, you know, as long as you have groups established in AD and you have the right members in those groups. Locations. So you can populate all these from an AD integration, or you can just populate them, you know, from a spreadsheet. And then suppliers. Suppliers are basically your vendors that you're going to refer to. You can either use it, well, it's really just to keep it simple. It's just all your vendors that you would, you know, refer to. They could be suppliers of contracts, suppliers of hardware, suppliers of software, whatever they're supplying. You've got a directory of suppliers here, and then you can associate them with things. Catalogs, yeah, we know what those are, and these are all the different catalogs that eventually get populated. They're all process-related catalogs, so you can see what they are. And then other references, and then this is a big long list of tables. And so I'm wondering, let me do this. Let me do this. So see how I've got this link here, reference tables? Okay. Well, that's all fine and dandy that I have that link. How did I get that link? But here's all the tables and all their descriptions on the wiki. So I don't know that we really need to go through them. You have the information. If you have questions about anything specifically, of course, we can go over that. But, you know, how do I get to this references table? Well, let me come in here and then just type in reference, and I'm pretty sure that'll take me there. Reference tables. Yep, pretty easy. I may have gotten there through the sitemap and gone into administration, and let's see, did I find them here? Doesn't look like it. So I probably just searched for them. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not seeing them here. Would they be under user? Yeah, so well, here's other references. Yeah, would have been a little hard to find that way, but searching for it's the quickest way. And then you've got all of your exclamations of all of your tables. Okay. So managing these tables, you basically need to populate. Because we didn't populate anything in this system, so yeah, they're empty. So we would use an integration model. So now here's an interesting thing. And when I first started implementing and configuring systems, I'd go into something like this. A customer would say, "Yeah, I've got a whole bunch of cost centers." I go, "Okay, cool. I'll just set up an integration model." I think, wait, how do I know what the spreadsheet should look like for that integration model, that connector? Because I don't have a cost centers spreadsheet, or I didn't at the time. Well, so the way you get around that with any of these, just create a spreadsheet, throw a couple of categories on a spreadsheet, import that spreadsheet, into the integration model, having chosen the right connector. In this case, you'd have a connector called cost centers. The file that you're importing is blank. It's just a CSV file with a couple headers. All you're using it for is just a source, so then you can see the destination fields. And at that point, you can see how the connector is set up. You can see, okay, what are all these fields? Now, the other way to go is you could kind of guess by doing this. You can say, well, I'm just going to go ahead and click new, and then I'll put in cost center. I'll just put 1, 2, 3. That's the name of my cost center. and then I look at the form. Okay, and in this instance, there's not a lot going on here. If I go look at the possibilities on this form, there's really nothing other than just the reference to the cost center. There's no other information. So maybe cost center wasn't the greatest example, but if I was to do this with, you know, an item that had a form that had a whole bunch of fields, then I could say, well, okay, these are the fields that I need to populate. So I'll create a spreadsheet with these column headers, and then I'll go ahead and validate it against the connector. I'll set up the integration model, go ahead and, you know, use the spreadsheet, upload it. I won't have any information in it, but I'll have my headers. And then I'll just compare the destination mapping, you know, those fields, you know, with my, the ones I have in my spreadsheet, and see whether or not, you know, I have what I need. Typically that's, you know, a good way to go. And then, because all you're doing is just setting up a source file to be able to map to a destination target, and then pull in the data. Okay, so yeah. So yeah, there's not, I'm just looking through here. The DCTs that I've shared with you and that we use, they basically expose the common items that we configure. So we're going to need to fill out those spreadsheets, all of those tabs, and then we'll use that information to create CSV files to populate, you know, specific tables, like your holidays and holiday lists and your SLAs, and you're populating what you need to get started. And then later you're going to come back and maybe you're going to need to, you know, update certain things that, you know, you didn't configure initially, like if you're wanting to then use contract management or purchasing or something like that, then you're going to need to fill out some additional stuff in here. You're going to need invoice statuses, and all of those sorts of things are described in the different processes, you know, on the website, in the wiki. Okay. Okay, so I guess enough about that. All right, so we can move on. Let's move on to form design. Okay. Now with form design, let's see here. I mean, we can start by, let me just see, we can start by searching forms, form editor, and then we can get a little bit of a reference here. This is our reference point. So if you have some questions about editing forms or the form editor, of course, you can always pull this up. And then what I'll do is I'll just go in and describe the forms and what you can edit. Okay, so let's go to a form. I could pick either a ticket, or I could pick maybe like an employee, or I could pick an asset. Let's pick an asset. So I'm going into assets and configuration items, and I'm going into the equipment inventory area. If I wanted to look at configuration items, I could go into this area and see configuration items, but I want to look at my asset inventory, so I'm going to click here. And I know we populated some assets from a exercise. So, you know, I'm going to change my view from grouping by location to just show me a list of all my records, all my assets. Let me see how many assets I have. I've got 999. Yeah, that's how many I imported. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at an asset record. So I'm drilling down in here. Okay, and once the form comes up, okay, so we can see here on the form, the way it's laid out, we have a key field here identifying the record. We have another set of fields here that are prominently displayed, I should say. They're up at the top of the form. And then we have our form here, our main form view. You can see that it consists of a couple of sections. We can call these containers, like field containers, or just, you know, content containers. And then we have over here, we have related elements. And then we have this more section that actually we're looking at the more section. If I click here, the only thing we have in this is attachments, because we don't have any relations to any of these other elements yet. So, so that's what you have, you know, in terms of the things that you can edit, what you can control on a form. Now, so to be able to edit a form, you come up here, and this little ... ellipsis tools, and you click here, and then you're looking for this permission. If you don't have this option, we know now that that means that you don't have it checked on your profile. So you got to go back to your profile and check it. So edit form. Remember, it was called edit display presentations. That's what controls that. We come in here and, okay, so now we're looking at something. We're looking at kind of part of the form. What we're seeing here is the main area of the form. We're not seeing related elements. We're not seeing all that other stuff. We're just seeing the, like, if you look at this and you look at what's here, we go from asset tag down to comment. And so if we close this and kind of look at, okay, where is that located? Well, asset tag down to comment right there. And this is what we see. All those fields there.
But there are actually more fields.
They're in different sections. So we've got to remember that if we're looking for something that's not in the main section, it's in a different section. Now, one way you can know that it's a different section is that, of course, you can see that it's in a different section, but that you have a little pencil. So you can go straight into that section and start editing this portion. So if I click on this pencil, it'll take me right straight into that section and show me those fields. And of course, this looks different than the main form. Okay, that's one way to get here. Okay, and I can do that for every other section other than the main section. The main section, you'll notice, you know, doesn't have a pencil. So this kind of tells us it's the main section. So I can come up here, but I can get to any section from this edit forms. I don't have to go look for the pencils, because I can see here I've got an item here called select another area, or I call it a section. So if I come here, now I can see all of the elements on the form. And so if I wanted to get into a different section, then I can just click on a different section here, like financial data, invoice, any of these sections I could click on. And so if I click on equipment, for instance, okay, now this is showing me the main form. So that was at the top. If I click on financial data, then this is showing me, and it says right here, financial data. It's showing me that financial data section of the form. If I was to close this and go look for that section, it should be down here below the main form. And you can see financial data is right there. And what determines the section's name, again, I'm going to take the shortcut, is the name right here. So in essence, these are containers of fields. If you wanted to repurpose these, you could do that. You could take all of these fields out of this form. You could rename the section to whatever purpose you want, and then you can add new fields. Now, adding new fields, I need to discuss how you do that. But if you were to say remove fields here by hitting the X removes the field. It doesn't delete the field from the form. It just moves it down here. This area here are fields that have been defined for the form, but they're not in the form itself. They're not visible. They're behind the scenes. So if I was to click one of these X's, like purchase price, if I click that, and it's asking me, are you sure? Yeah. Then it just moves it down here. Purchase price is right there. And if I wanted to bring it back, I can just grab it and then drag it back onto the form. Now, putting fields on the forms are, a little bit tricky because you got to know how to place them. So you grab the handle of the field, and then you can just drop them where you want them to go. That part's pretty easy. So you can drop them anywhere. And see, I dropped it there, so it went into the middle between these two, and the form, kind of expanded a little bit. And you can continue to expand. See, I'm using spaces. I could have used any field, but you can continue to expand this form if you want to. But then, you need to see how that's going to look. Now, if you want, on the form when you take a look at the form. Now, if you want to add a field to a new row, what you need to do is just grab the field and put it down here. This will start a new row. Once you have the new row, then you can grab the row handle and then move it anywhere you want. Put it up here, and then you could add, you can maybe move this field up there. And so arranging the fields on the form is not that big of a deal. Taking them off the form, like I said, just do that. I'll just get rid of the ones I added. Get that. And then you might as well take that off too. Okay, so back to the starting point. Now you could do all this, but if you don't save, then everything will be lost. So I could have added all these things and just say close, and then nothing would have been saved. Okay, so let me close this, or actually just let me look here. So you can only work with what is here. In other words, you can't create a new container or a new section, but you can repurpose an existing one.
So I have one that is called, let's say, consumption. Here, can you go back? Can you go back to Joe's?
Sure, I'm sorry. Yeah.
So consumption it is.
There it is.
There it is.
So yeah, I'll click
So
on
yeah,
that.
I'll click on that.
Okay, so
Okay,
consumption.
so consumption.
Okay. Oh, now I get it. So you cannot create. So you cannot create
You
whatever
can't create
you
a
want.
new container.
I'm not sure
if
the
product might evolve so at some point in the future that you can create new containers,
But
right now, they're static. So you've got these containers that you can use. If you're not using consumption, if you're not using that information, you could repurpose this. And so the nice thing is that you have consumption. Let's just say we're using consumption, and maybe we don't want to use these fields. We want to add new fields to it. Well, adding the new fields is what we've seen we can do from here, these buttons. We can add views, tables, fields, and stuff. So you can add whatever you want that's in the schema to this. So once you have it added, I want to go ahead and just close, and let's see where consumption is. So consumption, where is that? It's right there. Yeah. Okay. So that's there. Now you do have the ability, let's see. Got to work within the tool and see what we can do. You can rearrange stuff. You can see rearrange or organize related elements, but see that's only the related elements. So the things that are on the right, you can rearrange where they show up. So if you wanted to repurpose a related element, then you could do that, and then you could move it around in the related element section. As far as the consumption is concerned, you can't rearrange these right now, not in this iteration of the code. You could change the name of it, and you could add different content to it, but it would still show up in this relative position. So it would show up underneath things. But at least you could do that much. You could do that. I mean, so to take that example again, let me go back to consumption. You might not be using, green IT, and you might say, well, I want to use that for something else. Then you could come in here and change this name, and then you can come here and say, well, okay, I don't want this, so I can just say, let's take these off. Okay. Right. Mm-hmm. And where I was going was I was going to say, then you can come in here and then take a look at what tables you have, and then add new tables, and then add new fields and such. Okay, so I'm going to say close here. I didn't save it, so I didn't change anything. Okay, so consumption should still be down here. There it is. Okay, all right, so let's just look at editing the form, and we'll just look at the main form. So on the main form, you've got fields, and each of these fields have properties. So if I come in here and click on this icon, little square box, I'll expose the field properties inspector, or the the modal for properties. And so you can see here, I can see what the internal table and its field name is. And then I have the ability to edit the alias. So, it says asset tag internally, but I could call that something different. But, some of these fields make sense to, make the names the same. Now I have this option, read only, read write, whether I want to make it a mandatory. So if you make it mandatory, then a little asterisk shows up next to the field label, and it has to be filled in before you can save it. Manage VIP. This is a property on all fields. Basically what this is saying is, if I want to make this particular asset appear to be a premium asset, like a VIP, very important property, then what I'm doing is I'm configuring that asset's asset ID here. And so then what happens is a little star will show up next to the asset tag, because we've configured this. If in fact this particular asset is set to a higher level of VIP. And the reason we would do that is because you can actually define VIP levels for people, you can define them for assets, and then you can associate different SLAs to those VIP levels. So you can make an asset have a shorter SLA than you know the defaults for that particular category, and you know, control it that way. This would just allow you to see which one of those assets to show a little star in the form. CI status. Again, you could set this if this asset was in fact promoted to a CI, and then you can actually set the status indicator field here so that it would then show what status, whether it's in production status or it's archived, you know, status, the CI itself. If in fact, see, the asset table is actually used for both asset inventory and for your configuration items. It's all the same table. And then we just set different fields to determine whether or not it's a CI or just simply an asset. Maximum length of string and text and data type. So you can see here you've got a bunch of different data types that you can set, you know, a field to. You have to be aware of what the database data type is, so you can be consistent. But these different data types, text is just a, you know, single line string field. Combo value. So combo allows you to actually set up a SQL query. So if I come in here and edit this, I can put a SQL lookup in here, and then I can actually dynamically populate my field, you know, from basically what I'm setting up here is a drop-down selectable list of items from a reference table. Okay, that's what the combo type does. Combo values just allows you to specify, if I come in here and edit combo values, specify the list for this field. So I can just say plus, 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 and then I can just put in a list here. So I can create a quick list of drop-down items. The only problem with doing that and not using a table is that those drop-down items only are specified on that form for that field. If you use that same field on a different form, you're going to have to rebuild this list. And you'll have to rebuild it every time you use that field on a different form. If you use this combo items data type, if you have the need to have a drop-down appear in multiple places, then you create a separate custom table and you link it properly, and then now you have a reference table that you can reuse between different objects. So combo, but if you need to create a quick list, you know, that's one way to do it. Translated just means that, you know, these values you're going to have other language equivalents that you're going to, you know, specify. You can actually use a list definition here, and then pick from different types of lists. Combo allows you to create something that you may not have described here. It allows you to customize your list. Specifically, you can create a custom table and then make a list, you know, list of values in that table, and then access that table via the SQL statement that you provide. If you use the list data type, then we have predefined lists that you can just select. So for asset, then you would come down here and you'd select equipment list. And then that makes that setup really simple. You just select that, and that's all you really need to do. And then you see a list of assets. So these data types you're going to want to play around with a little bit to see, you know, what each of them do. Memo and text area. These are both multi-line text enterable, you know, fields. One of them shows a WYSIWYG editor, you know, on the form. The other one doesn't show the WYSIWYG editor until you actually click into the field. So I always forget which one's which, so I have to check every time. So what I would do is, like, are any of these set to memo? Yeah, this one is. So if I just close this without editing anything, and that'll go back to its appropriate value. So then I've got this open a couple times. So then if I look at this memo field, okay, so this was set to memo. Where am I here? There it is. So this was set to memo. So you can see here, there's no WYSIWYG editor. And so if you just double click on the field, it'll pop up and you'll see the WYSIWYG editor. And then if you open it up further, you get more options, right? And then, you know, to explain this further, well, a lot of this stuff is obvious. If you actually wanted to see the embedded HTML source code behind this field, you could click here and then you get in. And so if you had something defined, you could actually put in embedded HTML in here and then it would show up on your form that way. So you can just see the source code behind it. You can see that the rest of these are pretty obvious what they are. You know, bullet lists, numbered lists, you know, indenting, linking, unlinking, adding a picture, horizontal line, add special characters, add a table, copy from, or, you know, copy from your clipboard. So that's the memo type. But then if we take a look at this and we look at text area, continue without saving. I don't want to save my changes. I didn't make anything I want to save. So then let's just change this particular one from memo to text area and see what the difference is. And hit apply. Now this is something you have to do. When you make a change, you've got to apply it. If you just close the inspector, it won't apply the change. It won't save it. You apply it to save it, then you close it. Don't ask me why, but that's what you have to do. Now I have a text area. If I wanted to save my changes on the form, I have to hit save here as well. But if I just want to look at this, well, if I want to look at this on the form, I'm going to have to save it so it'll come up properly. So save and close. And then I'm going to see the field with the text data type, text area data type. This should change. It's thinking about it. Okay, let's scroll down to where it is. And see, that's the difference. Now you have the WYSIWYG editor showing on the form. So again, it's a matter of preference. You know, you can double click in the field and then bring up, you know, a dialog that has this, or you can just start editing right here. And you have all your controls like this. But if I, you know, put it back, I don't want to save. And I'll switch this back to memo. Apply, close, save and close. Again, there are subtle differences with these data types. So that should change back to the non-WYSIWYG representation. Let's see. So now if I just click here and start typing, nothing happens. So you just can't start editing. You have to actually double click and bring it up, and then you can start editing and then hit OK. So it's just a couple of different options, and it's your preference as to, you know, what you want. You know, when you hover over this, you can see the icon and you can click on it, or you can just double click in the field and it'll come up. Either way, you decide which one you like best.
Rick, just for some clarification, that blank field down there, that's just the line, right? So like it's very subtle in the actual, when you're actually looking at the form, but those blank spots with the X's by them, those are just lines to kind of divvy up the sections within the form, right?
Oh, these things?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's actually a line. That's this right here.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
So
Just wanted to confirm that.
You can drag this in, so you can basically put a little divider between your fields. You
Right.
control this. Yeah, you can put it in or you can take it out. You can go ahead and hit X on all these and remove them all.
There's no way to edit those at all though, because like when you're actually looking at the form, they're really, really hard to see in the form itself.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Like make it more bold or something like that, you know?
Yeah, at one point, see, yeah, they are kind of light here, right?
Yeah, like they're barely noticeable in the actual form, in my opinion.
Yeah, they're like here, but it's hard to see them, right?
Right.
Yeah, there was.
You could always double them up.
That's what I was gonna. Yeah, I was gonna say.
There was, a lot of discussion around this when we first came out with the Oxygen interface. Everything was really bold. All of these were heavy lines, and then so what happened is over time the designers started making everything a little lighter and a little lighter. Now, I mean, I don't know what happens here, but if you change the theme, yeah, these VMs are.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I think I have mine in dark mode, but I still think that it's pretty hard to see nonetheless.
That's even harder to see. But so the good news is that eventually we're going to have a theme editor. So you can create a theme, and then where you have a horizontal line, you can associate it, CSS with it, with embedded, HTML with it, and then you can control how dark or light. That's coming. That's on the product roadmap, that we're going to have a theme editor, so then you can control these elements a little better. I think on the eventually on the roadmap as well, we have. Well, I know for sure. We have some more control over the sections. I'm not sure if they're going to allow us to add additional sections, but I think they are going to allow us to rearrange them. We can rearrange these right now, and eventually you're going to be able to rearrange these if you need to move these up and down. And then ultimately, if this comes, then it would be nice if we could actually add new sections on the fly. And I think that's coming. I mean, I don't know if I have this bookmarked. Let me take a look here. I don't have it bookmarked here, but right in here, this is what we call the. Let's see if I have a. Dang it. I'm not sure if I have a password in here. I'll look it up and remind me on the next break. I'm going to look it up, and then what this is this is the next version of the code. You can see here the number is a little bit larger. We're right now at 2022.125. This is 2021 1.112. This is what the code's going to look like in the next release. And what I wanted to point out is how the forms are looking a little different. And one thing that's kind of cool is that we're going to have, so rather than having to log in multiple times, like I mentioned people do when they log in multiple web sessions, we now have tabbed, sessions within the interface. So you can have multiple instances up within one session. Give me half a second. Let me look at that. I'll get the password just a second. I'm kind of going off topic here a little bit, but I think this is, if I can find it. If I can't find it immediately, then yeah, I think this is it. Got to change this to evTry. Okay. Log me in. Not now. So this by no means is the finished version. They're still adjusting it, but and it looks very similar. If we look here, we've got a few more themes. We still don't have a theme editor yet, but there's a few more themes. If I go into, the rest of the stuff looks, pretty much the same, but let me just go into like an incident. And I'm just taking a side turn here for just a second. So now we've got tabs, right? So you can have multiple tabs of different items. So you can have multiple tickets
Oh,
up.
that would be so cool.
Yeah, so that's coming. It's the next release. It's scheduled for October. And then here's what the forms look like. Again, I mean, we'd have to go find a line and put it in here. I mean, we can come up here and we can play around with that a little bit. Let me just go see if I can grab a line, and then just I'll have to put it in and then take it out, because I made a promise that I wouldn't edit this server. So I've got to be careful.
Having tabs like that almost eliminates the need to allow multiple logins for people, because that's the reason why I use multiple logins. Is I'm looking at a group, and then I'm looking at an employee, and then I'm looking at a ticket, all at the same time, but I need multiple logins and multiple tabs within my browser to do that. But if it does it within evVista, then no need for that.
And I think that was one of the impetus, or one of the reasons for creating those tabs, is that people wanted to do exactly that. Let's see here. I'm trying to see that line that I just put in, and where is it? So let me just double check what I'm editing here. I am editing title category, the details section. Okay, and I put that line in the details section. And so let me just go back to this. So I'll go to details, and I'll see it there. And there's the line. It's a little bit darker. Maybe they heard you and took your advice. A little bit darker. I don't know how it would, change, when we apply different, themes to it. But yeah, so this is a good sort of an opportunity here to point out the fact that we do have a system. When you log into the support site, you'll see something called user voice. And so you have a voice for, influencing the designers, the product managers, the product team, to do things like, make the lines bolder and such. So when you log into the support site, if you come over here to user voice, you can go ahead and add your enhancement ideas here. I'm sure this has been pointed out to you guys, that when you log into the support site, this is evVista, so it works just like Service Manager, like we've been studying here. So you'd come up here and just, type in your name and then create a ticket. And, your account will be associated with a ticket and all that stuff, and then you log a ticket in the system. But I just wanted to point out that area where you can go and log enhancement requests as well. So let me, what did I do? See, I always do that. I jump on top of my session, and I've just jumped out. Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm back. All right. I need to edit this back because they're going to wonder why that changed if I don't do that. The design team and the developers were gracious enough to let some of us folks in services be able to access what's being built, but we just had to promise them we wouldn't edit anything. So I got to put it back. So I'll just take that out. I'm not changing code or anything, but they, it's the style. They don't want the style to change either because they present this and they want it to remain the same. Okay, but yeah, so there's that. The tabs, like I said, and then I won't go too much further on this because a lot of this I'm not real clear on. The other stuff coming, but one thing I thought I'd point out too is this is what the done section is going to look like. So it's a little bit easier to read over what you see now. It's a little bit more
Thank God, because I honestly hate the current version, in all honesty. Like, I'm so used to phosphorus and the list view kind of like that. The fact that they made it, like they do in the current section really irritated me.
Yeah, and we're hearing that. A lot of people are saying that, and I agree. I don't really like the way it is. It was even worse when Oxygen first came out because everything was just bigger. The sections were bigger. All of this font was the same size, so you had a lot of. It was just overbearing, and so it's been steadily improving and actually starting to align itself with the good features that were in the previous version. Things like this, like we started out, we didn't have incident description here. When we first started with Oxygen, it started with the activity view right here, and people hated it because they wanted to see an overview. And so this was introduced in the next version. So, but anyway, that's
another thing that's kind of weird is the title.
Title?
Yeah, like, don't really understand that, but
well, you can take it out. You don't need to have it.
Yeah, I think we might. I think that's a discussion that I need to have with our service desk folks. Is like, do you really want to have a title? Because I know it's a little annoying to try and open up a ticket for someone you haven't even spoken to them what the issue is, and it's asking for a title before you can even see their profile. It's just like, what? So.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, here's something to look at. Let me just get out of this. So let me go back here. So what you're saying is when you're in here and you're creating a ticket, the first thing it asks you is title?
Yeah, so if you pull up someone, you click new ticket, boom, right here, and it's like.
So you don't like that?
I don't like it. I don't really care, but I need to speak with our services people if they want to have that or not. And it's, I believe right now it's set to, it requires something in there. I think right now, how you're looking at it is you can just click the create button and it bypasses it. But I think we have it set right now. It's like it's required to put something in there before you can even get to the ticket creation screen. So
there is an option here. Again, I'm drilling down into the system options. And I'm not exactly sure what it's called, so I'm just going to search for it. And actually, I'm going to use my filter here because it's actually easier to search with this. And I'm going to type in title and hit add. And let's see. And it says hide the title when creating a ticket.
that's
so
funny.
If you come in here, and the reason I know about this is because of exactly what you're saying. A lot of customers don't like this. So
yeah,
this parameter made its way into the release or into the product in the third or fourth release. So if I just say update this and change this to true, and I don't necessarily like it either, but I leave it. So if you change it to true and then you do this, I'm pretty sure this is going to take effect immediately. If it doesn't, then we'll have to do something. But then now if I click on this, then it should take me right to the intake form, which is what I prefer personally, you know.
Yeah, I get it. It's funny because I come from a strictly IT perspective on things, so I can understand why you would want something like that for other, companies and whatnot. But
well, we put it in there because, again, some customers wanted it. They wanted to force their technicians to enter a title or a subject or a short description, so they wanted that, and other customers, don't like it. So, well, now you've got the option to either expose it or not. So now that we have it off, you just type in the name and boom, you come right to the intake form. And I kind of like that better personally. It just seems it'll be a little quicker, more efficient. You can always make this required. So, or just like you saying, you have yours required, you can make your title not required, or you can just turn off that thing that's showing and then just make the title required here, or you could just take the title out. You don't have to have a title.
right, yeah.
You can just start with description. So yeah, this is since we're talking about form design and form editing, yeah, you can take this out. I wouldn't take it out if you had it set to required. That'd be a little frustrating for people. Because you'd try to save your information and it'd come up and say you can't save it because there's a title is required. You need to, and then they're looking on the form and it's not there. So you got to be kind of careful
Just
about that.
No tickets for anyone anymore.
That's right. So
Awesome.
yeah, but
Yeah, I have to say the other area where when you're doing from the search and doing a new ticket, the frustration I always have with that is I have to double check something, and I click off to another window and I come back, whatever I typed is gone, and I have to start over.
Yeah, and it could be, I'm not sure, but it might be that they're ending up here, because if you click off before you save, it becomes an input error. So you might just double check.
No, because at that point, because when you're typing in the title, when so where up in the search area when you do the new ticket before it gets to the form, it hasn't assigned a ticket number yet. It's when it gets a ticket number is when you get the input errors.
Yeah. So what would be handy for you is to be able to bring up multiple screens, or like you see in the new release, we'll have multiple tabs. So if you start a ticket and you say, oh, I want to go ahead and just add a new tab and then go look at something else real quick. And yeah, then that'll be a little bit nicer. Okay. All right. So with forms, okay, well, if I click here, I'm actually not going to be editing the form. I've got to be in the form to edit it. If I click here and say edit, I'm going to actually be editing the parent query. So we'll get to parent queries here in a second. Let's just stay in the form. So we go back down to the form level. And okay, so we go into the editor. Okay. Now you'll see something interesting here that, if you were observant, we didn't have this on the other form we were looking at. The other form we were looking at the base form, but this is the intake form. It's called, remember, I don't know if you remember when we were looking at the user profile, and we had under presentations over here, we had one called incident creation. That is the intake form. That's what we're looking at here, the intake form, and it is a conditional form. You can see here it says it's a conditional form. Okay. Now, so what is a conditional form? Well, it's a form that meets a particular condition. In this case, this is a keyword that the system recognizes, which is a little bit unfair because you've got to know what the keywords are to use them, do them. But if you wanted to create a form from another, thing other than a keyword, you would be putting in a SQL statement. So let me go to a form that I know has conditional forms that don't use keywords, and then we can take a look at these conditions. So let's just come in here, maybe change this from open to none. So we've got one that's closed. Well, let's see, I know we have a conditional form for closed. And remember, conditional form, all it is just, it's another form layered on top of the base, the main form, what we call the base form. And the reason it appears instead of the base form is because its condition is met, it's matched. So I'm going to come in here. This is a closed ticket. So when we close a ticket, we want the fields to all be locked, all be read-only. And so here's the condition that we put in. And so when you read this, when you get comfortable with the system, we're looking at the status table. And we're saying if the status GUID is in this, if it's this GUID or this GUID, and the catalog tree matches this GUID, then show this conditional form. Now, what is that saying? Well, let's go to the editor. Remember, if you see these little dots, there's usually an editor behind them. What it's actually saying is this: if the status is equal to archived or closed and the category is incidents, so that makes that a lot easier to read, then display this form. If those criteria are not met, then we're going to display the base form. So I'm clicking here on the create and select form presentations, and here's a list of all the forms associated with the main form. The main form is here. If I click on the main form, see, this is not saying it's a conditional form. This is the main incidence form. And so when you have an incident, you're looking at an incident, this is the form you're going to see. So you've got the incident number, blah, 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 right? Based on whatever conditions we have here, like let's just say, what is this one? Problem. Redirect to problem. Let's look at it. So what it's saying here is we're still using the main form is the base incident form, but then we have a conditional form spawned from it, and the conditional form is just named redirect to the problem form. So the condition, again, we can just look at this, is categories problem. Pretty straightforward. So what's happening is the main form is the intake form. Or I should say, no, the main form is not the intake form. The intake form is different. It's a conditional form. But the main form is an incident form. But then if it's a problem, then we're going to show a different set of things. In this case, we're changing this dialogue. We're redirecting from here to here. So we're redirecting to the problem form. So let me pick one that's maybe a little bit easier to understand. That was a redirection. But let me just go back in here and just pick one that is just a conditional form based on, we're changing it based on, like status is closed. Let's see. Come on, VM. VMs are slow.
The CPU is not skyrocketing on you again, is it?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Wonder if it's getting busy. Might be. Okay, so here's this form. Again, if I look at the forms, I can look at all the forms in the form stack. We'll call it the form stack by clicking on this button here, and then I can see here's all the forms. The main form I can get to by clicking here. I can make a new form, just a regular conditional form, by clicking on this. What'll happen is a copy, kind of an instance of this form, will be made. When I click on this, I'm just getting a copy of the main form, but then I'm shown this and this. So let me show you what I'm talking about. If I click on the main form, I don't have a condition, and I don't see where I can rename the form here. But if I make a conditional form, then what happens is, then I get this box, and then I get a condition that I can specify. But you can see here that it just copied, it replicated the main form. And so now what I can do is I can give this a name, give it a condition, and then I can change the fields. I can either put new fields in, or more likely what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change the property of the existing fields. So the fields are going to stay in the same place, but like in the case of the closed form, when I looked at that one, if I compare it to the main form, the difference is that all of these fields are set to read only. And I can see that because if I look at an open form versus an open ticket versus a closed ticket, this closed ticket, all of the fields are read only. So that's what that conditional form is doing. It's just setting all of the fields to read only, so you can't edit it once the status is set to closed. If I go back to a form that's in progress, you'll see all these fields are going to be editable for the most part.
Is the read-only setting in each individual part?
Yep. Each field. I mean, yeah, each field.
Okay.
So yeah, you're gonna have to edit your elements. Now, there's some things you can do. So you can see here there's some controls. By default, any new profiles that are added to the system, you can say can access form or cannot access form. So if you add a new profile, you can prohibit it from seeing this form. And the reason you want to do that is because you might be using profiles to control who can actually see the form, right? So you might be moving the, like you say, okay, this form is visible to all the profiles. You may just be using profiles to define the difference between one form and the next. And so you can create a conditional form that only administrators see. You put all the rest of these items over here under invisible, and then only the administrator would see that conditional, form. And then you'd set the condition to be whatever you want the condition to be. Or you won't even need a condition because you're just using the profile as the condition. But yeah, then you'd have to go into each field and then make whatever changes you want to make. This is just controlling whether or not the layer or the form is visible, and then this is then controlling the properties are controlling, what's happening with the fields, what the property are for each of the fields. And of course, you can have it go to a form and have a whole new set of fields. You can add a bunch of fields. It's like if you looked at the employee form, it's got a lot of fields in it. Well, you could use that as an admin. You could create a conditional form and you could add additional administrative fields like, you know, password and one thing or another. And you can then make that display only to admins from the directory. I mean, if you wanted to do that, there's not really a need to do that because you already have the admin form that you can use. But that I'm just trying to come up with an example. Okay, so that's how you would create conditional forms right here, or you'd create a new form to redirect to, in this case, you're redirecting to a totally different base form when you use this. And that's the case with the problem service request. We're doing a redirection instead of just staying in the same base form. So you can do either of those, and those are handy for controlling content. And you can control it, like you could see here, based on profiles, or you can control it, well, you can control it here as well. If you wanted to say, you know, am underscore profile dot profile ID, you know, equals, you know, and then the admin profile ID, something like that. You can control it that way too. Okay, so let's see what else we can do. I'm going to go back to the base form just because. So I'm in the base form for incident. Now, there are some buttons down here. Well, let me make sure I've covered all of these buttons. So, you know, organize related elements. You saw that when I clicked on that, you see all the related elements that are associated with this form, and you can rearrange them. You can just grab them and move them around, right? So you can rearrange how the related elements are stacked, are sorted. You can even drag some related elements down here and not even show them. So you can do that. Select another area we looked at, save and close, those are pretty obvious. Contextual, I said I'd get back to. This has to do with service apps. And so all of the applications that you have available on your service app server, you can add them to a form. If I click here and say I want to add an app, and typically I'd want to add it like a dashboard probably, or I'd want to add an app that looks like a report or just something that may have information that I want to see, like a list, or maybe it has, you know, metrics specific to, you know, the ticket that I'm looking at. Well, however you design your app, and that's a kind of a whole nother class on designing apps and service apps, but let's just say I want to put a template, make a template accessible from the form that I'm in. I click on, when I say template, I mean a dashboard template. So this dashboard, ITOM, maybe I don't want to use ITOM for incident. Let's see. I've got, I don't have to be exact, but so what I'm looking for is the ITAM dashboard, or here's an incident dashboard, but I want the English version. Knowledge, global. See what we've done, this is, these apps are, you know, version 1. We're up to a higher version now, to where what we've done is we've combined all of these dashboards into a single application with multiple pages. So it's like a portfolio of dashboards, and it's easier to find what you're looking for. But here's like an incident dashboard. And so I can give it a title, incidents, doc description. I could do that, incident tickets. And then the dashboard menu is going to be the incident dashboard. And I'll just do that. I won't worry about exposed properties right now. And I'll say save to the docked bar. And so now I've got that in there. And said it's saved it. So let me look at contextual apps, make sure it's there. Yeah. And so if I close this now, save and close, then on this form, when I'm on this particular form, see, I'm not seeing the tab here because the form I was looking at is the main form, not the closed conditional form. So I'd have to go to a ticket that's not closed. So let me go look at an open ticket here. And then what I'm expecting to see is my tab over here that allows me to access my dashboard. So here we go. And this one's open. So this one should show me the main form, not redirect me to another conditional form. And then on that main form is where I've defined that contextual application. And so that should show as a tab over here. If it decides to come up, let's see, there we go. So we've got incident now. So you can kind of, sort of think of the possibilities. You can create any sort of web application that you can drum up. I mean, all the web application is a series of pages with HTML, embedded HTML, whatever you've put in there. And then the service apps, web applications, they're dynamic in that you can have dynamic content come in from other sources, not just EasyVista, but other external sources. So you can have a dynamic page that you can then display over here, whatever it is you want. It could be a static page, it could be just a list of instructions, or it could be a dynamic page of content based on certain variables that you've put in. But then if I click on this, this is actually a dashboard. And so I'm going to click on this, and this is going to show me, it should show me the incident dashboard. And it's trying. And I'm wondering if I thought I'd pick the dashboard and not its menu. Let's see what happens here. Now in a live system that's, on a performance optimized network, this would just pop right up. But these VMs are off in their own space and they're probably getting hammered. This should be a lot quicker. It should pop right up. Now, what I'm looking at here, yeah, so it looks like what I picked, the content is here, but the theme associated with the app doesn't seem to be applied. So I don't have a theme. Basically, a theme is like a cascading style sheet that basically stylizes this information. Right now, it looks pretty ordinary. But if I went into service apps and looked at this particular dashboard and checked to make sure it had a theme applied, I could clean this up. But you can see here, you can add content from service apps right into your application, and it only shows up on a context sensitive basis. So it's, in this case, it's only showing up in incident, and then only showing up in incidents that are not closed, because I didn't add this to the conditional app or form. I added it to the main. So anyway, a lot of different possibilities. Okay.
Rick, Tabitha had a question in the chat.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't see that. Let's see. You look at the chat. Thanks for pointing that out. So drag and drop, is this the one? Will the drag and drop functionality ever be available in questionnaires? Well,
Maybe.
I can't, I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball into what they're working on. I don't know that they're working on that right now. So there's a possibility, I suppose. The way to answer that is I'd have to look to see if there have been, first of all, there's been a request for that, like in the user voice, and that the project team is actively considering that request, and then potentially even, developing it into the product. Yeah, the questionnaires, I mean, they're not going to have this, so this level of field dropping. I think if that's the question, they're not going to have that in this release, and I don't believe they have it in the upcoming release. It's not to say that they won't ever have it, but yeah, typically, well, I don't need to explain. You know what the questionnaires look like now. You add questions, you have data types, and it is what it is right now. So the best way I could answer that is to investigate that and get back to you, and I'll see if I can do that. See if that's something that's being considered. I just don't know if it is.
So I had some questions on my own related to the form here. So you mentioned that if you wanted to create a whole nother area for a form, you had to edit an existing one, right?
Right.
Is that area across the board of all of Easy Vista, or is that just for the areas like associated with incident or asset or something like that?
Well, any place you have a form, those containers are basically, if you look at, say, if you go try to add a table, for instance, you're going to see that something's driving what tables you can add. That's what's driving that is your parent query. So if you're looking at an incident form, the incidents form's parent query is incident. And so whatever your parent query allows you to do, you can do in that form.
Okay, so the parent query has the different containers. So if you wanted to edit something in incident, then it would like edit an area or a container in incident, then that's only affecting that parent query.
Well, it's only affecting the form. You're not changing the query. The query is just giving you the tables and the fields, but the container, you can edit it. You're just editing the form. And so
right.
you
So
can
I guess
edit
I'm
it.
saying if I how you were looking at the consumable container and you could, change things there. That's going to change it across the board then, right? So if you went into that was in the assets you were looking in, if you went into incidents, the container for consumables will be changed. Is I understanding that correctly?
Well, I could explain it like this. You're only changing the form that you're working on. So it's only the form itself. So it doesn't have to do with the fact that you're in incidents or you're in assets or whatever, because you can have multiple different types of forms within those processes. And that can kind of be a little bit of a pain, because if you want to change something on a form in incident, you make a change on, say, this form, but then there might be other forms used by the incident process. You've got to remember to make edits there as well. So what I'm saying is your container is only changed on the form that you're editing. And just recognize which form you're actually working on when you're editing. I guess I hope that I'm kind of being clear on that. The way to think about this is, so let me think of how I can show this. So
I guess all I'm trying to understand is if you try and edit a container on a form, you said that you have to edit something that's already existing. You can't make a whole new container.
No, you cannot make a whole new container right now.
Right.
You just have what is there to work with. You
So
can't
when you
add more.
edit and change a container, you're only changing that container in that form. So if you went to a different form, you know, that change would not take place, or that change would not be displayed.
That's correct. And so one way to look at that is to say, okay, what if I was to export that form? A form is a block. So if I go look at the block name, and if I go look down here and I look for dialog HD incident, okay, I'll find it in here, HD incident right there. That's a form. And see, we've been editing it. You can see it's been updated.
Okay, gotcha.
But that's its own standalone entity or its own object, right?
Okay.
If you were to edit if you were to edit this, that edit would not show up on another block.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that in my mind, it seemed like we had a limited number of containers that we could edit, and then, you know, possibly you run out if you wanted more, if you wanted to change all those containers. But it makes sense that it's only associated with a block or just that one form.
Yeah, just think about it as it's just a form, and it's got these little areas, these containers in it that you can put fields. Each form is like that. It would be nice if we had like a generic, you know, form or a generic block that we could then add our own parent query to and add all of the containers we want and just build it from the ground up. And maybe that'll come in the future. But right now, the blocks that are defined are not they're I want to use the word immutable, but that's not really the right word. It's that they are defined by development. They're not defined by people, you know, in the field. They don't have metadata that we can configure. They're static in what their functionality is. So there's a number of containers there. You can't add more containers because we don't have the capability of doing that right now. But you can edit the existing containers, and there's nothing to keep you from changing the content in those containers. So that's all I'm saying. They're not really designed to be repurposed, if you will. I mean, that was just sort of an idea I threw out there that I do every now and then for clients. You know, you typically want to leave the containers in their construct the way they are. But I mean, if you're not using, like, say, the consumption area, if you're not using Green IT and you wanted to show something else there, there's nothing prohibiting you from doing that. You could do that.
Yeah, no, I was just worried about like running out of containers. It seemed like there was a fixed number of containers across all forms. So if you wanted to edit one, then you're taking up that container for all the forms. So you answered my question. So
they're all unique.
Cool.
Okay.
So I also
yeah,
wanted to ask how to, you might have been getting to it, but button arrangements and how to edit the buttons you see on a form.
Okay, well, we can take a look at that because that's part of form design. So I'll just get back into this form here.
You kind of showed it briefly when we were looking at that requalify thing.
Mm-hmm. And again, yeah, you know, when I show something and maybe it's not clear, or if I didn't explain it thoroughly enough, remember, you can go to the forms editor on the wiki and it'll also have additional information. But, you know, my purpose here is to try to clarify as best I can your questions. But if in the future you're thinking, okay, now how did that work again? Remember, you have that reference you can go to. But so we come in here to edit the form. Let's just say you wanted to add a button onto this incident description area. That's our goal. We want to add a button. So then we come into the form. We want to make sure we're in the incident description area. And then what we do to add a button is we grab this element here. It's called icons. And I'm just going to drag it up next to, I guess I'll put it underneath something so we can find it. I'm going to put it in this row here, and I'm going to drag it up and put it under description. Okay, so now I've got my button element called icons. I'll go ahead and look at its properties, and you see these properties look a lot different than the field properties of other items. This is unique because, you know, this is what we use to create buttons on the form. So then what I want to do is I want to select the wizard, you know, that I want to execute when I press the button. So I come in here and say edit, and then I just need to select the wizard that I want to use. And you kind of have to do a little bit of study there to understand what each of these wizards do and what they're called. You can what you can do is you can look at existing buttons or even look at your wizard list, and you can sort of figure out things based on their names. So you can see these are all CMDB grouped items. So you know what that is. HD is help desk, and a lot of your incident wizards are in here. We just need to pick what we want. So like, remember we were trying to set one up for requalify the category. I'll go ahead and pick that. Or, you know, we could pick report a major incident. We have this button on our intake form right now. So let's just say we want to put this button on our main form. So I'm just going to click on this. And so now I'm actually going to configure this to report a major incident, this report a major incident button right here. So I'll go ahead and give this button a name, report major incident, and hit apply. And I would normally fill it down across all the languages. See now that, you know, there's a little bit of a dance going on here. When you do something, if you haven't applied another change, then you lose it. So you've got to go back in and select it again. It's a little bit annoying, but major incident, and apply that change. Okay, now you can set some other things here, but we don't need to set those right now. We can just go ahead and close this. And we've got our button here. So now when I say save and close, then I should see a button pop up here as soon as it refreshes. It's getting a little slower. I'm wondering it's the VM or if it's just the network. Okay, it's coming. Still spinning. Okay, it's finished. Okay, so now I put that button, I probably put it under details. There it is right there. So here's the button. And this button basically does the same thing as some item that you would have in your list. Any item in this list, you can make a button for. Now, and you can see here some of these items, I mean, some of the items, the items that you could select to make a button for, they're not in the list. So, you know, what that sort of implies is that you can add additional functionality to your forms because the wizards are there and they're associated with the incident process, but they may not be exposed in this drop down. And so usually when you declare a major incident, you're declaring that when you on first intake. So that's why we haven't, you know, put that here in the list. We've actually got it on the intake form. But you know, you could click on this and report a major incident. And so, you know, you're now filling out, you know, you're processing this accordingly. Okay.
Cool. Yep. Just want to know button management.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, and that's a good one. So you can add additional functionality. Sometimes people want to add buttons to be able to email the recipient, so you could just put a button there for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you. I mean, I grew so used to it, but like the drop down menu to go and do things for common things like send email to the requester would be really nice. Just to have a button there and not have to navigate a drop down menu.
Okay. All right, I'm just now looking over at the chat, and you're welcome, Tabitha. I see what you've put there. I'll look at that a little further and see if I can get a little bit better answer. And if I do, I'll go ahead and email it out to the group.
Okay, thank you. Because there's sometimes I have questionnaires that have like 100 questions, and having to just hit the button 40 times to move them up can be very tedious. And
oh yeah,
it'd be much nicer to drag and drop.
Yeah, I know. It would be nice to be able just to drag those guys up rather than, one of the techniques I use is I'll check the apps box next to the question just so I can keep track of the question. And then I'll just start clicking the arrow and then I'd uncheck the box. But yeah, it could be better. The editor could be better for sure.
Yeah, because I've tried removing questions out just to re-add them back in to see if that would work better, and sometimes it can't find them. So,
yeah, definitely room for improvement there.
Yes.
You can do what you need to do. It's just it's a little bit painful.
Yeah, it can be when you get very large questionnaires, especially with the conditional ones and all of that stuff. It can be a pain.
Yeah.
So, okay, thank you for checking.
Yeah, I will. You know, it would, and that might even be if I find out that nobody suggested that, then maybe we should just suggest that. So, you know, we could, you know, I can go ahead and put that in. Yeah.
I would be shocked that nobody has.
Yeah, it's probably there. What it is people put it into user voice, and the product team, of course, correlates all of that, and then they come up with a list and they present that list out to, you know, other teams, and we kind of talk about, you know, items that would be useful or not, and sometimes they give us, you know, a voice in that, and sometimes they don't, you know, just, you know, because they're driving it to the customer's, you know, needs rather than other things. So, but yeah, I'll check on that.
Okay, thank you very much.
So let's see. So we've added a button, and so generally speaking, you know, you've got fields here that you can add. If you wanted to add new fields, I think I touched on this. I'll just touch on it real quick again. So adding a field to an existing form, obviously you'd click here, and then you're going to see a big long list of tables. The main table is this one, and then all of these other tables are linked to it, either with an inner or an outer join to the main table. And so what you'll see here under each table is all the fields that you could add. Now you're only going to see the fields that haven't already been added. So if you're looking for a field and you can't see it in here, it's likely that it's already been added, and you just have to look for it in the list. Now, if you want to delete fields, the same thing. You'll only see those fields that have been added. So if you come in here and say delete a field and then look, you'll only see the fields that have been added to the form. So that's the way that works. You notice that when you add a field, you could add a key. And so that means you can add an ID field. And the reason you want to add a key is because it's not something that you're going to actually show on the form, but you're going to use it to potentially link to you know, another field. You're going to use it as a parent key, foreign key link. Like when you're setting up a wizard and it asks for a parent key or it asks for a table key, that if you need that key, I mean, you can come in here and say add a key, and then I'm only going to see the ID fields. And then I can click on that key that I need, that ID, and then that will then be available now when I go in to configure, let's just say a button, and I need to associate it to to a parent key or a parent relationship. So you can add keys, you can add fields, you can delete fields, you can add tables. You can't delete tables. So once you add a table, it's there. The way you would delete is you'd have to actually export the block, look at the HTML, remove what you want to remove, and then add it back. And so that takes a little bit more expertise, and sometimes you just want to submit that to support and just ask them to either remove fields or, tables, or potentially, you could remove a table, or you could just maybe take a copy from another system, like your sandbox. So if you add a table and maybe you add it incorrectly, because sometimes you can add them with inner joins, outer joins, whatever. Sometimes when you add things, it might not get added properly, and then things don't work right, and you need to, start over. So just remember that you can recover by potentially grabbing a copy from your sandbox and adding it back. That becomes a little bit dicey, so you need to, be careful doing that. But so adding a table is different than adding a field, because when you're adding a table, you're basically defining a join relationship to another table. So if I wanted to add a table and join it to this main table here, then I can see here are all the join relationships that have been predefined, in the database. And so I can say, well, if I want to join, like I want to look at the tickets owning group. So each ticket has a ticket owner, and it also has a group that owns the ticket. This is defined in the schema. This gets set every time you assign, the ticket. You can actually click on this, and then you're creating a join. I think you'll see down here what kind of join you're creating. Okay, no, you're not going to control what type of join it is here. You actually do that when you're defining the parent query, and this is where a lot of this stuff gets defined. So if you don't have a join defined here, then you're going to have to set up that in a different area so that it will show here. But simply just wanting to add a table like the group, like the owning group. Let me just do this just to demonstrate this. So here's, go to the group, and I see here that it says, let's go ahead and add the group. And what it's saying, if we read this, is this: take the group table and the group ID and join it to the ticket table, which is the SD request table, and join it by the owning group ID. Now you have to kind of be familiar with the data model just a little bit, but if you are, you know that the owning group ID is the ID of the group that has been assigned the ticket. So if we click on that, now we can go ahead and modify this a little bit. If I just went ahead and save this as AM group, I've got two different group options here, so I wouldn't know which one it is. So I'd want to, add a little bit of, maybe add an adjective to it or a little bit of a description and say, this is the owning group. And I just put this after it like this. Okay, so now if I look at the tables, I should have the owning group right here. Now, if I want to add a field, I can come into here and I see here's the table. And now I have all the fields associated I'm seeing the AM group tables fields, but because it's linked to the owning ID key, you know, that relationship, then I know that what I'm getting is the owning group. And if I want to see its name, I'll just select this field here, which I happen to know that group English and then these different languages, or if I use the variable, if I click on this, I know I'm going to get the name of the group. And so I just added this now to my available fields here in the pool, and I'll just drag this up here and put it next to my button. And then what I'm going to do is come into the field properties here and basically just change the alias to say, I'll just call it owning group, or I could call it, well, owning group is fine for now. You know, ticket owning group or something. And then normally I'll copy it down to all the languages. And then this is set to read only, which is fine because I wouldn't, well, if I wanted to set this myself, so it's set to read only because the owning group is getting set by something else, either by a business rule or, you know, by a wizard or something. So if I wanted to actually set this myself, I'd have to come in here and change its type to, remember we use combo whenever we wanted to specify, or I could change it to list. That would make it easier. And I could come into list, and then I can select a predefined list from here. And let's see, I'd want to select a group list. So I want the list for the group. Okay, and now the table. So now this gets interesting. So I'm wanting to look at the table, which is it can either be SD request or owning. Let's see, owning, parent key, and that's not the key. So what I want is, I want to actually specify this, and then I want to specify this. I know we're getting a little bit complicated here, but I'll just do this one time. So
what if you are
got the owner ID.
I have a question while you are selecting. What is happening if you select the wrong parent, the wrong table, the wrong relation key?
What's happening?
What's happening?
Yes.
Well, then
you're not going to get the data you expect. So when you select this, what you're setting up is the ability to have a drop down in this field, so you can then select the proper value.
Yeah, no, the question is what happens in, probably in the back end. So I'm assuming it is creating a type of select that is selecting something. So that will just select values, let's say, based on my wrong, let's say, selection that it is in this view. I'm not sure how to explain what I want to say. It's,
Right.
So let me just,
I guess I'll back up and
I'll show it this way. Let me do this. In the owning group, we have it set. Let me set it back to this, and so that way we can see what it's going to get set to automatically. And then I'll explain what I was trying to do here. So I just got to set it to text. I'll save this. Okay, and then what I should see displayed here for this ticket is the group that has been assigned as the owner of this ticket. And so as soon as this finishes its little gyrations, I should see a field here. And it should be a read-only field, and it should be automatically already set you know, for me, because there are mechanisms that set the ownership of a ticket automatically. So as soon as this is done, I'll show you. And then all I was trying to do is just set up a link to a relationship, or I should say a link to a reference table, so that you could actually set the owner yourself. But let me look in here. So now, let's see, right here. So see the owning group, it's already set to infrastructure. And that probably makes sense because if we look here, we have the group in charge set to infrastructure. So all I've done is I've just added a field on the form showing me what the owning group is, basically the ticket owning group. Now, what I was attempting to do was set up a list that allowed me to actually do something like this. Click on this, and then I would be able to see a list of things. In this case, well, this is a bad example because I don't have any services. But like over here, if I click on this, the reason I can see all of these people is because on this field, I have a list type defined that is associated with the employee table. And so I can get a drop down of all the employees. That's all I was going to do here, was just associate this to the group table so I can see a list of all the groups, and I could demonstrate how I could change
I
the owning.
understand that, but in the interface to modify where you modify the form itself, that small administration interface, you know, you need to be careful to select the correct table, to select the correct type of listing. You selected, I think, listing for groups, and etc. So you have several options there. The question was, what is happening if you are putting the wrong listing, the wrong table, and so on? You will see something, or you will not see anything. Even though in the database, owning group has a value, and what you are trying to do is to create that listing to other reference data.
Right. So what you're doing is you're setting up a query, is essentially what you're doing. So if you set it up incorrectly, you're going to either get the wrong data or you're going to not get any data. So you have to set it up correctly. The way to understand how to set it up is to think, okay, what am I doing? I'm basically wanting to create in SQL a join between this ticket table, which is the SD underscore request table, and the AM underscore group table. We're creating a join relationship, and then we're just then specifying what the primary key and the foreign key are in that join. And so when we join that together properly, then we should be able to see the values of the different groups. That's what I was going to demonstrate. Yeah, I don't know if I answered your question properly. I hope I did. We're doing nothing more than just, setting up a field to be able to display data from another table, referential data. Now, interesting point here is that in the case of this particular information, this information gets automatically set. So this would be a field that we really wouldn't want to have somebody come in and just manually change it. I was just going to do it just to demonstrate how you could set that up. But in practice, you know that some fields they're driven by wizards, and they're changed by the wizards, and they're not changed individually, because multiple things have to change, not just the individual field value. So in this case, if I was to change the field value here, that wouldn't update this, because it needs to be updated differently. So the way to actually change that field is to have a business rule change it. So what I would do is I would basically set up a business rule that said anytime this field changes in the activity, because this is where the assignment is being made, then update the ticket's owning group. And in fact, I do have a business rule that I use for that very purpose. Anytime action ownership changes, either at the group level or the individual level, have a business rule that updates the ticket. And the reason for that is some customers want to see who's assigned to the action in a ticket at any given point during the processing of the ticket. And so they're wanting to see information at this level, like, where did that thing go? There it is. They're wanting to see the owning group, and they're also wanting to see the ticket owner. Now this says manager, and I explained that that's just the way the French call the ticket owner. It's basically, if we look at that field's properties, and I'll do that right now, the field's properties, that field is called the owner ID. Let me switch to the details, because that's where it is. Yes, it's okay. So I'm looking for manager, and this says owner last name, because I'm actually wanting to show the name of the person. But this manager field, if I looked at its parent query, and I kind of feel like I'm getting a little far too down in the weeds, but since I'm going down this far, let me go all the way. The parent query is actually linking this to the owner ID. So I'll show you that. So if I come up into the parent query, which is one level up, as soon as I can get this thing to stop spinning. Okay, so we'll go into the parent query. Okay, we'll look for manager. And right here, now, again, this says owner last name, but the join, and I guess I'm not able to show you the join. The join is between, I'd have to break out, I'd have to get into the database and show you that there's a join between the SD request table and the AM employee table. And the join is basically SD request owner ID equals the AM employee ID. And then that allows us to then display the last name of that ID, which is the ticket owner. Almost feel like I need to draw it out on a whiteboard to show you what I'm talking about, but just know that when you're setting these things up, you have to kind of have a working understanding of the different tables and what their parent keys and their foreign keys are, so to be able to link the tables together. Once you link them together properly, then you have access to all of the other fields in that table for the purposes of displaying that information. So I may have made that as clear as mud, and I apologize for that. But where we were going with that is basically just trying to show that we could create a field that has a relationship to another table that you can then display all of the values in that table in that field, so you can then select the value you wanted. And so that's something you can do when you're editing forms. All right, well, let's see. Kind of feel like I maybe made that harder to understand than I needed to make it. What I think we'll do is after the break, because we do need to take a break, it's been a little bit, we'll come back, and then I think what I'll do is maybe show you a parent query, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how we would build one, you know, one table at a time. Maybe I'll show you one that's built, and then we'll look at building one with a couple of tables, and then that might make things a little clearer in terms of this whole table relationship idea. So let's go ahead and do that. And what we will do is, it's 10 after, so I know it's getting close to lunch in some places. I guess we have been going for about 4 hours now, so why don't we do this? Let's go ahead and take a little break, a little bit longer break. Let's see, I'm looking at, you know, what we have left to cover. We're basically going to want to cover filters and views, parent queries, reports, and then the studios, and then get into asset management. So we've got the rest of the afternoon to do that. So how about we break for about, let's take a proper break, and then maybe, is it sound good to come back at the top of the hour? That'll give us about 50 minutes. Is that, I hope that's not too long. I think we have plenty of time to cover the remaining topics.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Sounds good. All right. Well, thank you all for that. So let's go ahead and just break, and then we'll come back at the top of the hour in about 50 minutes. I'll see you then. Okay, I'm back. Hello.
I'm here too.
Okay, yeah, Brian, I saw your email. So before we get started, you know, maybe we could just discuss this a little bit. Is there a way to, you know, do a conditional form or a CI record and make it so only a manager of a CI and the CMDB profile can edit items in the CI, and for everyone else to be read-only? Yeah, you could do that. You could create a conditional form. What it would be is when, you know, an individual logs in that's not a manager of the CI or not in the CMDB profile, and they log in and look at a CI, they would just see the base form, you know, the main form. But then if you had a conditional form on top of that, that's, you know, had the condition to show it to just, you know, people that have the CMDB profile, or that they're managers of the specific CI that you're looking at, then yes, then you can show the same fields that are on the base form, but then you can make those read writable instead of read only.
So I guess the question I would have then on that is how you, I know how to do the profile as far as choosing whether or not which form is conditional based on the profile, but how would you do the conditional so that it knows the logged in person matches or doesn't match the manager?
Yeah, so you'd say, first of all, you need to know how to identify the logged in person, and that's a system variable called @, employee _ ID @. That identifies who's logged in. So that's populated at time of login with the ID, the employee ID, of the logged in person. So you could take that and then you can compare that with the manager ID of the CI. So, let me just pull that up here real quick and we'll look at, I don't know if we have any CIs here, but we'll figure something out.
The example was in the demo that I sent you.
Okay, and so you've got, from the demo database?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me log out of that. And I'll log in there. Okay, so then we'd come in here, access internet. So we'll go for CI items. And so this is the first one here. Yeah, so we'll look at this. Okay, and then, so we're looking at this item. All the fields are read-writable, right? For the most part, some of them aren't. But
Right.
you wanted to make the base form all just read-only.
Right.
So you know how to do that, right?
Yep.
So then you go in here, and we would want to create a conditional form. So we just say add conditional form. New conditional form.
Mm-hmm.
And then here in the condition, so what we want to do is we'd want to find the manager.
Right.
So let's take a look at what that is. Employee ID, last name, manager. Okay, so then we need to know how that's linked to the CI. So what I would do is I would look at the CI. So here's how, here are my thought processes. And actually I can do this maybe quicker. I mean, what we could do is go into the database here. I was going to pull up the other one, but hey, we got the database right here. So what I would do is I'd go into the 4,000 data, right, demo, and then I'd look at asset. Okay. Let me see here. There is another. Hang on just a second. Well, let me look at this one. And so what I'm going to do is just, I'm trying to zero in on the key. And so I see employee ID, and that's actually the key value, because we only have in the asset table, we just have the one key for employee.
Mm-hmm.
And so what that ends up, ends up happening with that is that key gets linked to the employee table, and that key. So basically what happens is you've got this table, which is, the primary key. Let me just do this. Okay, so you've got select all from AM asset. Okay, and what I want to do is narrow this down a little bit. So the name of the asset. Now, let me just get this for now. Yeah, and I can't do that until I specify the schema. And asset and execute. Okay, and so now I want to look at, we've got a tag here. Hang on just a sec. I want to cancel what I'm doing here for a second. Okay, I just want to see. So we've got number, we've got the name. Let me see what that's mapping to. The name is mapping to the network identifier. That's right. Jogs memories. Okay, network identifier is access internet. Where the network identifier equals access internet. See if I can find that. There's probably one of those, huh?
Yeah, only one else.
There we go. Okay, so I see we've got this employee ID right here. All right, so what I'm going to do is show you how to get the employee ID. So I'm going to say join, which just implies an inner join. So we're going to join AM employee and oops, call that E. I'm going to call this A. And I'm going to go ahead and say here, I'm just going to show the asset ID for one, and I'll show the what else can I use here that just makes it clear, makes it easy. Not much without more join statements. I don't want to get too complicated. So, because this is where it's describing what that asset is. 14915. So I'm just going to show the asset ID, and that's about it. Okay. And then from here, I'll do that for now. And then I'm going to join this on E, and that's going to be employee ID equals A, and employee ID. Oops. Okay, so I'm joining those two tables together, so then I can look at the whatever's in the employee table. And the employee table, basically I know if I want to see a name, I'm going to say, I want to look at E last name. That's going to show me the name. So, and what name it's showing me? Based on its join, it's showing me whoever this is. And that should be the manager of the asset. So if I go ahead and run this, and I'll just put the A right here. Okay. And let's see, object AM employee. Yeah, because I didn't put the schema in front of it. Yeah, that should work. And that's the person, right? So now you need to take this and put it in your conditional statement. But you don't need to take all of this.
Okay.
But this is the gist of it. What you want to say is that you're wanting to get basically because you know you're matching that with this. You're matching that with this thing that I told you about. Employee underscore. That's the global variable that the system, you know, stores the logged in person's employee ID. So you basically want to say that the AM asset table, then dot employee ID equals, equals that. And that'll be your conditional statement. If you take that right there, that should actually work if you put that in here. When we create this form, create a form here. And I bet you, you know, now that I went all through that, I'm thinking, you know, we may have been able to just arrive at that quickly by just going like this, coming here. We're looking at what we have available. I bet you the manager is right in there. Let's see, well there, no, that's the name of the asset. We have the manager in here.
Yeah, it's right underneath location. You have to scroll down almost to the end.
Right here.
Yep.
There we go. Okay, so the manager, but that's the name. Yeah, and we don't want that, unfortunately, because it's returning the name.
Okay.
So we're going to have to, yeah, so unfortunately, we're going to have to use this mode here. Because it's not in the parent query. Now we could add it to the parent query, but it's just as easy just to go into the advanced mode here, if it lets me. Come on. Why is it not letting me go there? Close. Oh, hang on. Just do it right here. So then I can just switch. Maybe switch. Should be able just to take that right there. Copy. That's the condition. Paste, paste, paste. No paste.
Control V.
Yeah, I'm trying it. Dang. Guess I'm gonna have to type it out. Is it not? See, you probably have to get in here and click on that. There we go. Finally. Okay, so that should do it. And so if we hit save and close, well, gosh darn it, save, there we go, close. Don't know why it's saying that. Then that should show this form. Now, how are you going to know that that form is the one you're looking at? You might want to, just give this section, we'll just call it manager only, something like that. Manager or CMDB.
Okay.
And then save that. Yeah, and of course we have to add a name up here. We can put CI manager or CMDB profile. And you can put access or put something. And so now if we did that right, then we will want to change some of the fields so we can see that we're actually like make some of them, make the base form read only, and,
Right.
then log in, you know, as the manager or in the CMDB profile. Now I want to show one thing because this will show you how that works. If we go down to employee, or yeah, the employee records, and then look here, there's going to be a conditional form in here, and it's kind of doing the same thing. Not here. Go down into a record. Okay, and let's take a look at this conditional form here. Now I'm looking for the conditional form that says connected right here. So I want to click on that one and look at this condition. And it says the same thing. Actually, it's using a single instead of a double. And that might be that what we need to do, single instead of a double. But I think it doesn't matter. Single and double. If the double doesn't work, the double I think is global and the single is local. But this is what you need, and you're matching that with, in this case, we're looking at the employee record. So we're saying if I'm looking at my record, which the table employee, and then the employee ID, if I'm pulled up my record and I'm logged in, then I will see this form. And that's the same thing we're doing in your instance. We're saying who is the, compare the manager of the CI with who's logged in, and then use that as a condition to show the form. So just remember maybe single @ instead of double. And give that a shot and see if that works.
That'll make my job easier on the CMDB side of things, where I can open up things for them to self-manage, so I don't have to manage everything.
Mm-hmm.
But locking down things that I don't want them to manage.
Right. Yeah, so they don't accidentally or whatever change things.
Right.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah, that should work for you. And you can, just remember that if you go into the employee record and pull it up, you'll see that formula in case you forget what it is. Okay, so, all right. Well, thanks for that question. And then thanks everyone else for, bearing with us while we went through that. Okay, so I think what we're going to do now, I think everybody should have returned.
I have a question.
Let me see here. Yeah, I'm seeing everybody logged in anyway.
I have a question. Is there a documentation? Is there a documentation that lists all the system variables?
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
I don't know.
It'd be like a data dictionary.
Yeah.
Or at least some
I'll see if-
document
I'll
with
see if-
samples that we can, let's say, inspire ourselves.
Exactly.
So
I think I've been asking
for that very same thing from our developers for the whole while of my employment with Easy Vista. And I haven't been able to get anything concrete, so I've had to, kind of pick things up as we go. But that being said, I'm going to see if I can find something that I can share with you guys. So let me do this.
You can
I'm just
you
gonna
can push them stating that on every training I am asked the same question.
Yeah, that's a good idea. that we need to know this stuff. And I would hazard a guess that if we tried, I'm not sure that we would be that successful, but if we tried in here, and it would be, let me just do this. We know what this looks like, so maybe we can get lucky and search on this. And maybe it's going to be right in front of our noses. No, this is just pulling up API stuff. Yeah, I'll have to dig a little bit. I don't want to take up everybody's time trying to find this right now, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a note here. And then I'll put it, so with that, I'll just put system global variables. I need to find out, and then I'll send you guys an email collectively when I find it out. Yeah, because there are items that I've found that I can use over the the years, but it would be nice to have everything in one place, and I have yet to get a document like that. So I will endeavor to do that. Okay.
Engineers, do you think that the engineers can actually provide us let's say a solution with system variables, like exactly like it is in this case? We wanted to know if the logged user is the same as a manager, and we don't know because it's not documented. Will be the first line able to provide us the correct solution, or they will hit the same type of knowledge or lack of documentation that we are also hitting?
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying.
I hear what you're saying. And so yes, I will have to be a little bit persistent on this and see if I can get them to give us a little bit more than just bits and pieces, give us a complete listing of system variables. So yeah, stand by for that, and hopefully I'll be successful, and I'll be able to email you guys out with hopefully a pretty comprehensive list, but we'll see what I can come up with. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is take a look at parent queries, because we're in this sort of SQL-esque database mode, so we might as well just open up that topic. And so first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to just show you the reference page, and then we're going to go in and start taking a look at a particular parent query, and then we'll build one ourselves. So I'll go to the sitemap here and then go into the administrator guide, and you'll see, somewhere around here, parent queries right there. And so you can certainly just type in parent queries, and I think that'll pull that up directly as well. So I'm not going to go through this, but I just wanted to point out this page in case you guys are interested in looking at this. And so then what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up an example of a parent query, and we're going to see how we can kind of deconstruct that, and then we're going to build one ourselves. And just as an FYI, I just noticed this. Manually added fields must comply with these rules. In other words, any custom fields that you're adding. You have to have an E underscore, okay, and they must be in uppercase, and then you can see the rest of these requirements. So something like this. So if you're adding a custom field, you'd want to add it like this. I just noticed that call out, so I thought I'd bring that to your attention. Okay, so let's do this. Let's go into a parent query. And so the way you access parent queries, it'll actually tell you in the wiki. What you can do is you can get to them from just a couple of places. The most popular place is to go to reports. Okay. Now you go into reports, and you don't have to actually build a report, but you have to get to the parent queries, you have to say, I want to start a new report. And then so you'll see right here in parent queries, you'll have a plus. That would indicate that you can actually start creating one from scratch. Before we actually build one, I'm going to just bring up the list of queries that are in there right now. And there's a lot of them in there. What I'm going to do is just focus on one that's not too complicated. This one here, Asset CI. And see, that seems to be kind of a favorite topic. Anyway, so we'll explore that. And so now that I've selected it, you see that my plus has changed to a pencil, meaning that I can edit it. So I'm going to click in here. And so this is what a parent query looks like. And of course, you can get to parent queries from just about everywhere. Any form, any filter, any view, you can get to a parent query, and you can edit parent queries. Once they're created, you can get to them and edit them from just about anywhere in the system. But to actually create a new one from scratch, you have to get to a place where you see that plus sign next to the parent query field. And one place is when you are starting to create a report. Another place would be where you're starting to create a trend, which is kind of like a report. So you just need to know how to get to those places to be able to start building a query from scratch, if that's what you need to do, if you're wanting to build one, from scratch, from the beginning. Sometimes it's a good idea to build your own queries, because the ones in the system, they can be quite long, and they can be maybe connected to too many, or they connected to more fields than you need to have them connected to. And so if you're building a simple report and you just want a simple parent query, you could build your own with just a few tables in it, and that would actually enhance the execution of your report, because you don't have as many tables connected. But just looking at this one, we'll just kind of break this one down. So this is an asset/CI parent query. And so in here, what is being provided in this query are these fields: the asset tag, the type, first level, last level, the model. There should be a manufacturer, so make, model, and type. Those are sort of the three required things you have to have for an asset. So type, model, and manufacturer. And then you have some other things in here, remove date, serial number, these things that you can read here. Now, this is not to say this is the end-all exclusive list and you can't get anything else. No, you can add other tables and other fields to this query if you need to. What I would caution is that a good practice is to not actually modify, or at least be very judicious in how you modify a system parent query. Because you don't know how this parent query, if you modify it, what it might affect, because these system queries are used by a bunch of different functionality in the system. And so if you're going to add something to a parent query, you can by all means certainly do that, but you got to be careful how you do it. And what I would suggest you do is maybe take and copy a parent query and then create your own. And then, so you could say something like asset, /CI dash, and then put your company name here, or put your initials or what have you. And that way, it's a modified query that you made custom for a specific reason. But let's just take a look at how this one's built. First of all, let's look at the fields and look at the tables. So we've got the AM asset table, and I would I would guess that the asset table is probably the main table for this query. So you've got that. You got asset here, 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 here. So adding fields from the main table is kind of simple. You just have, you know, when you create a parent query, you select a table and then you start adding fields from that table. Now these others, they're not from the asset table. So this is from the reference table, from the unclassed table, from the catalog table, manufacturer table. So by implication, what we have here is we have a number of tables that are joined to the main table. So we have a main table, we have, we'll just call them related tables, which are joined to the main table. And then we can, you know, once we join them, we can then specify the fields that we're looking for on those other tables. So what we can do is, you know, kind of take a look around a little bit more. We can say, well, let's look at all the tables. So we've got asset and the main table, you know, I'll call it the parent table or the table that all the others are linked to, is always on top. So this is the main table, and then we're linking to all these other tables. Okay, now we can't really see how they're linked, at least not from here. If you wanted to see how these joins are put together, there's actually a tip on the wiki on how you could do that. And so I'll just point that out. So if we come back to the wiki here and we scroll down a little bit, remember we're looking at parent queries, you know, how to create, okay, there's a section here that'll indicate how you can actually copy a query, how to modify a query, how to actually get in and copy one. Let's see. Retrieve parent query joins. This is actually what I'm talking about. This is what we want to be able to do. We want to see this is all done in XML, but you can see here we've got individual join statements that we can see in plain English. We can see how these you know, this query is constructed and how these joins are made to, you know, connect the subordinate tables to the main table. So this is a crucial thing that you need to remember that you can do. Now, in the VM, you have direct access to the database through the SQL Manager Studio, SQL Server Management Studio application. But in a SaaS environment, you don't have that access. However, you do have access to a SQL interface, and that access is called the MC_monitoring interface. And from there, you can actually specify this query, and then you can actually get this information back so that you would have reference to the joins. So if you wanted to build, you know, a new parent query, you can, at the very least, you can see how the tables are joined. There's another approach as well where you can actually copy the query and then copy it and then replicate it. But I'm just trying to point out here how you can get access to these joins, because when you look here, you don't know how these tables are joined together. You just know that they are. Now, if we look here, though, like the manufacturer table, we could sort of figure out how they're joined. I mean, we could use that query and see exactly how they're joined. But if I came in here, since I've clicked on add a table, then if I go to the parent table that I'm wanting to make the join from, if I open this up, then I can see here here's all these predefined in the database. In its schema, there's a primary key for key constraint to these other tables that are already predefined here. So, if we were wanting to join manufacturer, for instance, let's see here. Then it looks like we're maybe out of luck seeing how it's joined from here because we've already joined it. So that's why it's a kind of essential that we are able to see how those joins are constructed. What I'll do is I'll actually start a new one, and then I'll show you, since we don't see the AM_manufacturing table here, when we create a new one, we'll be able to see it, and then I'll show it to you. But so before we go there, we'll just continue to look at this. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a snapshot of this, if I can, and then we'll use this when we try to build this over from scratch. Okay. So we'll have this to refer to. Okay, so what we're going to want to build is, the first way to go is to just, if we know we have a list of fields that we want to add, then, I would just create a list, and then I would say, okay, these are in this table, and these are the ones I want to add to my query. And then I just start adding those. And the easiest ones to add would be the ones off the main table to begin with. And then I'd come back and figure out how to join these other tables to get what I'm wanting to get here. Like the type is this, and then your type last level is this. So if you don't know the data model, then what you can do is you can take an existing query and probably figure out what you need to use from another query. And if push comes to shove, then you might just have to do a little bit more research to find out, what kind of, what table you need and what field you need and how you need to join it to get a specific item. One of the tricks I'll do is maybe look at a form, and if I know that I have a field on a form that I need to get, I'll go look at that form, I'll go look at the field properties on that form for that field, and then I'll see what table and what field it is. And then from there, I got to figure out how to join that table properly so I can get that field information. But so for here, let's see if we can build this, or at least build it partially anyway. So what I'm going to do, this is our reference, just so we can use this as our object that we're going to build. And let's see, where did there it is, screenshot. I want to make sure I keep that available. Okay, so now I can't start a new one from scratch here because when I selected this one, then kind of locked the report into this query. So I'm going to have to cancel this report, but then I'll just start a new one real quick. So I have my plus, and I'll say, yeah, I want to build a new query. And so now you can see that I'm actually able to have visibility into all the tables within the database. What I'm looking at is the what's called the EVO data, and then this is 50,004 database. Or this could be, yeah, I think I'm actually logged into the demo environment, but anyway, that doesn't matter. I'm in a particular database, and I'm seeing all of the tables in the data database, not the config database. And so, so these are all the tables that I can use to build a parent query. And again, remember, parent queries, if you go look at the wiki, there's a definition at the top of that page that tells you what a parent query is and how it's used. It's basically allowing you to expose certain fields in different tables and use them within forms and other queries like filters and views and such like that. So we've got to have this built and then we can use it. So what I'm going to do is just call this my parent query. I'll just do something like this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this, I'll just put in here for assets. And then I'm going to select my main table. And that's going to be my asset table. Okay. So I'm going to click that. And so immediately, now if I look, so I've got a table and then I'm immediately able to start adding fields. I could just hit save and then I just have the save in this query, but no fields added yet. But let me see, take a look and gosh darn it, I can't drag this over. So I'll have to do it this way. Hang on. Hang on. Try to drive this thing here. What the heck? Okay, it looks like I'm gonna do that again. Call that assets. Then I'm just going to select this table and I'm going to hit save just so I have it. So now I've got this, it did save it in there. What I've got to do is select it now. So there it is right there. Boom. Okay. So now I can start editing it. But what I want to do is see if I can get my I'm actually pressing keys to try to move my screen. There we go, like that. So now let me bring this back up again. Go back to this. Okay, I've got this. I want to edit it. But what I want to do is look at my cheat sheet. There we go. So I need to drag that over here. And so the first thing I want to do is asset tag, okay? So that's easy enough. Come in here. I know my main table's right there. This part's easy. I just open up my main table and I can find asset tag, boom. Now I've got it in here. And then I can rename this. It's okay the way it is, but if I wanted to, I could remove the underscore. It's not needed in the alias. I'll just leave that the way it is for now. Sometimes when you add a field, the field name doesn't really, it's not user friendly, I'll call it like that. So then you can rename it to something a little bit more user friendly, more recognizable. So save that. So I've got one item in my parent query so far. What I want to do is look at what else we're going to add. So we can come down here. We don't have to worry about these yet because we're going to have to join these tables. So I'm going to come down here and say I want serial number, I want remove date, and I don't want to do status yet because that's actually a different table. So, so entry date and remove date and serial number. Let's see if I can remember that much. So come in here and just add that. And this part's pretty simple. So entry date, and then we'll add remove date and and serial number. And okay. And now you could also, and this is what you'd want to do, if you added custom fields, you would need to come in and you could either modify a system query, predefined parent query, or I would suggest you create a new query. But then you could come in and just, once you have your custom fields added to your schema, and the way you would do that is by submitting a request to add a custom field, to a particular table, then it would just show up here like these E_, these are all custom fields. So once they're in the system, then they're just treated like any other field. So if I wanted to add cost, for instance, I could just click on that, and then now I wouldn't have to use that name. I could just come in here and say cost, and like I could make these a little bit more friendly, serial number like that. Because these will actually show up in your filters and your views. And so remove date, you could maybe change that to discarded date, or maybe archive date, or whatever you want to call it. Entry date could be, your delivery date, or your, your installation date. Okay, so I save that. Now I can continue with this process. Let me just show you how to do one of these joins. So let's just pick like status, AM status. I want to get the asset status. Okay, so I'm going to have to, join the status table to my query. So I just come in here, I say, well, let's add a table. Okay, and I only have the main table so far. And you'll notice here there's some verbiage down here. Returns all records to the main table, even if there are no matches in the join table. This is going to be called an outer join, specifically a kind of a left outer join. This is the one you always want to pick, because if you pick an inner join, then that means that both tables have to have data in them for you to get a query result. So if it says returns all records from both tables where there's a match. So if you have this query, this parent query, and you've selected a field to show in a report, and that field is blank for that record, then you're not going to get any data back in an inner join. Inner joins are used specifically for certain reasons. I'm just going to tell you that, for the purposes of what we're doing, if you just use the outer join, you'll need to use this one 95% of the time. So just leave this defaulted the way it is, and you'll be fine. Always use an outer join. And so then what we're doing is we're doing status. So we're going to come down here to where status. Now we've got two statuses. So now we got to make sure we pick the right one. And I want the current status, not the next status. So I'm going to pick this. Okay. And then I'll just leave the name of this. I mean, since I have two here, I might want to give myself a clue as to which join I picked, because these are the join statements. So to give myself a clue, so I don't wonder whether this is, current, status or next status, I'll just put that. And then now I know which join was used. And then I could hit OK here. And so now I've got that table added, so I can see it here. So now I can pick a field from it. And let's see, did I just mess up? I probably did. I got those in there, but then when I say add a table, yeah, I didn't save it, so I got to do that all over again. Gosh darn it. Got to remember to save. And OK. And then because I was jumping around without saving. I mean, I could have added a field. I just can't leave this dialog until I save. So I can add a field. I still haven't saved, but I'll do that right away. So now what am I going to pick here? Well, again, whenever you see a whole line of fields, they all look like they're saying the same thing. You can see here, these are all status in different languages. Always pick the variable. And that way you'll let the system choose which language based on, you know, how the person logs in and what's in their employee record. So I want this one. And then I'm just going to change that because I don't want that to actually show, you know, say on a view or a filter. I just want it to say status. Okay. And then I'll save that so I don't lose it. Okay. All right. And so I've got this query well underway here. And now, so I can keep on going, but I think we probably get the idea. We could add other tables and then we could add other fields. But let's just see what we have so far. Now, we can actually use this to create something. We could use this to create a report, or we could use this to create a filter. I'll go ahead and use this right now. I'm going to actually add a filter. I'm creating a report here. I'll just call it my report, my asset report. How about that? Or I'll just do it like this. And then assets are under asset management. Yeah, that makes sense. We'll put it in here for now. I need to create a filter or a folder called customer or called training or something. And then the form we don't need to worry about right now. Forms are used with whenever you create reports that have interactive input, you know, for, you know, on-demand display. So we'll show that when we build that. So I'm going to create this filter and I'm just going to call it, status. Status equals, I'll just go with that, active. That's going to be my filter. Now I need to go in and filter on that. So I'm using my query, and my query is just going to show me those fields that I just built. So I'm going to pick status, and then because I've got that linked properly to the status table, I'll be able to see all the statuses, and I'll just go ahead and say active, and that'll be my filter for this report. Now, what do I want to show in this report? And so I'm kind of getting ahead of myself a little bit because I'm starting to talk about reports, but we'll come back to this and do a couple other, you know, report exercises. So when I'm building this report, I need to indicate what I want to show. So I'm basically just going to say that I want to display all these fields, and I'll come back to this and then explain some of these other things here when we start talking about reports. But I'll go ahead and say okay. And then so all of my fields will show in this report. So if I finish this, I'm going to have a report, and it should be in here. And if I scroll down, I should be able to find it somewhere. Maybe it's hiding here. Yep. What I want to do is actually create a folder so it's easy to find these guys. So right here from the root, I'm going to create a folder called training. Oh, I already have it right there. And I'll put that on the root. And now I'll come in here. And because No. Because I didn't put this in a folder. It's sitting here outside of a folder in that area. I'm going to come in here, edit this, and just put it in the proper folder so I can find it. So right here, training. As you can see, we have a lot of things in the Easy Vista folder. So now I've got this report from a parent query I just built, and it's in the training folder now. Now, from administration, remember I said that I can't run reports. The reason I know that is because there's no way for me to click on this report. It's not hyperlinked. So I've got to go to the area where it's themed, asset management. So I got to come in over here, come to reports here, and then I'll see my training folder, and there's my report, and now I see it's got a hyperlink so I can run this thing. And when I run it, it's showing me all of the columns that I put in my parent query, and it's showing me all of the active items in the demo database, which we've got quite a few. Okay, and as we drill down a little further, then there's some asset tags. We might even have some dates in here, who knows? Let's see, I'll reverse sort this. Yeah, we've got some entry dates. And we could, at this point, we can build on this, and I think I'll use this as an example to build on when we're creating more filters and views. So parent queries, they are quite useful. They're everywhere in the system. You being able to build your own is, quite helpful, especially if you start adding custom fields to your system. You're going to want to then be able to go into the queries and modify the queries so you can display those fields that you've added to the system. So yeah, you're going to have to know how to do that. So I did that maybe rather quickly. Any questions about that? Okay. Yeah, just remember that you do have references, and these are helpful. They're quite helpful. They'll take you through building a parent query and answer most of your questions, if not all of them. Okay. All right. So now it's really just, the system. We try to build the system so that most of what you need is already built out, and that if you're needing to use anything or you're needing to build anything, we have an editor that helps you find what you're looking for without having to actually build SQL statements. But they're, as you customize more and more, you may have to get into SQL and create statements. So it is helpful to know SQL when you're using a database-driven system like this. Not an absolute requirement, but it's certainly helpful. So, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go take a look at filters and views, these things right here. And so these are all over the place. We look in incident, and we've got, here I can see that looking on this system, we have applied what we call our report accelerators. And what those are they're a set of filters that you may not see normally in an out-of-the-box system. Now, these are really helpful because you've got a lot of filters already built for you, and of course you can use these, not only these, but then also you have a set of reports that go along with these filters and views that make building reports a little bit quicker because you've got all the tools, I should say, all the filters and views you need defined for you, so that you can report on a lot of different things without having to build a whole bunch of components from scratch. Now, that all being said, let me just describe where that is. If we just go up here to reports, and this is part of filters and views. Whenever we start talking about reports, we have to first talk about filters and views, because that's what reports are essentially made of, filters and views. So I'm talking about these things called report accelerators. So I just wanted to point out this page to you, that there are a number of reports that can be loaded into a system, and you're basically shown how to do that. If it hasn't already been done for you, you're shown how to do that on these pages. These items here allow you to set up filters and views by just importing them in. You import them in, you've got a whole bunch of them at your disposal. As a matter of fact, let me do something here. Let me log out of this. Yeah, I was going to say, before I log out, let's do a couple of things. Let's take advantage of a couple of things we've already learned.
I have a question, and actually not a question, probably a confirmation. I think in the first day you stated that in the left part of the window where we have, you know, action, general, service operation, you cannot add new options, like instead of having incidents, I want to recall it, you know, incident open or incident closed, huh? And my question is the following: it is true that you cannot modify the left side, and you just need to rely on whatever let's say in this moment report accelerator you have, or you can have those report accelerated added into the left side as a shortcut?
Right. So when you say left side, you're talking about this menu here?
Yes, left menu.
Right.
Right. So remember,
you can come over here,
and you can add whatever you want. So for instance, if I edit in here, so then I can come over to my menu, and I can say, what am I looking for? I'm looking for incidents, right? Maybe all incidents, right? I can come over here and I can change the name.
Oh yes, I remember. Anyway, the idea is that I forgot that we are using, you know, global menu instead of my configured menu. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, no problem. So this is but to your point, you know, you should be able to see all these filters here, right? So even though this says like global, maybe in progress, you can pick this filter, and then you can pick a view, maybe the list view, and then you can call this, you know, all open incidents. So you can modify how this shows, and then you can add this to your menu and hit save. And so all open incidents you can add right here. What it's going to do when you click on it is it's going to display the filter in the view that you selected. So global, you know, in progress, and then list. Now you can come back and you can add another menu item that says, you know, using the same filter, but maybe you want to show it by status, maybe. So you might say, you know, all open by status, and then you can, you know, then when you click on that, then you go right to this. So yeah, if you play around with that a little bit, you'll see that you have a lot of options to customize this left menu. Yeah, just remember the My menu is fully customizable. And so what I was going to say is that we can actually get out of this environment and go into each one of our VMs has the production environment, which is empty. and we can load in those report accelerators, for instance, with all of their reports. We can see how we can do that. I mean, let me do this first. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take the existing work that we did, which is come down here, and I'll show you the technique that I like to use, which is just go into export, and then if I just come right into export and then look at changed today, I can see all the items that I modified today, and I can see says it's updated by localhost. When you're actually in your SaaS environment, it'll actually show your login name here. So what I've done, this is a representation. So this was the conditional form that we modified. This is the query that we built, and this is the report that we built. I'm going to take these two items and export them. I'll click download, finish, and then I have them right here. You know, in my download folder. Okay, I have this archive. What I'm going to do, I should be able to log out of here, log into my other environment, and import them in. And so I just wanted to show you how easy it was to move configurations. So now I'm in a different environment. If I was to say, look in assets and look in reports, you know, I don't have, that report. I haven't, my reports, I haven't imported it yet. I don't have it. What I'm going to do is maybe create a folder here, so I have some place to put it. And I'll just say new folder training. Not new report, new folder. Training. And I've got it right there. Okay, so now the folder, there it is. I'm going to go back to my export and import, and this time I'm going to select import and just pick that folder out of my downloads, which is right here, this file I mean, and I'm going to go ahead and upload that. And it's uploading the two items. It's uploading the query that we built and the report. And so now if I look in here, actually look in, I can look in reports. Yeah, I see that it's landed here. I'm going to have to tell it to go into the training folder. So that's all I need to do, because it already knows what theme it should be. And here's my filter and view. The filter and view came along with it, as well as the query, because those were dependencies that needed to be added. So now if I go into reports, I should see it here. Remember, I can't run it from here. I have to go into the area that it's themed to work with. So I'll go here, because the theme that we have on this report is asset management. So it's under assets and configurations. There's my filter, there's my view. So if I just click on this, it should run, and we'll see what active items we have here. And that didn't run. There was a problem. So let me look to see if we have a problem with the query coming over. Shouldn't have had a problem. So if we look here, And there's my query. And, you know, that looks fine. Okay. Let me do this. I'm going to double check here. I moved into a new system. Inventory. I should have about 1,000. Yeah. So I should be able to pull up something. And I've got a lot of them in active status. So what are we going to do here? Let's see. I should be able to run this report. So just, you want to see. Yeah, that should be fine. I'm able to reference the tables and the fields. I don't see any issues there. I've got the table showing. This looks fine. Let me look here at the list. The list looks okay. Let me look at the filter. The filter looks okay. I see the problem right there. So see how I moved a report from one system to the other, and you can see what happened here. I had a custom field in the demo system, but that custom field doesn't exist in this system. So I have an option. Well, the field is, it's in the report. It's in the report because the report is saying, well, it's actually, let's look at this. It's actually in the query and in the report. So let me get out of this. And let's look at this. And so we're going to see, we've got, okay, so cost is right there. I'm going to take that out, but where I really need to take it out is I need to take it out of the parent query because it's looking for something that it can't find. So I'm going to go ahead and take that out there. What I need to do is I actually need to add that custom field into this new system. But anyway, I've taken that out. So now that I've taken it out, I've removed the problem. And so now I should be able to come over here and run this report. Okay, now it runs fine. So it was trying to reference a field that didn't exist in this system. So that is a caveat. When you're moving stuff from one place to the other, you have to make sure you understand what those items are actually, tied to. And if you need to make sure that if there's any customizations, you need to make sure that the customization is also done in the system that you're moving your components to. Okay, so, all right, so I move that in. Now, if I take a look, we're looking at filters and views. So if I take a look under operations, for instance, just take a peek there real quick. in this system, I'm in the 50,004 system. You can see here, the report accelerators have not been applied to this system. And so these report accelerators, these are just a series or a set of filters and then a set of views that allow you to create reports in a little bit more quick fashion. And actually there are a number of reports that come over as well. So the first thing you're going to be adding is these should be the filters and the views. I believe they are. But then if I look down here, then we can see that we have a whole bunch of queries and we have a whole bunch of reports. These can all be added to a system. And then we even have further, we have some, custom dashboards and widgets that can be added to service apps. So then you can quickly, start creating reports and dashboards with all of the items that are supplied here. Now, I guess what I wanted to point out here is that what you can do is you can take, say, this set right here. Let's try this one. We're going to, it's a simple matter of downloading this just by clicking on it. I've got it in my download folder now. Or do I have it in the right place here? Am I in? I got to do it here. So Easy Vista Report Accelerators. I've got to be in my VM. Okay, so I can download them in my VM, and I'll just do incident. Okay, so I've downloaded that there, and then what I'm going to do is come over here, not there in SQL, but over here, and do the same thing where I'm going into administration and import export, and I want to import all those filters and views is essentially what I'm importing. So I'm going to pick this report accelerators operation. So all those things that apply to incident service requests. Well, in this case, it's just incidents. I'm going to go ahead and then import that. And we'll see how many items we actually import. So we imported 38. That's not a lot. Sometimes you'll import a couple of hundred items. But then now that I've done that, if I look in here, let's see, let me just go change out of this, just change focus for a second by pulling up something else. And then coming back in here, since I've just updated this. And see, now I've got all of these extra filters and views. Now, what's nice about these? Well, a lot of what you're going to want to do is already configured for you here. So let me explain this. So the global block of filters, that basically pulls information back from everybody's tickets. So global meaning, all tickets, versus my groups, meaning that I'm just going to look at tickets that my groups own. So my groups, it's similar to this. My incidents and incidents for my groups. It's the same queries. However, there's more than just this. You've got my groups, and then you've also got your own individual items. And then now you can see, I want to point out that if we went ahead and added the service request filters and views, then we would have the same thing. Global, my groups, and my incidents. Here you can see that we don't have that. We don't have service requests, for my groups or my own service requests. That's missing from this menu. But if you add these filters, you can get the same functionality. So these are accelerators. Not only do you put the filters in and then the views, but you also then load in all of the reports, and then you end up with quite a number of reports that can be useful. And so I wanted to talk about that because we were going to segue into reports, and those report accelerators are very useful. But before we get there, let's take a look at filters a little bit more in depth. So let's see, we've got a filter here that says handled by 2 or more groups in the last 60 days. So if you're looking to see tickets that are being transferred, around to multiple groups, here's how you would set up this filter. You come in here, you have this filter, go ahead and edit this filter, and we can see that, the conditional steps that were used. So first of all, we've got this first item, which is the create date was, within the last 60 days. That's what this is saying. And then this is saying something that we're going to need to switch over to the advanced view to read because I can't see it all. So let me go to the advanced view. And yeah, we've got kind of a mouthful here. So usually when I'm trying to interpret a long string like this, I'll just break it up into its parts. So I'll see, okay, request ID in, and then we've got a sub query here. And so yeah, this is kind of busy, but we can interpret it. Let's see. There's the where statement. Oops, didn't want to go that far. And then this. So we're saying the first part, we're just saying, show all incidents that were opened within the last 60 days. You can see that, you can kind of read that, right? This is what's called a, we'll call it a business logic function. And so we have this business logic function. It's not a SQL function, it's something written in the EasyVista business logic. It's my filter with these parameters. So you feed in the submit date, that's what this is. And then this keyword last dates, and then however many days you want to look back, last days. And so within the last 60 days, we're going to filter on that. And then we're also then looking at the request ID is in, and then we have this big long statement with inner joins, and we'd have to really just break this down to try to determine, what's coming back from this. But we're actually pulling back in request IDs that match this condition, and I'm kind of looking at it. It looks like we have action types that we're matching on, And so I'd have to look at that a little more carefully. And then we've got action types. We're saying that the action types are in, and then we have all these GUIDs. You know, when you're writing system code like this, it's always better to reference a GUID than it is to reference like a field label or an alias, because those can be changed, but these GUIDs will not change. The only problem with using, global unique identifiers is that you might not know what they mean. So then you have to go look them up. But, we're looking for tickets that are handled by 2 or more groups within the last 60 days. And so these filter conditions plus where the group ID is not null and the group by action ID has a count of greater than 1, basically by 2 or more. So we basically changed the group 2 times or more. So quite a filter that we have built here. We don't have to get that elaborate when we're first starting out building filters, but that's just an interesting filter. So now let's see, if I wanted to see, say, I want to take all the filters off. So I'm saying right here, no filter. If I look at that, then I should see that there's no filter assigned here. There's nothing, okay? And then what I'm doing then is I've got a view. This list view basically is returning all the columns that I have listed in the list view. So if I do this, okay, I get back my 2 tickets, and that's all the tickets that I have in the system. Now, if I wanted to create a filter that essentially did the same thing, I mean, well, I'm saying that we don't have a lot of data to work with here. Might want to switch back to the demo database. Let me see, what do we want to do here? Let's switch over to the assets, because we have a number of assets in there and we can play with that. So let's go into assets. And so in here, okay, so right now we're defaulting to a view of looking at assets by location. And so I'm going to change that to list, and I'm going to see all of my assets. And so then one of the things I might want to do is filter by maybe manufacturer, based on the fields that I have available. So we'll just try that. Now I bet you I have a group by manufacturer here, manufacturer model, so I could group this information by those, but I want to filter on a particular manufacturer. So what I do is I'd come in here and say, let's create a new filter. So I say edit filters, and I don't want to edit this one. I want to create a new one. So I'm going to come over here, say new, give it a name, and I'll just say manufacturer equals, and then I guess I'll just use compact. Okay. And then, simply enough, what we're going to do here is we're going to look for the manufacturer field, and we're going to say it's equal to, and we should have a list. And so using the editor, it's real easy to put together, a filter, basically a query. If I switched over to the advanced mode, this is what that would look like. Literally, if you were doing this in SQL, what you would do is say select, and you would probably say select manufacturer. We'd have to look at the fields, but if we had manufacturer name, select, maybe we just do select all from the manufacturer table, and then see, and then say where the manufacturer name is equal to compact. But what we're doing here is the select is implied, and actually this is the where clause of the select statement. So what we're indicating here is that we're filtering on manufacturer where the manufacturer ID is 5, which equals compact. That's how that is being done by the editor. But to you and me, it's real simple. I can just select the field and select what I want. I can select the condition, and then I can select what I want to match against. And then I can run apply here, click on apply the filter. I'll go ahead and save it. And so now I have a filter in my system. So if I was to look, I've got this new filter, and it's showing me only compact. And I've got 294 out of the 1,000 assets. So I can come back here and switch this back to none. Maybe I want to see, okay, what manufacturers do I have in total? And I have all of these, and I can see their counts and their ratios, to the whole. So creating a filter is pretty simple, especially if you use the editor. If you're not able to use the editor because maybe there's something you're trying to do, maybe you're trying to use a SQL function, maybe it's a date function and you're wanting to say the date is, maybe the submit date is within the last week, and you want to use a function for that, you can always type in the SQL function to return that result. But yeah, you have the ability to basically create whatever queries you need to return the record sets that you're looking for. And then, in terms of views, the way this works, the list view is pretty straightforward. If we look at list view, it's just showing us all the columns that we have defined. So we have all of these items are coming from our parent query. So we could go look at our parent query and we would see that we have all these fields. If there was another field we wanted to include in this view and it wasn't in our parent query, we could just add it to the parent query, then it would show up here. And then what we would do is we would drag all these over and all of these columns would show up in our view. But now if I wanted to see, say, something that's grouped, so we come in here and we say, I want to see something that's grouped by, well, it's grouped by two things, manufacturer and model. How does that look? So when it's grouped by two things, that means you're going to drill down twice. First, you're going to see the manufacturer and all of the records under manufacturer. And then when you click on the manufacturer, you're going to see the models and all those. And then once you click on the model, then you're going to see the list view that you have defined for this view. So let me show you. Edit the view, and we've got something slightly different going on. We've put two items in our drill down here. These are our aggregation fields. We're basically grouping by manufacturer first and then model second. And then we're listing out, when we drill down into model, then we're listing out this information. So not too difficult to do, not too difficult to understand. Okay, so all right, so what we could do, let's take a look at this. Here is the parent query. Okay. And you can see here, it's just, a set of fields just like what we did when we created our parent query. So you've got this column here called available for quick filters. Basically, when you check this box, what you're saying is these filters are available here. Not there. Let me go to list view. They're available here. So you can include or exclude fields in this quick filter function. So if you didn't want to include all of them, then you can selectively uncheck the ones you didn't want to show. And I think you saw in the query there that some of the boxes were unchecked. So that's what that's for there. Now, let's see. So if we were to, well, we have our parent query and we saw that work. It worked in our report. One thing we can't do is we can't add new queries. We can certainly we can reference filter and view combinations and give that reference a name, but we can't create like stuff like this. This is a reference to a predefined filter. Actually, I'll take that back. You can, if you have the filters and the views defined, you can show them over here. So let's give that a try. So right here under assets, we know that we created our own parent query and our own view and filter. Let's see if we can add it in here. What we'll do is we'll just add it in as an end user. Once I get to this. And so, yeah, what I want to do is I want to look for I'm thinking here as I'm talking because I think I have my filter in the report. I'm actually going to have to build the filter outside of the report so then I can refer to it. Yeah, that's not what I want because I'm not going to be able, see if I can get that filter. No, I'm not going to be able to get the filter. So what I want to do is I want to take what I've done here in the report and make it a menu item. So you can see here in my report, I have the status equals active and then list. I'm thinking off the top of my head because what you're going to have to do is refer to the parent query and see these items are all tied to system parent queries. To be able to add a new one over here, let me think about that for a second. Not sure I can do that. Not from that parent query. So the parent query I created, I can't refer to that over here now that I'm thinking about it. I can use them in reports for sure, but I can't actually see. I need to be able to refer to it, and it's just not something that I have here available. These are all predefined system queries. Okay. But I can refer to the report, and I can put in as many filters in the report as I like. So again, coming here, I can add another filter, and not sure what I'm going to call it yet. Let's see what I can filter on, give it a name. I don't know what I want to name it yet. So let's see, we're going to filter by, Just trying to get a little creative. You know, we're going to go greater than. Let's see, does not contain. We should be able to do greater than. So.
Do you need to type in there to search for it? Because I know sometimes those drop-down lists are limited.
Yeah, let's try, but I'm thinking I just have to use the, I have to do a advanced query. So let's try that instead. Let's see here, advanced mode. And I'm just gonna say, AM asset tag. AM asset tag. And we'll say greater than, and I'm just wondering, yeah, I'm wondering if, yeah, so if all the asset tags are in as string variables, then that might be a little difficult, but let me try this. I'll just say greater than 100 and see if we can do that. It's kind of a lame example, but I'll put it in there. And then I guess I'll go ahead and create a view, and I'll group by status, a different view. So group by status. So then the way to group by is you come in here and you select this. If you want to move things up in the order, you click on order and then say insert here. So now I got the status at the top, and I make it a breakpoint. So now I'm going to aggregate on status, and I'm going to count up the number of statuses I have. Then the rest of these I'm just going to show as columns when I drill down past status. Okay. So if I do that, and say finish, and then run this report. Now by default it runs this way, but then I can change this to this. And yeah, I'm not getting anything back because I'm going to need to get a little bit more creative on my condition. I'm going to have to convert the strings to numbers and then be able to do that. But then I can use this group by, and I can look at statuses. So I've got, well, I just got the one active status. So if I change this, basically, come in here to the report, and I want to edit it and say, I'll put another one in. I'll just call this all assets. And then I won't even really need to put anything in. I could say something like asset tag is not null, for instance. Finish that. Then I could run this and say all assets, and I'll get all the different statuses, and then I'll group by status, and I can see that I've got so many that are active, so many in repair, so many in stock, out of order. So pretty easy to use filters and views. So you can set up filters and views in your system queries here. And so to further define what it is you're looking up, like for instance, if you had a column here, and you wouldn't necessarily have to have a column here to view it, but if you had in your records the owner, then you could actually, you know, filter on an owner, or you could actually view by all owners or by all groups. What I could do is, let's see what I've got here. I've got, I'll say, let's show everything. And then what do we have? We have owner here. And so, yeah, we are showing owner. See, this is part of the accelerator package where you've already got a lot of functionality defined for you. One thing we don't have is owned by group, so we can actually add something like that. And then we can see of all the tickets, you know, which groups owns them, for instance, by adding that in as a view. Okay. All right. Well, any other questions, or any questions I should say about filters or views? Anything that I've left out that you might want to, you know, hear about? Okay. So I'm looking at the time, and I'm looking at, let's see, click there. I'm looking at, now, do you want to see, I guess I could do just a little bit more on reports, like what I can show is how to actually schedule them to run on a periodic basis. So I can go ahead and talk about that. Then we can quickly look at, you know, the studios. Again, these are all pretty well documented. So if we don't cover all of the different functionality, all the different ways you can configure the studios today, you can still refer to the documentation. So we'll look at these two, and then I know that there are a few of you that wanted to start talking about asset management. And then I just added a couple other things that if we had time we could talk about. Like we did talk about importing, exporting already. We talked about the parameters. We haven't gotten to these guys. They're not really part of the basic curriculum, but if we have time, we can certainly talk about these other things. But I know that this one's one that you guys want to get to. So let me just explain how to schedule reports, and we'll look at the studios real quick, and then we'll jump into asset management if that's okay with everybody. Okay, so we'll just take a look. So in reports, now, first of all, let's see how many reports we have. And this isn't probably as wonderful to look at because they don't have a lot of data. Well, maybe I can look at the assets. We have a lot of employees and we have a lot of assets. So we'll go into reports and we'll look at what we've got for in Easy Vista. We usually have about 200 or so reports in here, 155. Let's see what we have in assets. Asset moves, asset purchase. I don't know that I have a lot of data on that. All we did, it was just added assets right now. Let's see what we've got here for reports in the system already. Let me look at it, sort by this name here. So active equipment, that's pretty basic. Catalogs, changes. Well, got this. So if you wanted to actually schedule a report to go out on a periodic basis, you would come here in admin under scheduled reports, and then you'd add one of the reports you've already built. So what we're doing here is we're just setting up a schedule. I'm just going to say my assets, and I'm going to, you can see here that I can set up a frequency for how often I want this report to go out, but let me just define what it is that I'm going to report on. So I'm going to come down here and pick my report, and see I can pick from the whole list of reports, and so I'm going to look for the one we created, my, and then I'm going to tell it what filter I want to use. So I'll just put active, or actually maybe I'll just go ahead and use all. And then the views would be by status. And then the format I want to send out is, it could be any of these formats, HTML, PDF. I'll try PDF to begin with. Okay. And so I'm scheduling a report, and then I want to set it to go out on a periodic basis. So let's say I'll send it out every minute. That's pretty aggressive. But then what I'm going to do is I'm going to send it to a group of people. In this case, I'll just send it to myself. Okay. I think I got it right here. And I can send it to myself. I could send it to groups as well. I can put a title in here. And then I could put some sort of body. I'll just say minute by minute report. And I can see what it is I'm sending. So then the next compute to kick this off, I could put it sometime in the future, or since we're waiting for it to run, I'm going to backdate it. And you can see here, I get a message that says, oh, you're backdating it, so it's going to run immediately. So let's just see what happens. I'll finish this. My report should run. Okay, I've got one scheduled. If I wanted to see the scheduled tasks, I can come down here and look at reports and see that okay, we've got this schedule. And I should be able to, I think I'm actually able to get emails from this VM. Pretty sure I was doing that, so I should be able to get that report here when it kicks off. It should run immediately. And let's see, not that, but this. Is set to enabled, should go every minute. I did put my correct address in here. I'm thinking, just wondering if this system's sending emails. May not be. So I'll set one up quickly in a system that I know is working. Let's see. Okay. So 7:55. So let's do this. Go into a system that I know is set up. I don't know if these VMs are set up to do that. So let's set one up quickly here. And so I'll go into reports. And I'm pretty sure I have let me look at them by, okay. Yeah, incident by status, actually that's the one I wanted. Gosh darn it. So incident by status, let me just, well, incident by status, let me run that real quick to make sure I get some data. Okay, I got a little bit of data. So let me go in here. Actually, I want to go here and schedule this. Demo server every minute from now to, I could just type in an email address, but let's see, this should have it in there. Put the report in, incidents by status, and then I'm going to filter on incidents by status view, and we'll just pick this to go first. And it's enabled, so it should kick off. There we go. That one ran. So what we end up getting is something that looks like this. It comes from our scheduler. I just don't think those private VMs can get outside of their network. I'm not sure if the schedulers are set up. So this is what we're going to get. And then of course you can embellish your email that goes out. So I got this report here, and that's what I'm seeing. Of course, this report is coming out based on how we designed it, right? So that was just a real quick PDF report. I'm looking at this other one. Okay. And then it continues to pop out here, because we have it set up to go every minute. So we got another one. Anyway, you get the idea. Now what I could do is change this scheduled report to go out as some other format. So we can try that one, and then, look at the different formats, but kind of get the idea. That's pretty easy in terms of setting up scheduling of reports. So what you would do is you would just come up with a nice report, in terms of its format, and then you could send it out here on a periodic basis. Okay. All right. Enough of that, I guess. So what I need to do is come in here and just disable this report, and then it'll stop running. And then if I go into this other one, I'm not sure that this one's actually running, but I'll just go ahead and disable this one as well. Okay. So quickly, I'll go through a couple of the studios here, and then we'll get into assets because I know that's what you're waiting on. So studios, as I mentioned, there are two different ways to manage this bar here, this search/command bar. One of them is the search studio. Now, what this allows you to do is designate, which tables that you're able to do a global search on. And you can see here, you can filter by active, or you can filter by, everything that you've got in. Now, you've got these tables, okay? And then, so you can see here, you can't add anything. What you can do, you can't add any new objects, any new tables, but you can go into the table and then you can describe what you want to search on and what you want to see. So for instance, we're searching on the, for the ticket ID, the incident service request ID or the change ID. We're searching on the ID, and we're searching on the last name of the recipient. Those are the only two items that we have here that we're searching on. I'm looking down here and nothing else is highlighted. You can highlight more items to search by. And then when you highlight them, you can then indicate, okay, you can indicate what you want to see in your result. So let me add a couple more things here, like I'll put the catalog title here. Okay, so we're going to display, if I type my name as the recipient, I should be able to find my tickets, and then I should be able to see them displayed. So let's just give that a shot. I've got, if I'm even in here, there we are. So let me switch to the grid mode. It's thinking about it. Okay, and I can see what I should be able to do here is come down here to Studio. I don't want change, I want incident, because I don't believe I have any changes. So I'll search on this one. Okay, so then in here I've got so you can see here that the fields that show as being indexed, those are the fields that you're actually searching on. Then what you're displaying is what you highlight. So I've got the incident number, recipient, status, and time to resolve. If I wanted to see more, like maybe the urgency, I could highlight that and then just make sure that I've got it checked over here to display it. And so then Now what'll happen is we look at what's keyed, what's indexed. See if I can search on that or sort on that. Yeah, what I'm going to be able to search by is the number, the description, the solution, and let's see what else is indexed. And then the title. Okay. So now that I have that, let me just look at what we have filled out. Not much, but if I search for, let's just say there's no, I just got 2 tickets. If I search for details, I should be able to find that one. And again, my mileage is not varying here. I should be able to search by that. I'm just wondering about the indexes in these VMs. Let me try this.
Description wasn't listed as being indexed.
Oh, I thought it was.
There was only one key that was listed.
Yeah, maybe I missed that. Let me see. There were a number of keys, I thought.
There was only one that was active.
And what are you describing as active?
In the view that you were. So if you open that up.
So all of these indexed.
Oh, description was indexed. I'm sorry, I didn't see the key there originally.
And actually, yeah, description here. Now, you don't have to highlight it for it to search it on this field. It's searching on those that are indexed. What you're highlighting is what you want to have show up, and that didn't stick when I clicked on it. Show up in the search results. So let me save that. I'm just wondering if my VMs are, these, very portable VMs are actually working the way they should in terms of this searching. But so if I type in details, that details is in the description. I'm wondering if my full text, if my full text search is actually on in the database. So let's come over here and try it here on this demo server. Come down in here. And so I'm looking at incident, for instance. Okay, so now I see that I have highlighted the number. I've got the category and the description. And let's see, what else do I have? I should be able to search on title, even though I'm not displaying it. Actually, the only thing I see that I'm displaying are these things: status, category. Then what am I searching on? Number, category, or not category, but description and solution, and then title. So, let's see. Let me save this before it moves off of that. Okay. So then come over here and see how many tickets I have in this thing. And I do have titles on a lot of them. So let me just search for summary. Let me search for a number. I'm hitting that. Okay. And then what I've defined is that I want to see the number, the status, the category, and then the description. I'm wondering, though, what's happening. Why it's not searching on that. Okay, let's see. Let's look at this one more time. Yeah, highlight that. Save that. Okay, I'm gonna try that. There we go. So yeah, I was mistaken. You have to highlight what it is that you want to search by. I do believe, though, that you have to have the field indexed. So you have to, not only do you have to have it indexed, then you have to highlight it. So if I was to search by, let me look at something here. I got ticket owning group, but let's see. Do I have a location?
Or may know. Is eVista in the backend has a type of elastic search, or the search that it is using right now, it is just a straight search in the database based on a built-in functionality?
So what was the first part of that question?
Is it searching?
Yeah, what type of
with
search engine is using? I mean, you stated that you need to have it indexed.
Yeah, it's just using the full text search capability of the SQL server.
That's really all that it's doing.
Okay.
And so what's being indexed, you're indicating what fields you're including in that full text search. That's what those little keys represent.
Mhm. So the index itself, it is created like a scheduled task. So that means it is indexing regularly, or
Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
Okay. It is.
so you don't have to program it to run it at a certain time. It is by default, and there is let's say determine time, or time when it is indexing.
I'm just going to say, sorry to interrupt. Our DBAs actually set up the time when the servers actually run their indexing routines. So it is configured, but then once it's configured, it's automated at that point. So I'm just looking here. I'm going to select this. But I don't think I'm going to have any luck here if I do this. Yeah, especially if I don't type it right. In Los Angeles. Yeah, so definitely have to search on the keyed or the indexed fields, but then you can actually show more items than just those keyed fields. So again, if I come back in here and search on summary, then now I'm going to see that additional field I just added, which was location. So see, I've added the location. So you have control over this in this way. You've got to, you know, do your searches on the indexed fields. You have to have the fields that you want to search on highlighted. So if I deselect these, if I may, let's see, may be able to do it like this. So all I have is number. Okay, so then if I save that, and then again try to search by summary, I'm not seeing anything. What I need to do is I need to highlight, at least highlight the keyed fields so that they are active and they can be searched on. So I'll come back to where it says title. Highlight that, so now I have two of them, so now I should be able to find my values. Okay, and so now I found those. I'm only showing these two fields just because I haven't selected any others to show. Okay, so that's, you've got some flexibility here. The keyed fields or the index fields are, you know, determined by the implementation. You can put in a request to have another field indexed if you want to search on something specific, but that would have to be then handled through, you know, our support organization to go ahead and change your indexes. But then once they're indexed, you'll see that, you know, they indicate by icon which fields are indexed. And then all you need to do then is just select the fields you want to search by. And you can select additional fields to show additional information. And so that's the flexibility that you have with the Search Studio. Employees, I'm just curious. I'll take a quick look at this and then we'll move on to Command Studio. So here I'm just showing that I want to search by name and phone. I also want to show function, but it's not indexed, so I can't search on function. I do have a lot of extra keys though here in employee. So again, this is something that you can request. How many indexes you want to have set up on a particular table. So yeah, if I come in here and if I just take off name and just leave in phone, then if I try to search for my name, I'm not going to find it. But if I search for a portion of my phone number, should be able to find that. There it is. And then, so yeah, you want to basically highlight what it is you want to search on. And you've got to make sure that if you want to search on particular fields, they've got to be indexed. And then you can always include additional information. So now that I've done that, I'm not going to be searching on these fields, but I am going to be showing that data. And see, I've got all that stuff here that's now showing. So you can control that. Okay. All right. So now Command Studio. Again, what I want to say about this is that you basically have 4 different types of things you can create shortcuts for. Filters, so you can come in here and you know, indicate a name. So like, you've got this here, a short description. The name would be maybe just something like this, whatever you want to describe, and then you save this, and then I've got this here. So then if I was to then put a slash inc up here, then I can start searching on index. Okay, and then I'm sorry, incident, and then come in here and search for incidents, and I don't think I need to put, okay, in this case I did. I needed to wrap it in wildcards. But so just in a nutshell, and I don't want to spend a ton of time on this, you can set up shortcuts to be able to go to specific things like filters or links or service requests. So if you wanted, to set up a shortcut to maybe you have a password reset or an onboarding request that you're constantly doing, you could just put in a keyboard shortcut here, a / command shortcut, and then go right to that and start creating a ticket. And then wizards, so if there's a wizard that you want to launch, like you're in assets and you want to take delivery of new assets, you could have a / command for the delivery wizard, maybe just /D, and then you would start, at that point, you would see the wizard come up. And let me just see here, like we've got major incident, move employee. Let me just try move employee. I'm probably going to need to be in the employee directory to be able to use this. Move employee. And then I'll put in my name. And then hit this. Yeah, and so this takes me right to the wizard. And so what I could shorten this part up so it's a little bit easier to enter, but so if I want to then modify an employee record and basically move somebody by, from one location to the next, what you're able to do is multiple things with this wizard. You can indicate, that you're changing location. You can also change, other things. You can update this. Okay, I don't have any cost centers. Department, you can change these things, go next, and then the wizard will then ask you if you want to move assets. I have one asset, so do you want to move it or return it to stock or do nothing? So, again, you'd probably want to move this along with the employee. So again, this functionality does multiple things for you, so when you're using wizards. So what is going to happen is both of these records are going to have their locations updated when I do that. But then, the point here with the Command Studio is that you can create shortcuts to different wizards so you can bring up that functionality immediately. And so it makes accessing parts of the system a little bit quicker. Okay. So that said, we finally arrived, not a moment too soon. I know that a couple of you wanted to start talking about assets. So if there's no objections from the rest of the audience, I mean, this is an extra topic here that we're going to cover. Basically, as far as the core curriculum is concerned, we've covered everything that's, was in the course. And so we're going to talk about assets for just a little while. So if you're not interested in assets, then certainly feel free to drop off the call. And I, thank you very much for your attendance. But if you'd like to hear about, asset management, then certainly just stay right where you're at. So I know a couple of people have asked for that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up a few things here to help facilitate the discussion. One is what I have here, which is a template for a detailed functional spec or design functional spec. Let me just change this view. Okay, and so in this design functional spec, we use these in professional services to document design workshops where we're actually customizing process. And in this case, for asset management, we would have a design functional spec like this to actually capture all the change requirements that are needed in this process for asset management. Now, what I wanted to do is I wanted to get to this section here and basically just explain the life cycle of asset management, and then point out several of the wizards that are associated with asset management. So you can see here with asset management, of course, you've got stock, which is stock that you have in inventory, stock that you can loan out and return. So there is a loan management process within EasyVista. There's a repair process where you take active assets that have been assigned or assigned to individuals or installed in locations, and you can then move those around, or you can send them for repair, replace items, return to stock, or at the end of the life cycle of an asset, then you can go ahead and archive or scrap the assets. Now you can see here there's a couple different methods for entering assets into the system. We have a wizard called delivery reception, which allows you to actually take an invoice with assets on it and go ahead and receive them into inventory. And so it'll walk you through the process of creating an asset tag and designating a location that you want to place the asset into, and those such things. So what I wanted to do is take a look at some of these automated functions, and then we can look at the asset process, look at the asset record, try to understand how we can assign assets to people, or to basically move the assets around within the organization. So first thing here, creating an asset. Well, one of the ways to do this manually is, you've got, of course, when you initially seed the system, you're going to create an asset integration model, and you're going to bring all of your assets in to your system. So front load the system with all of your asset data, and then from that point forward, if you're then needing to add new assets to your environment, you've got a couple of methods. You can simply go to the asset, go to this place here. Let me just go ahead and switch over here. You can go into asset configuration, assets and configuration items, and then for assets, go down to inventory, and then to equipment inventory, and then click on the new button. And so then, minimally what you're going to need is you're going to need to be able to input the model. So the model has to be prelocated or preloaded in the system. So what I'm saying is you have to have an equipment catalog that has type and then manufacturer and model, at least at a minimum, so you can then add assets into your system. So what we did when we created the integration model is we basically took your inventory items and we migrated them into the system, and as a result of that process, we were able to automatically create an equipment catalog from that process. So, but for any new items, you would have to actually add the catalog item into your equipment catalog, so that you can then receive in those additional items. Now, there is an automated process if you choose to use it in EasyVista where you can actually generate a purchase order and indicate on the purchase order, you know, what you're buying in terms of what the asset is by type and then manufacturer model. As a result of that process, that will update your equipment catalog for you, so that then when it's time to receive that equipment in, when it's delivered, then you would just run your, you know, another wizard here that we call the, let me just switch back here. We call this the delivery reception wizard. And then that would walk you through the process of receiving in assets into inventory. So what I want to do is basically give that a shot here. We're going to go ahead and try that. So rather than add one new manually, let's just pretend that we're actually receiving one in from an invoice. So what we do is, and I'm going to just switch this to list so we can see all of our assets and see that we've got 999. So you can see here one of the wizards that we have up here is called delivery reception. Sometimes it's located in the list here. Sometimes it's up here. It's the items that end up bubbling up to here are the items that were last used or the ones most recently used. So sometimes these things move around, but you know, found it right here. If we click on this, then you'll see here we're presented with a dialog that basically saying, okay, it auto-populates today's date as the delivery date. Of course, you can update that. You can, you know, you have here as a required field a supplier. So you're going to want to have suppliers in your system. And so I'm just going to pretend that we're receiving something in Computer Shop USA. We've got a PO number of 123, purchase date. Of course, I could change this invoice date, change this. I'm going to leave that the way it is. We can, you know, input the bill number, delivery, you know, FedEx number, what have you. Now here, the delivery location, it auto-populated to Anaheim. And the only reason it did that is because Anaheim is the only location that is designated as a stock location. That's all we have, okay? So because there's only one, then it just, you know, auto-populated to the one and only. But if you say, for instance, wanted to, you know, deliver something to another location that's designated as a stock location, you'd have to go into your locations and indicate that, you know, a particular location is a stock location. So let's just say we're wanting to, you know, deliver Anaheim on the West Coast. Let's just say we've got a stock location here in Honolulu. So I'm going to drill down into this one. And all we're doing is just indicating that it's a stock location by turning that, switching that switch. That will then cause that location to show in the delivery reception wizard. And I'll just put one more in so we have a good round number 3. If I can get this thing to back up one more time. So then we'll put another one in from, I don't know, New York. Choices. I'll just use New York. And so we've indicated that we've got 3 stock locations, okay? And a stock location can be, you know, anything. It could be a city, it could be a building, it could be a room within a building, however you have your locations set up. So now I want to go back to that. We'll go back to assets. And the reason I'm going back there is because I want to see the wizard. Right here, okay. So I'm going to go ahead and take in, I'm taking delivery of something. Let's go back with Computer Shop USA, PO number, enter that. I'll leave these dates alone. Shipper number, doesn't matter. So the location, now you can see here it's not auto-populating longer because there's more than one. So I should see all three of those in there. And of course, you can fill out more information and you can show more information on this menu, or on this dialog, than just the city or the location. But okay, I'm just going to say we're going to receive this into our New York depot. And then I don't know if we have, yeah, we do have some departments. Who knows? Consumer goods, we'll put it in that department. And then you can indicate either your external invoice number, or evVista will actually generate invoice numbers, and then you can indicate that invoice number there. If you are using evVista's purchasing process, then when you indicate the invoice number, then it will auto-populate this wizard with all of the devices that should be received in. Since we don't have that set up right now, then it's not connected to that. Last inventory, whether or not you need to fill that out, it's not required. I'll just put a silly date. Or actually, it just doesn't make sense when you're receiving to put in that. So then I'm going to go ahead and hit next. And then I'm saying, okay, what am I receiving now? If we had an invoice that had items on it, then these items would populate. But if we're doing this manually, then what we do is we start with the model, because the model then drives the other fields. And then I'm going to say I'm receiving in a number of desktops. And you can say, okay, well, let's say maybe I'm receiving in 5, and I've got warranty information I could fill in. I've got some other, green IT information I could fill in. I said could because these are not required. End of warranty, we have that required. That could be relaxed, but I'm just going to put this out maybe a couple years, 3 years, whatever I chose there. And then the status is going to go to in stock by default. Of course, you could change that, but it usually makes sense to put them in stock to begin with. And then scheduled usage as a percentage, you could put something in there. Price, purchase price. These guys would auto-populate again if you had an invoice that was in the system, and it could refer to that. Now next, you can either generate asset tag barcodes, or you can just enter barcodes from your system. So what you're doing here is, see how I've indicated I'm receiving 5 in. So now here, because I said enter, then I would enter the specific tags and serial numbers that are coming from your system. But if I went back to previous and said generate barcodes, then it's just asking me, okay, what root do I have in my barcode? And I'll just say something like RGD, I don't know, some kind of root like that. The number of characters I'm going to use is maybe 5, and then the start value can be 200, something like that. And then I'm going to actually then generate the numbers, and these are the numbers that we're going to end up with. And if you don't like that sequence, then you can put something else in, but I'm just going to go ahead and say yes. And so then we generate the numbers here. We still need to put in serial numbers optionally, right? You don't have to. The next user, you don't have to fill that in. If you're just placing the inventory in stock, but if you know that these items are fulfilling a request, and you know that the request, who that requester is, then you can put their name in here, And then whenever their request is fulfilled, the technician will see that their name is already populated, assigned to the asset. Okay, so I'll just do that for one of them. I don't have to do them for all of them, and I'll just say assigned on the 28th. Okay, and then generate the equipment. So all this does is then creates the assets in the system. Okay, and so you've got these assets. One of them is being assigned, the others are going into stock. And, you know, I could send that. Again, I can change this from value by editing this dialog and make sure this is coming from the appropriate inbox. I don't have to send this email, but I'm going to go ahead and say, yes, I want to send it. And then I'm just going to put, well, I could type in my email, or I could just select my record, and then it'll do it for me. I don't know which one's easier, faster. Probably just type it in the email. But there you go, and then you can put in some sort of subject here. So again, I'm just demonstrating one of the wizards in asset. Finish this off. Okay. And so now, I know I put them in the New York location. We've got a number of them in there. I can go start drilling down here, or I could just search for them. Let's see. Let me reverse sort this, and I'll probably be able to find them at the top of the list. And there they are, in stock. Okay. Now you can see here the assignment hasn't happened yet, but it's scheduled to be assigned. One of these is, I think, this one here. Okay. But then now, so that's one of the wizards. There's many wizards.
Rick, I got a quick question for that.
Yeah.
So I understand the idea of putting the assets in that way, and like I'm assuming that information you could pull from like an ASN or something of that nature. What exactly is that email for? Is that to email the asset manager? Is that to email the users that are going to be getting that?
That could be, you know, whatever you want it to be, because
Okay.
you could see there that you can manipulate that. I'm gonna take a look. I should have gotten the email. Yeah, so
That was the only part I didn't understand, was the.
so you can set up a template here, and
Okay.
then you can then decide. I mean, like you could see that I had a checkbox that indicated whether I wanted to send an email or not. I went ahead and checked it. You don't have to send an email.
Gotcha.
This could just be that you're notifying somebody of reception of the equipment, or you could be notifying
Maybe the stock, the guy on the dock or something. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, you could be letting your techs know that maybe run those setup rooms. That, hey, you have stock available.
All
That
right.
could
Or
be what
just
the
being,
email's for.
yeah, just be on the lookout for it because it's coming. You know, kind of. Got it. Yep.
Okay. And so there are other wizards associated with asset. I have all of them listed here, and I've indicated the reason I've indicated the steps used to execute the wizards is because, you know, oftentimes in user acceptance testing, they want to know how these are supposed to work. So let's say we assigned equipment to somebody, and then we want to return it to stock. We could, you know, run this wizard. We can, you know, basically send out a loaner. Maybe we could try doing this one, but let me just go through all of them. So we can loan out equipment and schedule it for return. We can send equipment in for repair. Okay, and you can then walk through what all of these steps are, so you can kind of get a feel for how these wizards work. You can install or move equipment. So you're assigning this with the wizard you would use to assign equipment to somebody, or basically when you're fulfilling a service request, you would use this wizard to, you know, satisfy that. If you're doing a request for replacement of equipment, you could do this. That way you can swap out equipment a little bit more easily. You know, scrapping or disposing, recycling. Okay, so now if I jumped into the wiki for this, oops. Actually, I think I have a link right here, equipment inventory. Then, you know, you can jump around as far as asset management is concerned, see the, you know, see the life cycle. You can jump back to the wizard list. Let's see, I know it's in here. So you can see what wizards, like we're calling out some of them, best practices and such on how to use the wizards. I know there's a list of all of the asset wizards. Let's just see if I can find it. Probably at the bottom. Yeah, here's an example of something, but I think, there we go. So yeah, these are all the, well, yeah, those are, yep, all of those are related to asset. Some of these have to do with the logistics around assets in terms of purchasing or you know, basically depreciating assets. Of course, you can, you know, schedule depreciations over, you know, useful life. You can calculate residual values and calculate chargeback as well. That can all be set up in your asset management system. So these, yeah, you know, I just look at one here, transfer proposals. So you can actually use this wizard to actually indicate to another depot that you're proposing that you transfer some inventory to them. And then I believe there's an accept right there, you know, accept transfer, misspelled there, but so you've got wizards that allow you to move assets between locations. So, you know, this is just a list of the wizards that are associated with assets. So what we can do is, you know, execute a few more of these. But before I do that, I just want to stop and ask, do you have any specific questions about asset management?
Yeah, I do. And it had gone back to something you said, I believe, on day one, where you had said that you could, I believe the words you used was when describing either an asset or a CI, you said promote an asset to a CI. And in that regard, I don't really quite understand what you're saying. I think I could guess at it, but could you go over that a little bit for me, please?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So when you have an asset in the system and you decide, you know, that there's a couple, I should back up and say there's a couple different ways to actually put CIs in your system. You can literally just import CIs from a SCCM or some sort of, you know, discovery system. You can import your data directly into EasyVista, or you can take assets that you already have in EasyVista and decide that, oh, I want to put these in my CMDB. I want to promote these and make these CIs. So you basically, you know, what you do is you just come up here. There's actually a wizard. And I think, I'm not sure if it says promote, but manage in the CMDB. I believe that's the one. So what we're going to do is we're going to just maybe say, okay, we want to take this, you know, some assets don't make any sense to be promoted, right? Like you don't want to, you know, promote end user devices into the CMDB because, you know, you're not really, there's no upstream, downstream dependencies or relationships, no major services that they support if they go down. end user devices are not good candidates for CIs. But if you had a bunch of servers or network gear or those sorts of things in inventory and you wanted to move those into your CMDB, then that would make perfect sense. I'm just going to pick this one, and I'm going to say, yeah, let's go ahead and manage this in the CMDB. Okay, so then you're being asked to go ahead and populate its CI name, what you're going to call it in the CMDB. And so I'm just going to call it, something stupid like my HP asset. But normally you'd give it like a network name, host name, or something to that effect. And then I'm going to indicate what CI status it's going to have. And I'll just say that I'm promoting it, it's already in production. And then we've added that to the CMDB. It's kind of as simple as that. So now if we go look at our configuration items, it jumped on me. They're right here. If I can hit the right spot, then I've got one item in the CMDB. Now, it's going to, look different in terms of, what it used to look like in inventory. It's now a CI, so it's going to have different attributes. You're going to want to take a look at what you've promoted and then indicate what impacting and impacted CIs are around it. So if this were to go down, what other CIs would be impacted by this not being up, that sort of a thing. You can add all these other items, these bits, to your CI, so you can track, basically the life cycle of this CI in your CMDB. You can see here that you're tracking a lot. You're tracking change, problems, incidents, service requests. A lot more are you tracking in this change configuration management database than you are just a regular asset inventory. Now, one big item, let me just back up one, is this, which is pulling up the graphical editor. You don't have this in asset either. But what you need to do is establish upstream and downstream relationships to this CI. Say this was an edge router, and you had on one side of it maybe a bunch of switches and a server farm, and on the other side you had your services connections and your interfaces outbound. You would want to show all this in this editor, and then by you adding other CIs into this diagram, you're basically mapping in all the impacting and impacted relationships, and then that can be used like in change management when you're actually considering taking this particular item out of commission for a change request. And so when you do that, you would run what's called an impact analysis, which would then basically give you a report of what services and what items would be taken out of service should you take this down. So then you could make decisions on how you could switch services to some other device while you're taking this down for service and things like that. Yeah, I can't really show that unless I had a couple of CIs in here and then we map them together. But yeah, you could play with that. I mean, this is the big part of the CMDB, and it's usually the toughest part, is creating the relationships between CIs. Now, I think what I'm going to do is see if the demo database has, yeah. Mm-hmm. the difference between assets and CIs. Yeah, so both live in the asset table. And so if you look in the schema, when you promote an asset to a CI, or if you just create a CI straight away, you can create one manually or you can import items as CIs. Then they go into the asset data or the asset table, but then there are additional attributes that are associated with an item, a record that's a CI. One is just indicating that it is a CI, so that's a Boolean. And then you have a network identifier that is a label, a name for the CI. Then you also have all these other elements, the impacting and all these other connecting identifiers that connect to different tables. So when you promote something from an asset to a CI, then the CI takes on a lot more information.
Does it still maintain all the asset information as well, though?
Yeah, it does. It doesn't. Nothing's deleted.
Okay, so it's it adds fields, doesn't. Okay.
Well, it's not really. It's so all of the fields are in the schema. You're now just starting to populate more fields. Whereas when something was an asset, you didn't populate any of the CI information associated with that asset record.
So if I have an asset,
one quick way to kind of understand that is just go into the asset table and look at the schema, and then you can see. And we could do that really quick here if you're interested. But you can see all of the fields associated.
Yeah, I have another question. Here you promoted an asset to a CI, correct?
I promoted what?
An asset as a CI. So you added.
Right, that's correct.
Right, that's correct.
The question is the following: Can we unpromote it? Or it is just one, let's say the modification is just one way and that's it?
No, you can unpromote.
No, you can unpromote.
Okay.
You can turn something back into just a regular inventory asset and not be in the CMDB database. You can do that. So what I'm showing here is, this is in the demo database, but this would be kind of an example of, what you can see here is you can see the information associated with this particular CI right here. And you've got all, 14 relationships that are counted up. You can see basically what's upstream and downstream, and whether or not, if this service goes down, what other services may be affected. So yeah, this is a diagram. Let me see if we have more information on this. I'm just adding another level of visibility. Yeah, so it lives here. And so if you have a pretty robust CMDB that's fully mapped out, then you can really understand what happens when certain objects have their in production status change for whatever reason. They go down, or they're scheduled for maintenance, or what have you. And of course, you can track, all of the different changes and incidents and all those things. Same that way like you can with assets. You can certainly track how many times they've had incidents, opened against them, or other things. But this is just, when you have an item in a CMDB, then you have lot more information at your disposal. Okay. Any other questions about either CIs or assets?
Yeah. Can I go? Does anybody else? I don't want to just overstep anybody, but okay. When you have an asset, right? Whether it be a server, laptop, whatever, is there a way to collect the discovery data from like discovery and have it upload into that asset?
From discovery? From what discovery?
SCCM, for example. SCCM finds a change on a server or a laptop or piece of equipment.
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask that because I wanted to make sure you weren't thinking that the discovery module in EasyVista would do that, because it won't, only because it's not a great discovery tool. So yes, other tools like SCCM, you can certainly create an integration with them between EasyVista and SCCM, and then you can import data, and you can have data updated from that system into EasyVista on a nightly basis. So yeah, we do that as a matter of a routine kind of a integration.
Okay, so there's some kind of process that runs like nightly that does that and updates like the assets as far as any kind of discovery information that may have changed?
Yeah, so we just identify what information you want to pass between the systems, and then we go ahead and set up probably either a server-to-server direct connection, or we might set up a REST connection. What I'm doing is I'm coming here to the wiki again just to see if I can find, I think this, let me just search for SCCM. So we have this gateway here. And so, we have a process defined here where we set up an integration between SCCM and ITAM or, EasyVista.
Oh, okay. All right. Perfect. I'm actually taking some notes here, so if I'm pausing, it's because of that.
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
And what was that under? Was that still under the asset piece, or?
Yeah, so I just searched for SCCM. You can see here it's under integrations.
Yep.
So yeah, come here, I think come down, not there, but right there. There's some there. Let me see. There's other integration points. So it would be right here, I believe. You have to branch to it. So the easiest way is just type in SCCM and then it'll take you there.
Gotcha. Okay.
And there are, like this is the gateway, but then there are examples of different types of things that we integrate with. So let me see, integrations, examples, and then you can see here, SCCM's in there somewhere, and other things. Let's see, for Service Manager, where is SCCM? I know we have it in here. We do it all the time, whether or not we list it.
Yeah, I'm sure it's probably the number one thing you do.
Yeah, I mean,
System Center right there in the middle. Yep. Oh, right up.
Right there. Yeah. Okay. ITOM.
Or that one. Yep.
And then that one. Yeah. So ITAM and ITOM.
Okay. Cool.
But, yeah, there's some sort of other examples of other types of automated inventory solutions.
Rick, is there like an asset management course that teaches you these things within Easy Vista? Is there, should I be signing up for another course? Because you said specifically that this stuff wasn't included, so is there a course where it is included?
Yeah, so we have process specific. I don't know that we have, I'm just trying to think of the offerings we have. Our major offerings are like, you know, the system admin for service manager, for service apps, for self-help, service bots. But what we do on occasion is we set up master classes for the different processes. And one of the processes that we teach is asset management. We go into a little bit of the ITIL and the definitions, and then we basically show how you actually set things up in the system. So yeah, there is, it's not a general offering. Let me just look at something here. What am I looking for here? External, and then training portal. And so you can see here, we've got a lot of admin classes up online. So what you would need to do is maybe, you know, talk with your customer success rep or your account rep and just say, hey, how would I get, you know, specific training on this? And then what they would do is talk with trainers and, you know, decide, you know, what they want to do.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Let's see. Well, I had questions about adding fields, but you already went over that. We have to log tickets, right? Because we have to get those added to the schema. When I was looking at like say, for instance, just the inventory, right? When I'm clicking on inventory, pulling it up, and I'm pulling up that inventory, is there like a way to just quick get like an ad hoc kind of report or like an export of that, you know, in CSV or something, or do I actually have to run a report?
Well, so let me just go in there and kind of give you an example of some options. So if you come into inventory, and I may have not even pointed this out, so that's my bad, but let's see. Let's come here to list. I know we've got about 1,000 items in here, at least I thought we did. What system am I in? Okay, let me go to the right system here. Let me see if this one has a bunch of records. Okay, there's interesting number, but that's for configuration. Let's just look at inventory.
Right, okay.
What I'm going to point out here is that what you can do is have a listing here of your inventory and include in your view all those items that you want to see listed in, say, a CSV file, for instance, or a report. So you can add whatever items, whatever fields that you find are critical that you want to show. And then once you do that, then you can simply come up here. Well, first you'd want to select all the records. So let me see how many we're talking about. Quite a few. But you then select them all. Then you come up here and you can literally export.
That's what I was missing, the select. Okay, all right. Yeah. And then you can export to CSV or Excel, you know, Excel.
This will export to a CSV. If you do a print, then you've got other file formats that you can use, one of which is CSV.
Gotcha. Oh man, all right, sorry, I didn't see it. My bad.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Let's see. I don't know if can you kind of touch on any software, you know, asset management, creation, loading of software, anything like that?
Yeah, so we have
going above and beyond.
Well, I mean, we can touch on it. Not only do we have hardware equipment inventory, but you have what's called, you know, you've got your definitive media library, which is usually where you keep your software. Now, with that, that's supported by, your software catalog. So you'd have to, just like you would with equipment, you generate a software catalog. So I'll just go ahead and pull this demo system up. And then you've got all of your software in here in your catalog. Now this is a catalog, so this is just showing the software that you have in your enterprise. And then these are items that can be purchased. And so you can also then show them as to where they live. So let's see here. Let me see if this is populated. So yeah, we're showing the software here. Let me see if we're actually showing the licenses associated with the software. Yeah, you normally do. I don't see that we have that, at least on the one I picked there. But normally you've got a set of license inventory. And so then you can associate these licenses with people or equipment. You can see, where the licenses are assigned. So, you can see here we've got an inventory for licensing. See if I can get this to show up. And then, basically if you kind of look around, you can see where the relationships are. So this, you can see here, this license could be related to some equipment, related to, other things, related to users. So not only, the licenses themselves, but then you could also see that with your DML, or you could actually use a category. Like, let me drill in here real quick. You could use a category in your inventory called software. So let me just look here and see if we have that as an example. And look at type. Yeah, no, these, let me drill down. I think this is all mostly hardware. Yeah, that's all hardware. So the appropriate spot would be here in the media library, or in, tracking your licenses here. And you could have items like software. Well, it wouldn't be software so much as it would actually be the systems that the software is supporting. But those would be the CIs, like your email system, for instance. But you can associate the software and the equipment to the CI and the service. You could create a CI service called enterprise or exchange email system, and then have the associations to the software, to the hardware, and all that to it. But yeah, if you look here, let me do this. Let me just pull in this, and then I'm going to go here and see. I was going to say I could branch you quickly to the wiki to describe in more detail DML. I can do that. Let's see, I'll just pull up another page. And then definitive media library, and then is a set of secure storage areas organized definitive and versions of application configuration, software, and software packages stored and protected together with their path. So let me look at one other area here. Software catalog by type. Okay, and then by license. And then, basically you would then associate your software to your equipment, and then you would also associate the licenses. So you would actually put in your software as licenses, licensed software versus unlicensed software, and then associate those with either personnel or equipment. So you could come in, your equipment, I think I already showed where there's an association there. Let's just see, there's a relationship.
So is there a table within the database that collects like software titles and usage and so forth? So we could establish compliance?
You can see this. So installed software, so there's a table here that you're relating to a piece of equipment. So like this laptop, you can then indicate what software is installed on this laptop, and you can indicate what licenses are associated with this inventory asset. And the same thing you can do with people.
Right, because a lot of software is user-based. It's not so much machine-based any longer.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, if you looked up a user account, it's coming here like this. And then look at the relationships, and then you've got licenses used, licenses, equipment associations. You're seeing here that, I mean, we're calling applications. So if we look at this, we can actually indicate the software package. And I'll probably have, I would need to switch over to my demo database because I don't have this VM populated with that. But you're then, you're tying software to an individual through the software catalog.
So that almost looks like a subscription then, because you got a start and end date.
Mm-hmm. Could be.
Yeah.
It could be permanent, or it could be just a subscribed software piece. I mean, this doesn't have to be filled in. It could be.
Well, understood.
Yeah. So you definitely have the ability to track software and licensing in the system against usage by both people and where the software is installed. I think actually, let me look at this. Licenses, we've got a life cycle in the wizards for that, and then contracts. Where's my software? Got consumables.
Did you share out that document, or are you not allowed to?
No, I did. I actually put it on the Dropbox.
All right. Thank you so much. I'll look that over.
Okay. Well, I know we're over, and I know that people are hanging on just to listen to this conversation. So that's excellent. If there are any more questions, I'd be happy to entertain them. Otherwise,
one extra question, and it is final question. How many days we can still use the remote desktop that was provided for this course?
How many days would you
need?
I don't know.
Because at some point I just need to send an email to the VM administrator and tell them I'm done with them, take them down. But I can leave them up for a while.
A while, let's say end of next week will be sufficient, or the end of this month?
What is it? The 19th?
It's 20 for me.
I'll see.
Yeah, for the 20th.
Yeah, for the 20th. Yeah, you're already into the next. I'll see if
and that's not a problem.
that's not a problem. I don't think it will be. So, I have everybody's emails, and I'll inform you that I'm gonna leave them up, or they're going to be left up until a certain date. Normally we just take them down right after the training, but I think we'd be okay to leave them up for a while. So I'll go ahead and let you know how long we can leave them up for.
Thank you.
Put that on my notes. Yep. VM duration. Okay, well, let's see. I've got one more item in chat here. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Wito, for that comment.
He already left.
Okay, yeah, I'm not really being a very good steward of who's on and who's left, but yeah, I appreciate that comment, and I appreciate you guys sticking around. I hope you got out of the training what you were hoping to get out of the training. Hope you're a little bit more informed than you were before the training started anyway.
I had one question if you have time.
Sure, I've got time.
Kind of a broad question though. I am a little confused about how roles work in accordance with request workflows, and how the roles define where the request goes, like who's assigned to each group from the role.
Mhm.
And while standard roles seem self-explanatory, like if you go and look at the standard roles, you can see that there are groups assigned directly to a role.
Mhm.
Custom roles seem to be a little bit more complicated, and I think it's just because it's SQL magic, SQL sorcery going on. But I was wondering if you can maybe explain those a little bit, because yeah, I've grown into some issues and where like someone asks, "Hey, can you reroute this request so that it goes to this team and not our team?" And it's like, sure. And I go look at the service desk or the service request catalog, and I see it's set up, and I see the group in charge is correct, but then it's the role that truly is routing where it's going. So I was just wondering about that.
Yeah, so I guess first of all, we just looked at this thing called roles, which you've already hit the nail on the head. You can't actually put a group into a workflow. So if you tried to add a group, you couldn't do it. So if you created a new group and it didn't have a role, you wouldn't see it when you tried to add it to a workflow, because you can only add roles to workflow. So the roles, and
that happened to me. I figured that out because someone wanted a new group, and so I made one for them, and then I couldn't find it, and I was like, oh, I forget how I figured it out, but I just made a whole new role for that group and gave it the role, and then it was good to go. And I was just like, okay, well, I'm making this role. I don't know what the heck it's doing, but it wants it. So
okay. Well, yeah. So what a role does is like here I've got a role for a particular person, change manager. Typically, individuals, you use custom roles for that, but it's okay to use a domain role. In this case, these are simple roles. If I look at change manager, all it's saying here is that this role, which I call change manager, is actually connected one-to-one to this group called change manager. And then in this group, I put the change manager. And so whenever in these workflows, this change manager role is called, it's routed to this group, and then this group can have one or more people in it. So that's how that routing occurs with simple, what we call domain roles. Now, when we create a role, of course, like if you see that domain role, if I say, here's a domain role X, and I say save, then I immediately ask for the group, and it could be the X group but then I'm also asked for one other thing. Now, well, it can't be the X group because I don't have an X group, but I put in a group here that exists, but then I also have to tell it the domain. And if all you have is just the whole company domain, and in this case I renamed it, server, but if you just have one domain, then all you're doing is just relating your roles to literally to your groups. But if you have more than one domain, then you're relating your roles to the domains and how they're filtered, plus the groups that are associated. So that's how the routing occurs. You're basically setting up your domain role, associating it with a group, and then you're using the role in your workflow. Now, that's kind of straightforward. I mean, you can see that. Now, this other part where we're talking about custom, under parameters, if I can find it there. So custom roles, I feel like, let me give an example. Here's a couple of roles here that we use quite often. It's called, this one, we use these in notifications. So this one's called CC the recipient if this recipient is not the same as the requester, and CC the requester if the requester is not the same as the recipient. So if I put in a notification in a workflow that I want to send a notification to the recipient, I don't want to have to build another notification to send to a requester, because they could be the same person. So instead of having two notifications, one going to recipient, one going to requester to cover both situations, I don't want to send duplicate emails to the same person. So I use a role for that. So I'm saying, I'm going to send a new notification to recipient, but then in the CC line, I'm going to put this role. And what this role says, I've got one context, and it's, I use this in the ticket scenario. So in this table, we need to take a look at how this is defined. It's basically saying, select the requester ID from the table, from basically the ticket, where the request ID, this is the ticket number, is this, and the recipient ID is not equal to the requester. So this is kind of a simple SQL statement that says, return to me the requester's ID, but only if it doesn't match the recipient. So if I have a scenario where, this would be like if you're submitting on behalf of somebody else, so you're the requester, but you're actually opening a ticket for somebody else, and you're naming them the recipient. So then you're the requester, and then the recipient is the recipient. This particular role would CC me, cause me to get CC'd on any notification, because I'm not the requester. I mean, I'm not the recipient, but I will get, the notifications that the recipient gets. And the reason we use this is because if they're one and the same, when you create a ticket, the requester and the recipient are the same. The system, when you put a name in here, it populates both the requester and the recipient fields with the same person. And then you've got to go in and change the requester, the recipient to somebody else if you're submitting a ticket on behalf of somebody else. And so this particular custom role is pretty straightforward.
Yeah, and that makes sense. And yeah, so it's just pretty much customized roles are just a little bit more, challenging, because you're actually forced to sort of put these SQL statements in to define what this custom role is doing. And
yeah.
So yeah, I guess, what is the real difference between roles and custom roles? Roles are just seem like they're a little bit more simplified, and that you just make the role.
They really should be called domain roles, because in the documentation, a role is a domain role. Mm-hmm. And then you've got a CI role, and you've got a custom role, and then you've got one other called a system role. So you've got 4 types of roles, and really they're just, a role is kind of a routable entity or a routable object. You can route traffic, tasks, notifications to those roles.
Mhm.
The
Yeah,
system
and you-
roles are predefined, so you can see those are pretty easy to understand.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering because that was like the one thing that kind of held me up when people were requesting either changes of their workflow, who they're getting assigned to, or just making an entirely new workflow. It's just like it's like a little confusing because like you can make the service request catalog, assign everything to that. You define the group in charge, the manager of that catalog or that service request, and the workflow. So it's just like at the time I didn't understand why it couldn't just use the use that to define where it's going. So it took me a while to figure out, oh, okay, it's this role. And then as I digged into the roles further, I'm just like a little confused because sometimes I'll like dig into a role and not see that there's a group assigned to it or something like that. So it's just like got a little confused there.
Okay. You can see here with custom roles, you've got 3 options. You can, they're data types, right? So you can set up a custom role to actually represent an email address or an employee ID or a group ID. And so the trick then is if you're setting it up to be an employee, you have to return an employee ID. And in this case, the requester ID is an employee ID. It's the ID of a person. The group you would be returning, you'd set up a SQL statement to return the group ID of the group. And you just have a condition. So if you needed to, basically a custom role can be set up to be dynamic. So based on your SQL statement, you can return a group ID based on a set of conditions here. And so, that's, something you could put into play. I think if you presented a use case, come up with a use case and just present it to support, they could send you an example of how to set up a custom role. And if they didn't know how to do it, they'll usually call one of the consultants and then we'll look at it and say, okay, yeah, do it like this. And then we'll send it to them and then they'll send it to you.
Okay, yeah, cool.
Yeah,
that's
you could do that until you get it figured out.
right. And that's what's really cool about what you kind of showed us in these 3 days is that there are many places in Oxygen where it has those 3 dots with the the advanced mode, and then you can just kind of make your own SQL statements without actually coding SQL. So that's nice. Yeah.
We have requests in to try to add those editors, those advanced mode editors in more and more places. So we become the software becomes less less hard to use. So you don't have to actually put SQL code in. That you can use the editor to do that. And heck, even though I know how to write in SQL, I use the editors because I don't memorize the GUIDs, and if the editors can find the GUIDs for me, then I could find them and type them in manually, but if I know an editor can do that for me more quickly, I'll just use the editor.
Yeah, we were presented with a case where I think I mentioned this before, where someone wanted the notes someone puts in on the on hold message to be included in the email that's sent out when they put it was a security security type of request. And they use the hold function for a lot of different reasons, and they wanted those notes included in the email sent out. And so yeah, we had to go hunt down that GUID in SQL so that we know what to call to try and put that into the email notification. So it's just like, yeah, we had to go into SQL. My other admin was doing some crazy stuff to find it, and then finally found it. It took her like a good 15 minutes, but we got it. So definitely helpful to find those type of IDs, and especially since they're pretty big, they can be pretty huge. So
yeah. Yeah, they're nasty, but from a developer or a configuration person standpoint, they're a lot better than using like a field name, because the field name can be changed. And then if you have business rules that are looking at field names, field labels, they'll break.
Mhm.
But the GUIDs, you know, they don't change unless you actually delete the field.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. All right. Well, I've got to run here in just a little bit because I've got a meeting coming up at 2:45. So I appreciate everybody hanging on this long. I certainly thank you for taking the course, and feel free if you need to. I think everybody, well, you will have my email address if you don't already have it, because I'll send out an email with some responses to the things that I've been asked to look up. So if you think of anything that you want to ask, just feel free to send me an email, and I'll go ahead and answer those.
Cool. Sounds
right.
good.
All right,
Yeah,
Rick,
it's good
thank
to
you.
know you guys have our back with a lot of different things. Just send a ticket to support. Cool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Rick, it was a pleasure taking the course. I definitely learned a lot. It was really nice seeing more configuration in Oxygen, because I've been still working in Phosphorus a lot. Maintaining our environment, updating things, haven't been able to actually explore Oxygen as much as I'd like. So definitely far more confident when we actually do roll over to Oxygen beginning of September. So.
Okay. Well, thank you, Kevin. Thanks for attending and all your questions.
Yeah, no worries. And
All right.
you have a good rest of your day.
All right. You too as well.
Bye now.
Hey, Rick, thanks. Appreciate it. Appreciate you going over the asset portion that you really didn't have to. So, but I learned a lot, and appreciate taking all my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Barry. Appreciate
No problem. Have a great day and stay safe.
it. All right. You too. Bye-bye. See you, Sebastian.